game for you. I was through with the strap across my back. So I jumped jet, jumping jack flash, the bam bam bam.
Hey guys, the top.
Okay. So this has been a long time coming. Not because of me being lazy, not because of anything I did, not because of anything that Harman Smith has accomplished. The reason why it has taken us so long to talk about Angry Joe's top 10 games of 2025 is that this fat, lazy retard took 10 days, more like 13 days after the end of the year to just come out and just be like, here was my favorite games of last year. Man, like, he gets lazier and lazier every year. It takes longer for him to put these out. I don't understand why that is. Like, it's just bad business. Like, what I did for my top 10 and top 10 worst is that, like, I very deliberately make sure they come out like early December because, that's the end of the year. Nothing else is coming out after that point. The Game Award season is over. There's nothing really to talk about usually. Like, I waited until like Metroid Prime 4 came out this year to do it, but generally speaking, there aren't going to be a ton of games after December. So it should be a pretty straightforward thing to wait until everything comes out and then put together a top 10 list. But for some reason, Angry Joe takes like almost an entire month. He's over a month late with this, in my opinion, to produce his top 10 games of 2025. And not only is his list like absolutely awful, filled to the brim with some of the worst picks I have ever seen, like I am also very much convinced that he didn't actually play most of these. And that becomes very apparent if you actually watch the video. We'll be pointing out like specific things and things he says and does that kind of indicate that. But like, this is why I have such contempt for Angry Joe as a content creator. Not only is he fat, not only is he lazy, not only does he not produce like content, he doesn't even like play the games. Like, how many YouTubers do you know who don't play the games? Like, even James Rolfe, like, is at least like somewhat familiar with what's going on in screen. Like Joe, I think might be worse than James in that regard. And James at least has that like excuse of like being a character and not really being like a serious critic. Like Joe is supposed to be like a completely genuine 100% playing it straight, game reviewer. And like he can't come out and do anything. Like a month we've waited for the top 10 lists, top 10 worst games, top 10 controversies. And like the top 10 games of 2025 list is garbage. Like it's just garbage. It's so bad. Let's see here. I don't know. What is it actually? Huh? What's it doing? Okay. There we go. Okay. So here we have Angry Joe, and we have Angry Joe doing his thing. Okay, what is he gonna do the instant you hit play? This is like the very beginning of the video. Yeah, so you can see right here. What is he gonna do? Like, is he gonna talk about video games? Is he gonna talk about his experiences this year? Is he gonna talk about the release of the Switch 2 and how it's dominated the industry? No, you are gonna press play, and he is gonna show you a product.
Lists are done. Thank you for supporting the show in 2020. And yeah, so it's time for the list. Hopefully you enjoy. Check it out.
Oops. Yeah. I have sponsor block enabled. Okay. So yeah. Okay.
Thank you to G Fuel for
Yep.
partnering up with us in 2026 again. Good news coming on this in just a few months. So continue to support the
So yeah. Give Angry Joe money so he can sell you like fucking G-Force. Now I have no idea what this is. Energy tubs. Yeah, because apparently gamers like need energy to sit on the couch and not and play video games. They don't need to exercise. They don't need to go outside. They just need to buy G Fuel from Angry Joe, and that'll keep them gaming. That'll keep them in the comment section. You are paying Angry Joe so that he can sell you like this probably useless crap. I haven't looked into it. Like I don't know like what's exactly in this, so I don't want to like speak out against the company, but like I imagine it's just straight up like caffeinated garbage. I imagine it's just filled to the brim with like just all this unnecessary chemicals and just you're better off just dieting and exercising if you want energy. Honestly, that's my advice to the Angry Joe show. Like, don't buy Dual Fuel. Like, go outside. Okay, talk to a girl. Like, do something.
the show by picking up some tubs. We've got 20% off down below for you guys to keep you fueled through the gaming sessions. And yeah,
What?
so
Okay, realistically, how long do people play games? Like, you know, can't you like stop and take a break if you're tired? Can't you take like a 15-minute like I don't know to go do something? Like I regularly do 8-hour streams and I'm like pretty active and I do things. Like what do you mean gaming sessions? Like what do you mean gaming sessions? Like you need G Fuel so you can play video games like the easiest thing in the world? Like are you kidding me? Like what are you talking about?
it's time for the list. Hopefully you enjoy. Check it out. Well, it's finally that time of the year.
Yeah, finally, a month fucking late, he's here.
the best, the most disappointing, the worst games. But first, it's the top 10 best games of 2025.
So yeah, I imagine what he's gonna do, because he hasn't done the other videos yet. I bet like the worst list is gonna be filled with a bunch of Nintendo games. The controversies list is gonna be filled with a bunch of Nintendo things, and like the disappointing list is gonna be like almost entirely Nintendo stuff. Like that's kind of my assumption going by some of the things he said in this video. That's kind of my prediction. And like that's kind of my thing that we really do need to talk about when it comes to these like legacy YouTubers, like these old farts, people like this or Maximilian Dude. Like they really, really, really don't want Nintendo to succeed because Nintendo's not the company that is enabling them. They're not supporting them. They're not getting like access to events or anything like that. And for good reason. Like none of these guys do anything to contribute to gaming culture at all. Like they're all just parasites and grifters. Always have been. But like because they've been around so long and like before people like started realizing the grift, like they have like a following. So who take them seriously?
Number 10.
Instantly discredited. Okay. Like anybody who comes out and says that like Sonic Racing Cross Worlds is the top 10 of anything is just completely utterly delusional. Like you're going to see some of the gameplay in this clip and like you're going to see just how much slower and less intuitive this is than Mario Kart World. You're going to see how much worse this is than Kirby Air Riders. Like it's embarrassing like what Joe tries to pull here and like it really should be called out. Yeah, where is that level? Like through the floor? Like it's certainly not on par with Mario Kart or Kirby, but okay, go ahead.
In my opinion, Sonic Cross Worlds is this year's best racing game and deserves.
So, did you put any time into Air Riders at all? Like, did you play Mario Kart World at all? Like, is that like a claim you're willing to back up? Because like from where I'm standing, like nobody cares about Cross Worlds. Like it is a complete and total joke. And yet for some reason, like these weird YouTubers keep trying to like meme it into relevancy. It really is like the racing equivalent of like Claire Obscure. You know what I mean? It's just embarrassing how hard they try to push this. But
Deserves a spot on this list. If Sonic Free Riders was the worst and haunted me for years, oh, this is awesome! Are we done yet? Then Cross Worlds is the game that finally gets it right. I know some got it right in between those, but as
some got them right. What other Sonic racing games have you played over the past 15 years, Joe? Like, did you play Racing Transformed? Because I have, and that's a major reason why I'll never take Sonic racing seriously. Every single time one of these comes out, like the Sonic fan base just insists it's better than Mario Kart and that it's like really impressive and it's great. And then if you actually try it, it's like it's complete garbage and not even worth playing. Like that's kind of my feeling like looking at Crossworlds and seeing people talk about it because they don't talk about the game or what makes it good. They do the thing where they like try and say it's better than Mario Kart, but they don't really explain why because they've never really played Mario Kart and they don't really have the experience to kind of make that decision. And like another thing about this though is that like it's not just competing with Mario Kart World, it's also competing with like Air Riders and it's like there was so much more competition on Nintendo Switch 2 this year when it comes to like the racing department. Like you can't take people like this seriously. When they come out and make these statements like this is the best racing game of the year, you just kind of like you kind of had to like just give them this cockeyed stare like really is this the only racing game you've played this year? That's kind of my mentality like looking at this and like seeing this guy like run his mouth is that like yeah, 100% he didn't play anything. 100% he didn't play Mario Kart. 100% he didn't play Kirby Air Riders. Like he's just like it's pathetic.
As far as racing goes.
So look at this gameplay. Yeah, look at that gameplay. If you compare it to like Mario Kart World, where you have guys like flipping all over the place, grinding on rails, like shooting past each other, like it's so much more complex. There's so much more going on in Mario Kart World, and then you look at this, and it's like, what is this exactly? Like, what makes it good? Like, there's nothing there.
I clipped this fucking wheel at the end. Let's go, Shadow! This reminds me of all of the best of Diddy Kong Racing and all.
You didn't play Diddy Kong Racing growing up. What are you talking about? Like, I've played Diddy Kong Racing, and I would say it wasn't that great of a racing game, by Mario Kart standards. So are you admitting that it's not as good as Mario Kart? Like, no, of course not. But it's like this guy started gaming in the Xbox era, okay? Like, he doesn't know the first thing about Diddy Kong Racing. He didn't play it growing up. Like, you know that. It's like, you got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me.
All of the Mario Karts. Hell, I even think it's better than the current Nintendo Switch 2 Mario Kart that really lacks content compared to its previous titles.
What? Okay. This, compared to its previous titles, like, what is Mario Kart World missing that like 8 Deluxe doesn't have? It has the battle mode, it has the Grand Prix. Like, Mario Kart World has more than like previous Mario Karts because of like, the open world challenges, like the knockout tour, which is a completely new mode. Like, Mario Kart World has quite a lot more in it than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But like, the narrative from like a lot of people who don't play these games is that Mario Kart World has no content. And it's like, you just know anybody who says that like doesn't know what they're talking about, because like, if you talk to anybody who's actually been playing Mario Kart World, they've put like 60 to 100 hours into it already. I knew people who put like 200 hours into it in the first month, right? Like, that game is huge, huge. And the fact that people like this come out and try to say that like there's no content in the game, like, Darkside Phil tried to do this thing where he comes out and he's like, "Oh, I did everything in it in 3 hours." Like, no, you didn't. You played through every single uh cup once, okay? Like, these games are endlessly replayable. Like, if you're gonna come back to it time and time again to like, just have fun with it and enjoy the race and enjoy everything about it. Like, you have like, the trophy system, you have like, online play. Like, you never really get bored of Mario Kart World, honestly. And that's why this comes off like such a cope. Like, you're really gonna try and tell me that like Sonic Racing Cross Worlds has more content than Mario Kart World, a game that like has no player base and that nobody talks about unless it's to try and pretend it's better than Mario Kart. It's just
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 56 racers. Holy fuck.
so yeah. Oops. So yeah, I guess the implication here. How the hell did I do that? What the hell happened?
No, my rival. So it issues you a rival at the beginning.
Okay. So the implication here is that like Sonic Racing Cross World has way more riders and vehicles than Mario Kart World, which is not true. Like, Mario Kart World is packed with like characters and vehicles. So like, the idea that like this has more is just laughable, especially because it's like a bunch of characters that nobody cares about. Like, Sonic does not have the same like extended cast that Mario has. It just doesn't.
Amy.
Fuck you, Amy.
Sonic Crossworlds feels amazing on track. It gets the driving and the controls right, and it keeps the fun factor high.
Yeah, so he's not showing actual gameplay. Like, has anyone noticed this? Like, he's all showing like he shows a lot of cutscenes and things like that, but like not what an actual race looks like. Because if you look at an actual Sonic Racing Crossworlds race, you see that it's not as good as Mario Kart. Like anybody who's like played both will tell you Mario Kart's better.
With plenty of unlocks, customization, online play, it is a solid choice for any fans of kart racing or racing in general.
I knew you had this.
Everybody said you was
Nobody
gonna fuck it
believed.
up. Everybody thought Joe was gonna fuck it up. And Joe actually put
Fastest racist.
so much. He's the fastest racist around. Racing,
We're number
as in
one.
racist, as in doing all of the races.
Something is seriously wrong.
Yeah, something is wrong, Joe. You became a sellout and started shilling for shit you hated back in the day. Like, you can't seriously try and tell me that like Angry Joe is really into Sonic Racing Crossworlds, right? Like, this really is about like the sponsorships. This really is about the downplaying Nintendo Switch 2. Like, I can't think of any other reason why he would like focus so hard on Sonic Racing Crossworlds, like other than trying to be like this year's Power World. And that really is what it is, honestly. Like, it's the same exact template of just the like the YouTube community rallying behind some like knockoff product to try and like shill it as like some relevant thing. And it just isn't. It just isn't. Like, I am just again. This is why I'm like never gonna buy any Sonic product ever again. It's because of behavior like this. Like, I cannot stand how people are just like so obsessive about trying to make like things like this relevant. Mm.
Number 9.
If Vertigo was right, the Nazis are cooking up some kind of super weapon. Maybe I can find out what they're up to. Time to get to work.
Sniper Elite Resistance. Yes, I bet you didn't guess that one. Sniper Elite Resistance this year was ridiculously fun.
There's another one coming up.
I
soon.
see him. Don't you just get the original.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to get through all the lists. Like, there's like a certain hot button thing I wanted to focus on. We might have to like just cycle through this. It's like a 50-minute long video, and I just don't have the.
Finish these guys up before they hit the alarm.
Oh god, I'm getting shot at inside the house.
I guess we can check the chat.
Why'd you go in the house?
Because I was getting shot at from the other side too.
No!
That was a bad idea.
Yeah, I've never played Sniper
No,
Elite. I've heard
you
good things
did
about
a
it.
Bad
But
idea.
You said to go.
I got it. We're okay. We're okay, Joe.
And I don't want to have forgotten about it just because it came out in January. When OJ and I played, we had a blast. We laughed so damn much. We were legitimately challenged to get some of these missions done. It was this perfect blend, and it felt so addictive.
Firebug, I'm saying it. He said go. I was like, this is a bad idea, sir. He said, you just go.
From where?
Everywhere.
That was your.
That was my fault? That was not my plan. You said go.
But what really elevated this game was the co-op aspect for us. It is just so much fun to try to take on an entire army with other Joe, with your friends.
Nobody's coming behind us anymore.
I just took a shot. It looks like a sniper.
Yeah, I think we're gonna
Get him,
skip
get
through
him.
this. Let's see.
There's another sniper on the
I
bridge.
got him.
Sniper on the bridge.
Bridge. Number 8.
Just so we can get to the point and we can start talking about other topics.
Now, get your flat ass off my bench.
Looks like the Red Ring was behind this.
No problemo.
Can I get ice down here?
Got it. I need you guys to focus. Heard the team scuffling with the Red Ring. We are bound to bother them at some point. If you poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen. That's not how bees work. But if we kill the queen, we rot the hive. You would do that. Kill Shroud.
Dark horse pick, I know, because some of you out there may not even consider this a game. But I do, okay? It's from former Telltale game developers off in a new company. And what they've managed to do here with their first title is amazing. They've created one of the best superhero pieces of animation and media in a while. With tough competition in this space with
Better than Invincible, Joe?
Invincible,
Better than
Boys and DC and Marvel and Disney.
So you're saying it's complete slop? You know, comparing it to like Invincible and The Boys makes me like not want to care about it. Like again, this is why I just don't pay attention to shit like Dispatch. Like this is actually out on Switch now, I believe, and never checked it out, never glanced at it. Don't want to hear it, and like. Yeah, it's because of retards like this. Like, if you're comparing it to The Boys and Invincible, like, not only do I not want to see it, like, I wish it never got made. So
All that shit. Dispatch actually manages to stand tall with the rest of them.
Mark some more. I'm curious to see what happens. Ah, okay. I thought they would just de-animate his cock. Oh, that's dumb. Isn't it? Oh no, we didn't get to see the cock.
With interesting, well-developed characters and meaningful choices that will keep you engaged. Blonde Blazer or Invisigirl, which one? You tell me, right?
Whee! It's a role reversal. Instead of Superman lifting Lois, Lois lifting Superman, and he's getting butterflies in his tummy.
cringe.
Ooh,
Cringe.
baby,
So yeah,
you
Dispatch
fly
is
me
a
so
joke.
good.
That's about what I thought, but
God damn.
And I just kept wondering what was going to happen on the next episode. What dangers lie ahead for this scrappy B-team crew of Suicide Squad-like
Yeah,
Z-grade villains.
it's so bad. Like looking at this, like what does he even like about these games is what I don't get. Like he just gives very basic, like, oh man, it's so cool when you play with a friend. Like, wow, I felt the same way when I played Contra 3 back in the 90s, you know? Like,
that you're reforming and you're working together with as a team.
Okay, did our man do it on his own? Of course, it's the complete wrong opposite way. He's gonna get it.
Yes!
Waterboy!
He's the best!
21% Waterboy! What the fuck? How?
Put out the fire.
Witch hunt.
You just need
They've
to
started
believe.
throwing punches. We don't want to hurt them, right? Rally them against the real enemy. Reason with them.
Reason.
Because this is all the way down.
And while its gameplay is as basic as it comes, basically picking which heroes to send on which missions based on information available, and the occasional hacking mini game and the dreaded QuickTime events that have no bearing on the animation.
But I failed.
You're doing it, Joe. You're
I'm
doing
doing it. Super Spirit Bomb. That one I'll do. Mortal Kombat or Dragon Ball Z?
so it's ripping off like other pieces of
But
media.
when you're watching the animated sequences and you're engaging with the characters, it more than makes up for it in the end in quality and engagement. Dispatch is now up there with my favorite superhero media series, and that says something. So
What?
I cannot wait for more in this series. And
Joe,
maybe
Joe,
we
Joe,
start
you have garbage taste in superheroes. Superman fucking sucks. Batman sucks. Like, Wonder Woman isn't even a character. She is fetish fuel. Okay? Like, your entire life is a lie. You have shit taste in everything.
Adding a little bit more gameplay segments, some new, interesting, fresh stuff, instead of just hacking.
Get people killed?
A real hero puts their ass on the line.
Come on! Just be careful, kid.
His ass.
The answers are out there if you just listen to the wind.
Oh. Cringe.
Number
Okay.
7.
And like all good sequels, we've included everything that should have been in the first game. More action. More weapons.
Yeah, like, Obsidian has to be one of the most overrated developers ever. Like, I'm so tired of, like, people acting as if they make good RPGs. I never even finished the original Outer Worlds. Like, nobody did.
And more graphics. Get ready for an adventure that took 3 times longer to make, but will almost certainly be 2 times bigger.
The Outer Worlds 2. Now, this game had a rocky start. Briefly pushed as the first $80 Microsoft game.
No. So it failed. Aw. They couldn't get away with raising the prices. Aw. Microsoft is, they can't do it. Aw.
Before eventually backing down from that threat, right? Outer Worlds 2 released to mostly muted and quiet praise. Alex ended up
from
really
Shields.
enjoying it more than the first game. Taking
Alex?
everything that worked there previously.
Okay. I want. This is the thing that really pisses me off about this video. Okay, like I really want you to like pay attention to like who he shows playing the games on stream and like what he says, like about other people play. Like Joe doesn't play the games himself. Like he has OJ or Alex do it for him. And like that's very apparent if you like listen to him talk because he clearly doesn't have like firsthand experience with most of these. And like you can kind of hear it in how he like describes it. So I think he didn't play Outer Worlds 2, going by what he's saying right here.
And improving on nearly all of its systems. Probably how it should have been all along. Being on the Game Pass also really helps this title. It's got a decent character creator, it's got cool weapons, it's got a more liberating movement system eventually, ability stats, perks, and most importantly, better companions than the first game, which I never really gave a shit about. Despite this game's rough first couple hours, it does eventually open up a bit into an interesting universe. Despite the RPG elements not necessarily being the deepest, it does allow you, though, to do the things that you want. Kind of approach situations in crazy ways.
Important NPCs or even companions can die, and it's always nice to see your choices impact the world. But if you aren't a nut job like OJ in these games, maybe quick save a lot. The game devs here know that some of us play like psychos, and they make sure that progression has so many paths that even if you just want to become the Ultimo Murder Hobo Loot Goblin, there are ways to progress in that way.
Important NPCs or companions can die. You could play like a psycho, and the game encourages you at every turn to do just that. Freeze an entire room of dudes just to buy.
Yeah, typical Western RPG slop. Like, they always do this thing like, oh, you have total freedom to do whatever you want, bro. And yet, like, it never really amounts to anything, Like, they said the same thing about Baldur's Gate 3. If it was true, it wouldn't be a selling point for, like, literally every Western RPG there is, Like.
Pass a huge fight? Yup.
I found a room filled with high-level guards, but instead of attacking them head-on, I sabotaged liquid nitrogen cooling systems and froze them all to death. while they screamed, and then afterwards just simply shattered them.
Yeah, that's nowhere near as cool as what you do in Tears of the
main
Kingdom.
story is just good enough. Not anything that's gonna win awards, but it's serviceable. But it's the gameplay loop and the quests and the freedom that make this one worth checking out.
At the center of it all is you. You who make the choices about who will live, who will die, and who will control the outer worlds. But don't worry, you can still just blow shit up if you want.
Cringe, cringe, cringe. Yeah, no interest, none, nobody cares.
Number 6.
Okay, so not only is this a bad choice, because Silk Song's fucking garbage. Like, Joe did not play this. You know, I think that's very, very evident by like looking at the gameplay footage and seeing like how he talks about it. Like no way he played this. Absolutely not.
Silk Song. Silk Song is that Metroidvania style game, right? And this is a sequel to the smash hit first game.
Like, as opposed to like the actual Metroid game we got this year. What is with these people and like not knowing the first thing about the genre? Honestly, like plenty of other games of this style exist, especially in the indie space. It's just well, he's never played Metroid. He doesn't care about Metroid. So like the fact that he's trying to hype it up as like the Metroidvania style, it's cringe. It's unbelievably cringe.
Hollow Knight, made by a tiny indie Australian studio that made it, which is that game is actually still on top games of all time lists everywhere. This sequel was a long time coming, but ended up being worth the wait. It is extremely challenging. I can't tell you how many times OJ died.
Yeah, OJ died. See, did you hear him say that? Like OJ died. OJ, not me. OJ. Like he didn't play this fucking game.
Ah, god damn it!
Hang on, let me get my phone so I can check the chat. I haven't been keeping up with the chat.
I knew it! Knew it! But I panicked. I think his fucking stick got bigger. That's what happened. I don't remember it being that long.
It's sometimes frustrating, but oh so damn engaging. Silk Song will pull you in. It's a masterpiece of these types of games. all of its elements come together in a successful way, improving on its predecessor even. It's got charming, interesting NPCs.
Yeah, okay. So he's not showing actual gameplay. He's showing clips from the trailers. You know, interesting NPCs? Like who? Like who in the game is interesting? Like the game has like notoriously awful NPCs. Yeah, that character didn't even appear in the game.
Fantastically designed and interesting boss fights, excellent art, of course, and visuals, and really great music. But one of the best parts is its price. It's only $20. One of the best deals in gaming. And back when it came out, and they could have easily sold it for $30 or even $40, but they didn't.
Yeah. If you have to talk about the price point when it comes to selling games, it's not worth it. Okay, like there's not that much of a difference between $20 and $80. Okay, realistically, like I would rather pay for a good $80 game than like a mid $20 one, and that's how I felt about Silksong. There are so many games that I played that were better than it that I bought at a way higher price point. Like honestly, if you take away the like the price point like discussion, like Silksong is not that impressive. Like it's not competitive with like games like Metroid. You know, it doesn't look good, it doesn't play well. Like it has all these issues, but people are willing to like, you know, ignore them because of like, but my price point. And I think it really goes to show you just how little of an impact this game has actually had on the culture. Like the fact that like we don't talk about the game itself, but like the price point. Ridiculous.
It's not perfect, right? There are still sections that'll really piss you off, gotcha traps and stupid tedious bits that make you want to never play the game again. But overall, you push yourself through and the game rises above all of that. It's a brilliant entry and a must-play for any fans of the Metroidvania-style games out there.
What about Metroid Prime 4?
Silksong was worth the wait.
No, it wasn't.
Right away, you can see how absolutely gorgeous this game is.
No, it isn't.
The art and visuals,
it's ugly.
When you can clearly see them,
plays like
are
shit.
Fantastic. If you were a fan of Hollow Knight's art style, I think you will love how the original style has evolved into Silksong's. The environments, enemies, and bosses are just as visually striking. And there are some encounters and locations here that I think will stick with people for quite some time. It's Hollow Knight at its core, so it's great. It's just tarnished. Like I said before, I think Silksong is a pretty great game. It's an evolution of the series at an incredible price with a glut of content and has some really dialed-in systems.
Yeah, so Joe did not play it himself. OJ and Alex did.
Extra caution. That guy? No, he's close. Where did he go?
So this fucker put Metal Gear Solid 3 on here. Like, unbelievable. Like a remake of a mid-2004 game that hasn't aged well, that nobody remembers, that nobody talks about. Like, this game, man, really isn't very good. And like, it does need to be said more, like, how awful this game is and how poorly it's aged to, like, you know, compared to better GameCube games like Eternal Darkness, Resident Evil 4, Metroid Prime 1 and 2. Like, the list goes on and on. Killer 7 is better than this. Like, man.
Lost sight of the enemy. Find him. We're under fire. Enemy position unknown.
I'm over here. Go back to your own world. See you in hell.
So it's the same game, but like up-res, basically?
Metal Gear Solid Delta. Yes, this one may be cheating, but I actually never played the original Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater on PlayStation 2. So this being my first experience with me and OJ, we were constantly saying, what the hell is happening?
What the fuck?
It's time
The
we go
fuck?
to the depths of hell.
Oh, my
What
Nintendo
the
Switch
fuck
Yeah,
is
no, Metal
happening?
Gear
year
was
is coming
like
in.
this.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look at that.
Fucking raining blood now.
The guy is popping out his
Yeah, after we're done
eyes,
with this, we'll go over
and
the.
the other one is controlling
Ghosts, Joe.
Is
hornets.
he crying?
You motherfucker! He better not survive.
But in a good way. And yes, while again, OJ and I have never once been good at stealth games,
Oh fuck! Oh. He knocked out his own partner. Get back here!
Did they change the way the combat works in this? It looks a little bit
and
different.
this is the kind of quintessential stealth tactical espionage game. The gameplay, it's just
I might
so
try it when it comes to
good.
Switch 2, but
This
yeah, until
lady
then.
is fucking taking her fucking boobs out every time.
Snake, look away! It's a booby trap.
Booby trap. He got booby trapped.
He's a man on a mission.
He's married to the mission.
And then you add in the characters, the story, and all of the production value, especially for the time, which was 22 years ago, yet still somehow it holds up today. Obviously, with the Delta version, it is updated for today's modern age. But thankfully, the remake doesn't fundamentally change that core game.
What's going on?
What the fuck, Joe? What the fuck? That's how you start the mission?
That's how you go down? Now is it?
No! That's not the way you go down.
Which it'll leave intact all of the best elements, and yes, sometimes some of the older feeling outdated ones too.
Do you think the spy could be this lady who keeps unzipping her fucking breasts out
Yeah,
everywhere?
she's just trying to distract me. No more distraction, Snake.
She also flies with her fucking
Yeah,
motorcycle.
that's a cliff! Oh, fuck. Explosion. What a dumb woman.
And keep the nostalgia intact for those that experienced it the first time. But we were really surprised with how in-depth and immersive this game could feel. No wonder it was a mega hit when it first released, and it's looked upon fondly for fans of the franchise.
Oh! Help! Someone help! Help me, please.
Now, it wasn't until Phantom Pain that OJ and I really started playing the series.
Ugh.
What the hell is
Oh.
going on in here?
Getting ready for battle.
You're going to battle in that?
Yeah.
Oh my
Ugh.
God! Just gear up, quiet. You know you're not being very quiet. Just get your sniper rifle. Let's go.
Fine.
But it was so,
So cringy.
awesome to go back and see
So
its
cringy.
roots and where it all came from. And
Has anyone else noticed how often he uses like decade-old skits in his videos now? Like he's just, it's just padding out the runtime and creating the illusion that like he's still making new ones, but no, it's mostly just old stuff and like in
started
jokes
to
now.
come into its own.
I'll know something's up.
Your balls aren't the balls that I normally
Your
grab.
balls smell different.
Crazy bosses, really fun Easter eggs, you know, the metagame stuff, the freedom in how you approach things. Metal Gear Solid Delta is a must-play for both new and old fans of that series for sure. And if you never played it at all, like me and OJ, you're going to be in for a huge treat.
Let me hold your balls. These balls aren't your balls. These are someone else's balls. I know your balls better than anybody else. Damn, you are getting your ass kicked.
Did they make the boss prettier? She looks younger in this.
Number 4.
Was she a bombshell when she was young? I don't know.
Let's move.
ESP's top 10 games. I mean, I guess we could, yeah. I'm not sure what we're gonna do after this. Okay, so it's Battlefield. That's slop. I don't really have anything interesting to say about that. Okay, wait, we're on 3.
Stop that! You're making too much fucking noise! Get over here! Went off, did their own game, and then brought us Arc Raiders.
Yeah, Arc Raiders. Nobody cares about that.
Lord have mercy on our souls, gentlemen.
Like, why do all these games look the exact same? Is what I want to know. Like, they're all like these third-person, like Helldive. It's just everything. Just it's all the same. It's embarrassing. Okay. Yeah, no one gives a shit about this.
Which Raiders was reminds me of those days of Xbox Live when that shit first came out and everybody was excited to use the mics and everybody was using the mics and you make the time you could eat how. Yup.
I'm curious if like he actually played Expedition 33. I don't know if there's gonna be any signs of that, but oh, hang on, I need to check caught up on the chat. Hang on.
Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Yup, it is a masterpiece and very deserving of the.
How many RPGs do you play, Joe? Like, how many RPGs? Do you play Brothership? Do you play Tales? Do you play Final Fantasy? Do you play Dragon Quest? No? Then why would I take you seriously?
9 awards it got at the Game Awards 20.
Nobody cares about the Game Awards! Like, okay, if you bring up the Game Awards to sell a product, no, you're done. It's over. Like, nobody cares. You're done.
Making it the most awarded title in that show's history. Narrative, art direction.
Doesn't deserve that, doesn't deserve that, doesn't deserve that, doesn't deserve that.
Music and performances. All of these were at the absolute highest levels in a turn-based RPG that almost never gets any love.
Yeah, because most turn-based RPGs come from Japan. Oh, by the way, he's saying this after Baldur's Gate 3, which was also a turn-based RPG, so he's a retard, okay? Like, the reason why you don't see people acknowledge turn-based RPGs is because they are ubiquitously Japanese RPGs. And that's something that the industry can't have. this doesn't even look good. Like, it looks unbelievably generic.
And as a relatively indie game, you know, not backed by billions of dollars.
It had a publisher. What are you talking about? They were funded by the French government. The developers had millionaire parents paying for it. Like, indie game? No. It's not a fucking indie game. We've been over this.
From some of the biggest corporations in gaming, it was a win for the little guys trying to compete in a crowded market. Proof that passion above profits can be a huge success. This is the kind of game that we started our show for, and the first game on this list, to feature and to share with everybody. Expedition 33 hit on all of these boxes for us.
Did he just admit that they sponsored him? Yeah, that would make a whole lot of sense. If so.
Damn it.
5 full thumbs.
Your noise is messing me up.
That was my fault. You were still gonna lose it, but it was my fault.
No way I would have had that.
Don't lie.
I would have had that.
No, you wouldn't have.
It was fun, it was challenging, it was addicting, intriguing all the way through. It had this bright but yet dark fantasy world, right? Really cool enemy and boss designs. I always wanted to see what was the next location. They looked crazy. What was gonna happen next? And the music. Oh my God, the goddamn music. We loved it so much.
That is a generic. Yeah. Okay, what's with the hype behind the music for this game?
Emotional impact as well. You cared for the characters and what was happening in its world. Wait, that's the good ending, not the bad? Oh my God. Damn. I'm scared.
Prime 4 had a better ending.
Oh my God, this is so depressing. I gotta go call my mom.
So much creativity woven into its many aspects. And that
It is,
combination
yeah.
of elements led to its success. And
Like, Expedition at its core is generic. There's nothing interesting about it. It's not fresh, original, exciting. Like, they ripped everything about it from like classic JRPGs. You know, games like Mario and Luigi, games like Chrono Trigger, games like Final Fantasy VI. Like, there's nothing unique about it. It's not a particularly impressive RPG, but like for secondaries who don't really play the genre, especially like modern games, like I don't know. Like I maintain that most of the people like talking about it are just being sponsored, and that there's no real following for this. Like it is kind of odd.
beauty on full display for everyone.
Let's go!
Whoa! Perfect! Fucking perfect!
Beat Sprung. We got an achievement. Multiple achievements. Damage received 0. Strong.
If you've not played it, it's definitely worth playing. I wish the team at Sandfall Interactive all the best with their next project, whether it's a sequel, you know, another Claire Obscure, or something brand new. I am awaiting with bated breath.
Ugh.
Number 1.
I remember that chick who did the Cereza and the Lost Demon soundtrack in like Gaelic. Amazing soundtrack, you know, like amazing theme, way better than anything in Expedition 33. Right. Like that's just one example, but like
find my way to that wedding all by myself.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
So yeah. So Angry Joe. Okay, the unique thing about Angry Joe is that like instead of shilling like Expedition 33 as the game of the year, he's trying to go for like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 instead. And honestly, this is probably worse because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, well, the original Kingdom Come Deliverance, that was basically the exact same situation as Expedition 33, where it was sold to us as this like low budget effort from like a European studio. It was supposed to be this anti-woke thing that didn't have big publishers involved. And what happened? You know, like they immediately cucked with the sequel and like started throwing in all this diversity and all this bullshit. Um, I guarantee you the same thing is going to happen with Expedition 33. Yeah, and anyone who's saying that like Expedition 33 is based is just downright delusional. Just look at the lead actress. You know, like
Don't put any.
Why are you?
Wait, Joe. He thinks it's a real fucking stock.
It was just one arm.
Oh my God, Joe.
All I do is turn.
Executioner.
I turned.
I got
this
you.
way.
You're the worst.
Oh my God, I'm out.
I'm too heavy.
I spent dozens of minutes making.
That's right. Henry tops my list this year. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is my #1 game of the year.
Henry, our hero Henry, the fellow who helps his fellow man. Oh, oh.
oh no, not this scene. Fucking bullshit.
Why? Well, no RPG immersed me in its time period and world as thoroughly and as completely as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Also, being straight robbed and not winning a single award at the Game Awards was a
It's almost like the Game Awards are corrupt and that you can't fucking take them seriously, like ever under any circumstance.
travesty, as this game deserves many accolades, just as Expedition does. This is easily my favorite RPG of the year. I think Henry's voice actor deserved to be nominated for an award. This sprawling, epic story has so many hours of content and spoken lines, it's downright crazy. The perfect medieval simulator adventure, right? Brought to life, improving so much on that first game that was kickstarted. This is how it was.
Oh, they
always
kickstarted the first game,
intended
didn't
to
they?
be.
Wow.
Another one for you, Joe.
It's too young.
Too young for Joe, though. Let's go!
Women get you into all sorts of trouble, man.
I mean, when I'm spending hours in alchemy, making potions from recipes all night long, and it's still somehow fun, that's a really good sign.
Poured in there. This is just relaxing, chat. It's crazy that I'm considered game of the year and all I'm doing is fucking cooking, essentially.
I love cooking.
Yeah.
For me, the quests, the characters, the side bits, the immersion, and the absolutely premium, beautiful music from a fantastically talented composer. The improved combat, all the new weapon varieties, they were all joys to engage with in the game. I truly felt a part of the world.
Whoa! Did I lift her up or did I go into her bosom?
Yeah, I think you dropped down.
I dropped down. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
We all loved watching OJ do his hilarious stealth run.
And stop stealing fruit.
All right. I'll see you later.
Hey!
What?
What are you doing out at night without a torch?
You just let me go.
This is just literally attempt to kill anybody that.
I mean, I will say that like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is like it's obviously way better than Expedition 33. Like obviously, yeah. But like at the same time, like Game of the Year, like really? Like you play anything
Got
this
in
year?
his way.
Hey, nice shirt.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Come here. Why are you all bloody?
Oh, the tailor must have nicked me with one of his pins. You know how clumsy he can be.
Huh, right. That makes sense. I'll be with you. Ah, what a nice guy.
And while the game is not perfect, right? There are plenty of glitches, there are weird moments, frustrating stuff, and the AI doing weird shit.
What the fuck? This is not fair.
It all still really added to the overall charm that is just oozing from this game. Passionate developers who really cared about how they crafted their game, and it completely shines through in every aspect. KCD2 is the pinnacle of these first-person, immersive, historical-ish role-playing games with so much content to return to and try again in a completely different way. It's my pick for Game of the Year for 2025.
We're gonna hang you, and then we're gonna whip you.
That doesn't make sense.
Fine, have it your way. We'll whip you, and then we'll hang you.
No.
And then we'll brand you. We're gonna brand you.
So, that's it. My personal best list of the games we played. What's on your list? What did we leave off? Let me know in the comments down below. And stay tuned, of course, for some of the most disappointing and worst games of the year. Until then, I'll see you guys.
Yeah, unbelievable. So like all the games he liked this year were like downright garbage, just absolute slop. Why is it zoomed in so much? Damn thing is never at the exact right. So yeah, like he's just like sitting there trying to tell you that like Claire Obscure was good, guys. I swear. Oh, it's the best game I've ever played. I've never played an RPG before, but like, oh, it's great. Like Joe is just he's such a shill. Like I'm convinced that like pretty much everything he talked about here, like he was sponsored by at some point, and that's why he never like really gives any attention to Nintendo at all, because they just don't do that. Code Violet, the worst game I've ever played. Let's see, hang on. Did DSP like top 10 games? Fan voted DSP games in 2010. Surely he did the top 10 games list recently. And I'm curious if DSP's list is better than Phil. Let's see. Arc Raiders. Okay, DSP top 10 video games in 2025. Watch Mojo. Okay, I don't see any Phil here. Like I specifically typed in Dark Side Phil and like it's not coming up. Like again, like YouTube search is like broken. You can never find anything you want at all. It's just okay. Yeah, I can't find anything from Phil. Let's see. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, what a fucking retard. Okay.
These are birds and they're
What a fucking retard. Okay. Yeah, we'll be talking about the stock price thing today, because that's like a major, major cope at this point. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think that's everything relevant. Okay.
Only reason
Let's see.
nobody hates Pokemon. Hello, I am the real life face.
Okay. All right. So we have a handful of videos to react to today. Let's see. It's DSP, the worst game I've ever played.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
So yeah,
Guess
the
what?
big new PlayStation
2026,
exclusive.
and for the first time this year, I'm about to do something on my PlayStation 5.
So wait, is Sony doing the same thing that Hollywood does, where they release like absolute bullshit in January for tax write-offs? Like unbelievable.
By the name of Code Violet. This game is being touted as the spiritual successor to games such as Dino Crisis. All right, I don't know if it's going.
Vertanga and Desire like couldn't roast me if they tried. Like they don't have the ability, they don't have the skill, they don't have the IQ. Like both of them are just terminally online shills who can't process like what I do, how I'm successful, how I keep defeating them over and over and over again, and how they are essentially standing on top of a house of cards. They are losers, and that's going to become more and more apparent as Nintendo continues to win. But anyway,
to live up to that moniker or not, we won't know till we try, right? So let's try.
So apparently he hated this
There are
game.
options here.
I don't know anything about this game. I've heard it's like terrible, but like people tried chilling it because it was a PlayStation game.
Controls, display. What about display? Anything we can do to mess with this? Brightness, subtitles on, obviously. Subtitle language, English. That's it. That's all of the options. I haven't played on my PS5 in a long time.
If Vertanga tried to crack a whip on me, it would break in two.
Really
you
quick.
know?
I'm just curious, are we on 4K? Because I haven't looked at this in a very long time. It says resolution automatic. That's great. What are we at? At least we're on 120 hertz, but what are we at?
Who the fuck cares? What does this have to do with the game, you dipshit? Like, play the fucking game. Okay, what's the actual game like?
Okay. A hologram or something. What the? Oh, well, she's dead. Well, she was short-lived. Good thing we didn't even learn her name. Doesn't matter. Anyone else with the game being called Code Violet and everything being purple? just can't help it but getting like Saints Row vibes. You know what I mean? Like we're so used to that color being associated with that franchise from like a decade ago. That's the game I associate definitely with Saints Row, with the color purple. So, she's here. Dad. Content.
Where's the gameplay?
So now it's Resident Evil, but I thought it was Dino Crisis. 100 of up. B is stand up or crouch. Her hair phases in and out of her own back when she does that. That's not a good sign. Okay, we have
How amazing.
X does nothing. Square puts a meter on the bottom right hand side of this info. Right. She shoves it into her leg. She rips it out of her calf and shoves it back into her calf. Wow. Great stuff right from the get-go here. All right, here's some nice dead body parts. Very nice. We got some biological waste. What do we got?
Yeah, it's just fucking boring. All right.
I'm doing this as I tried to do a video on my thoughts on Nintendo's 1964, and I got no joke there. I just had nothing to fucking say. Because if I were to do a video on my thoughts on any year other than Nintendo's 2025, how could I possibly go, fuck this game? And oh, for that matter, complain about everything Nintendo's doing. Or defending all of it. I don't give a shit. I have no shame.
Yeah, Scott, you're a piece of shit. This is why your channel's in free fall. It's why nobody watches your content. It's why you never get laid. Like, nobody fucking cares. Like, he's even admitting it that, like, well, I'm Scott the Waz. People will, like, watch it if I, regardless of what stance I take. Like, no, Scott, nobody's gonna watch this.
I don't give a shit. My name is The Vocal Minority Online. 2025 has been an interesting...
What is he talking about? Like, so he censors himself? Why? I mean, like, he tries to present himself as a kid-friendly personality, but it's like, why? Like, are you a pedophile? Are you trying to lure in children with your, like, Nintendo channel? Like, you're the next Pro Jared or something? Like,
year online to discuss Nintendo shenanigans, because either people are absolutely milking the hell out of the negativity, or they are just sucking Nintendo off. I don't know what's going on there. In my opinion, Nintendo has had a pretty decent year when it came to game releases. But with this being the launch of a new generation for them, I feel like they've taken this as an opportunity to instill some new practices, or bring back some old ones, because, you know, I've already said it before. Nintendo is not new to doing some stupid ass bullshit. And while I feel like this has been a pretty decent year when it comes to their overall output, I feel like they've made a lot of very questionable or kind of
like what?
decisions.
Like what?
And I just kind of want to talk about my thoughts on the year as a whole. This isn't going to be the most comprehensive thing out there. This isn't going to be exactly like the Nintendo Switch year-long retrospectives that I do with Scott the Waz episodes, which I'm still always going to do those. But I kind of just want to use this as an excuse to just ramble on about my unfiltered thoughts regarding the releases and just all the stuff that's happened in 2025. And throughout the past year, I've taken the opportunity to talk about my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2 every now and then, you know, during kind of like bigger moments throughout the lifespan of this console, from the initial reveal to the initial direct to the launch, and then a couple months in. So I kind of want to start with my thoughts on Nintendo's latter half of the year, because I've already talked about Nintendo's first half of the year in numerous other instances. I'll generally recap some stuff there, but I kind of just want to talk about why I don't give a shit about Hyrule Warriors and other things too. However, first, somebody paid us. Here you go. All right, this is a good game. I don't give a fuck. To be honest, the first 2 months or so of the Nintendo Switch 2, I felt like were incredibly strong, at least from a Nintendo first-party perspective. I felt third parties were also very strong as well. And I find that a lot of people are saying that the Switch 2 didn't have a great launch lineup. I would disagree with that. There was a ton of Switch 2 software available at launch. The problem is, it just wasn't the most exciting to have a lot of these things available on a Switch console, because a lot of the stuff available at the Switch 2 launch was just kind of like, this is business as usual. A lot of games that were already available on Switch, they just got a Switch 2 release, so they looked and ran better. Stuff like Sonic X Shadow Generations, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S, Hogwarts Legacy, No Man's Sky, Fortnite. And you had like Deltarune as a launch title, which is just like, okay, that's cool. Deltarune is great, but it's also like,
No, it's not. He's out of all the third-party games he could have singled out, he chose Deltarune. Like, what a fucking poser. Oh, Deltarune was great. What are you talking about, you dipshit? Nobody was talking about Deltarune. Nobody plays Deltarune. Nobody even knows that came out. Like, nobody fucking cares. Like, you could have talked about Rune Factory. You could have talked about Street Fighter 6. You could have talked about, like, Hitman, World of Assassination. All of those were way better than Deltarune. Fucking Cyberpunk is probably better than Deltarune. Okay? Like, are you really gonna sit there and like try and say like, oh, Deltarune, that was a standout title? No, it fucking wasn't. Shut up.
Room. It could literally run on like, I don't know, this. Bravely Default, which I still don't really understand why that was a Switch 2 exclusive title, outside of the fact that it had a couple of like mouse mode little mini games in there. But there's like no reason why that shouldn't have been available on the Switch 1 at the same time. But then you had stuff like Street Fighter 6 and Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah, I've noted that too. Like how people are acting like it's been a full year of Switch 2 when really it's been like 6 months. So like that's really important to note when talking about people like spurging out about the first year of Switch 2. Like really, we're not going to be aligned with like the Switch 1 release until like March, where like that's like 9 months in, and we'll get our first major direct. Like I think people really are barking up the wrong tree when they try and say this was like a disappointing launch or that there wasn't a whole lot to play. Like that's just straight up delusional at this stage.
7. Those were cool, but at the same time, they are a couple of years old at this point, and honestly, like, we're also used to the Switch form factor, and multiple other handheld PCs have come out since
Nobody cares!
Having those games available in a portable manner.
Nobody cares about the handheld PCs. I am so tired of seeing this used as a cope against the Switch. Like, well, why would I want to play it on Switch instead of a handheld gaming PC? Because nobody fucking has one! Like, what? It should be the other way around. Why should I buy a handheld PC when I can get a Switch 2 with the Nintendo Switch exclusives and every relevant third-party game? It doesn't make any sense. And yet you always see them use this cope.
I think is that crazy. Impressive? Sure, but it's not like, oh my god, holy shit. But either way, the point I'm trying to make is the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2, there was stuff to play. It might not have been the most appealing to like pick everything up, but there is like dozens of games available at the very start. And Nintendo themselves with their first party lineup really delivered the goods. Say what you will about Mario Kart World, we can keep talking about how, oh, the game is a disappointment in this way or that way. It's a high-quality game, and it's Mario Kart. The fact that a brand new exclusive Mario Kart was available at launch, that's tremendous. That's awesome. And then a month later, we got Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is an amazing game. That's fantastic. Good for you, Nintendo. Except for afterwards, I felt like Nintendo kind of lost a lot of momentum there. See, that's the point I was trying to make. I start mentioning Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S and...
Wow. So July. Yeah. So he's talking about July to like January. Oh, they lost a ton of momentum. What are you talking about? Like they had a game a month like all year long. What are you talking about? They lost momentum? Like, are you serious?
I just go off. I found that after Donkey Kong in July of 2025, a lot of stuff was way too up in the air with Nintendo. Basically, all throughout August, we didn't really know of any major release dates for any of the other titles coming out in 2025. And in my opinion, it's not even like I was desperately looking forward to any of these games. It felt like Nintendo kind of blew their load with Mario Kart and Donkey Kong, one right after.
What are you talking about? They sold you on the console. Like, what else are you expecting them to do? Like, they had like 2 huge entries, a bunch of other games, and you're going to sit there and say like, oh, it wasn't good enough. Oh, like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Another. Now, I'm happy that they did that. I thought that was really good for the first 2 months of the system. But after Donkey Kong, if you tell me, and that's not all, we also have Drag X Drive.
Yeah, Drive.
Being the Forgotten Land
Base,
Switch 2
base,
edition. Hyrule
base,
Warriors
base,
Age
base.
of Imprisonment. I'm just like, well, this is a pretty weak Act 2 to follow the first 2 games.
Yeah, first of all, he's ignoring like everything else that came out. And second of all, like all those games are awesome. Okay. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you can't just like he's downplaying essentially like everything that isn't like a major AAA Nintendo game. And you see this like all the time from these people. Like they really do act like only Mario and Zelda matter at this stage. And it's just so embarrassing the way they try and like, skirt around the idea. Like all those games were great. I love Dragon Drive, love Kirby. Like he needs to stop.
Games that Nintendo released this year, but let's talk about that. So I've played a couple of hours of Age of Imprisonment here, but I wasn't necessarily looking forward to this one. It was just kind of like, yeah, this is another Switch 2 game by Nintendo. Even when it was initially announced in the April Switch 2 Direct, I just kind of looked at that and went, well, that makes sense for them to do. But I'm not interested in this in the slightest. I didn't really give a damn about the story in Tears of the Kingdom, and
Yeah, you're a dumbass.
It feels like they learned a lot of lessons from Age of Calamity on Switch 1, where, my biggest problem with that game is that it wasn't canon, and it was kind of being advertised as the story before Breath of the Wild, and then you play it, and then it's just like, well, this is some alternate timeline nonsense. Now, I've watched a lot of videos of people's thoughts on this whole thing, and I've heard some people say Age of Calamity was fun because it went fucking crazy, and because they did alternate timeline stuff, you didn't know what to expect. And I can definitely understand that. But when it comes to like what I wanted out of that game, I wanted a sad fucking ending. I wanted an ending where everybody fucking dies. Yes, it's predictable, but that's the whole point of a prequel. You know what's gonna happen at the end of a prequel. And then yes, without all the alternate timeline nonsense and time traveling nonsense in that game, you wouldn't have gotten all these crazy characters that you could play as, like all these characters traveling back in time to help you out. Like, yeah, that's cool, but when it comes to my preference, it would have been to make that game canon. So they learned their lesson here, and they made sure everybody knew this was canon. The problem is, I don't give a fuck that this is canon. I don't give a fuck about this story, I'm gonna be honest. Again, keep in mind, I already didn't give a fuck about Tears of the Kingdom story, so when I'm watching...
Yeah, people really need to stop complaining about Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I'm very tired of hearing this. Like, the story wasn't good. Like, so you didn't engage with it. You didn't study it. You don't know anything about what happened. Like, I get it's very similar to seeing people complain about Metroid Prime 4's story, honestly. Is that, like, people say this, and I'm just like, so you didn't understand it, is what I'm saying. Like, you don't appreciate what they did. It's like I can't take it seriously, honestly, at this point. Like whenever people say this, I just kind of roll my eyes at it. Tears of the Kingdom is like my all-time favorite Zelda game now. So it's just I find it very, very obnoxious how so many people are like adamant that this game was like had this terrible story.
Yes, I already knew a lot of this happened, and this isn't really shocking me with any details or any revelations or anything like that. Like,
yes, it does.
I don't care about this game story-wise. Just full stop, don't care. I respect the amount of effort they put in. Everything feels and looks like Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom. I appreciate that they made this canon, but the overall concept of this game, it makes sense to me. Like, it's like, okay, you already did this for Breath of the Wild, and there is that chunk of Tears of the Kingdom that you could focus on for a Warriors game. This just makes sense. My thing is, it's just not that appealing to me. I don't really care about the concept of this game. Not saying it's bad, just saying it's very uninteresting to me, especially compared to the other two Hyrule Warriors games. The first Hyrule Warriors is just a non-canon fucking sloppy fan fest, and that's kind of what made it fun. I know I complained about Age of Calamity not being canon, but the Hyrule Warriors never billed itself as a canon event. It was supposed to be just a crazy, wacky celebration of the Zelda franchise, like all these different eras, especially including all the DLC with that game. You had Marin from Link's Awakening, you had Toon Zelda. The only thing they were missing in Hyrule Warriors was Groose. I have no fucking idea why they didn't include Groose. But instead what? They included Ravio, right? From Link Between Worlds. Yeah, that's fucked up. Why is he there, not Groose? And even with Age of Calamity not being canon, I found it very cool to see a lot of characters when they were younger. You saw Impa when she was younger, you saw Pura when she was younger, Robbie when he was younger, and I thought it was really cool to actually take control of the champions from Breath of the Wild, because they were a big part of Breath of the Wild. Like, we all remember the champions from Breath of the Wild. You go over to Age of Imprisonment, I think most of the playable characters are just original characters. And even then, a lot of the characters that originated from Tears of the Kingdom, they did not leave much of a lasting impression on me at all, at least compared to the champions. So the idea of, oh, being able to play as these characters that appeared in Tears of the Kingdom, it's not that interesting to me. The only playable characters in Age of Imprisonment that I remembered from Tears of the Kingdom that really actually left a lasting impression on me, of course, Zelda, Rauru, Minoru. Then you have Queen Sonya too, but she dies like within like a fucking 30 minutes of playing this game. She's not even playable, not even at the start of it. And yeah, you do have like the mysterious construct, which is just the stand-in for Link, because they needed to get Link in the game somehow, and you know, like, Link isn't in this timeline yet, so like this is your stand-in for that. So I mean, like, okay, yeah, sure, Link is in the game. Whoa. So I'm not saying that original characters are bad. You know, for this specific game, they definitely needed to create some original characters. But I just find it to be boring. You know, like, I just don't really care about what's really going on most of the time. And playing the game is a Warriors game, you know, like, in the right mindset, it's fun, but it is obviously very repetitive. And they do incorporate a lot of cool things from Tears of the Kingdom in there, which I do like. That was one of the coolest things about Age of Calamity, is like recontextualizing a bunch of things and features in Breath of the Wild into a Warriors format. I always thought that was really cool. And they do that in Tears of the Kingdom as well. But I gotta be honest, I kind of just turn my brain off for this game. I just mash a bunch of buttons for like an hour or two, and then I move on, and I come back to the game in like a week or something. I think it's cool that a lot of stuff takes place in the depths, and a lot of stuff takes place in the skies. But honestly, like, again, like, I'm just kind of like, we've already gone to a lot of these locations in Age of Calamity, and also in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. There's not a lot of locations in this game that really get me like, wow, this is so cool. Like, I remember in Age of Calamity, it was really cute when near the end of the game, I remember it puts you around like the Shrine of Resurrection, and there's a little Korok that you can get by running up to the ledge, which you kind of start the game at in Breath of the Wild, where they showed the title screen for the first time. I thought that was cool. Like, I remember going like, it's this place. So overall, what I'm trying to say is, this game doesn't excite me really in the slightest. The only thing that I really see people even mention about this game that's interesting or exciting is the fact that it has a lot of like sections that are reminiscent of Star Fox. But for me personally, it's kind of like, yeah, that's interesting for the first time when you see it. But are those sections necessarily that fun? For me personally, like, I'm not really having like the most fun. It's not that they're bad or anything, but I'm not going like, wow, I am having a blast right now. I could play a game of nothing but this. Like, I'm just like, I don't care about that. Like, it's cool that there's a different kind of bit of gameplay in here, but I don't really find it to be super fun. It's just kind of like, oh, okay, you know, this is what I'm doing now. However, the one thing I will say about this game, it runs great, and honestly, that's a damn miracle on a Switch system. Because I remember playing Age of Calamity in 2020, and I was not a frame rate snob back then, but now, like, it's become so blatantly obvious. Holy shit, that ran like ass. This is...
Well, like, my thing with this is that, like, I don't necessarily disagree with him about any of this. I think Age of Imprisonment was probably one of the... Yeah, I think it was the weakest Nintendo game released this year. Like, I just don't like how they've handled the newer modern Hyrule Warriors games. They take them way too seriously. They're not fun to play. Like, I would rather them just make, like, you know, an actual original, like, strategy Zelda game. Honestly, like, I just don't think the Warriors formula is really doing it for them. Like, I want something more technical and demanding. And so, like, for me, I do kind of. I haven't been super thrilled about it. Like, Age of Calamity is my least favorite Zelda game ever. It's on the short list of like one of the worst Nintendo games of all time for me. Imprisonment isn't that bad, but like I was bored by it, and like I do think it had a ton of problems. I still haven't finished it.
Damn stable 60 frames per second. It feels a million times better. It's an incredibly smooth experience, and this is at least like good to see that games that initially ran pretty poorly on Switch now run much better on Switch 2. So as a system showcase, I think this actually does a pretty good job showcasing that, like, all right, a lot of games are actually going to run a lot better on this system. But to also be honest, I think Hyrule Warriors is one of the most skippable games this year. Not because it's bad, but it's also like, what are you genuinely missing out on by not playing this game? There's so many games I feel like I should be playing instead when I'm playing Age of Imprisonment. It just feels like an incredibly skippable game. This very much feels like if you're a big Zelda lore nut, you're gonna get a bunch out of this game. But for anybody else, it's just a solid Warriors game, but there's a billion of those out there. Of course, if we're only talking about what's available
Also on
Switch
Switch, yeah.
your options
We got
are much
Dynasty
more
Warriors
limited. Even
this
playing
month.
Warriors games on Switch 1 through Switch 2 backwards compatibility, yeah, I mean, this one just runs a million times better. So this is probably your best bet. But I would not run out to get this game unless you're into Warriors games and you're also a big old Zelda lore fan. So, it's fine. Who gives a shit? But that wasn't the only game that released in November. We also got Kirby Air Riders. God damn, I'm going to sound like such a fucking asshole. Okay, it's not because I don't like this game, but I will definitely say I think I respect this game a lot more than I actually really enjoy playing it. And to be honest, I think that's just down to personal preference. As much as I see a lot of other people saying how much this game just dug its claws into them and they're just having so much fun, I'm like 30% that. I'm like sitting there and I'm like, wow, this is a cool, cute game. And that's about it. Like, honestly, right now, I'm not looking at this and going like, oh, fuck, I just want to play like one round, like, man, this would be so much fun to just pop in and just play for a little bit. Like, I don't have that connection or lust for Kirby Air Riders. And honestly, that's okay. Not every game is meant for everybody. And I wouldn't even say this isn't a game for me. It's more so a game that I play for a couple hours, I enjoy, and then it goes on the shelf, and I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, who cares? That's what you're supposed to do. Like, okay, I put like 30 hours into Air Riders, perfectly serviceable game, okay? It wasn't my favorite of the year, but I really enjoyed it. I got a lot of mileage out of it. Like, I loved, like, going achievement hunting. Like, I liked Kirby Air Riders a lot. So, like, for him to say, like, oh, I only play it, like, a couple of hours at a time, like, yeah, that's perfectly normal, It's like, again, you're not supposed to necessarily be addicted to every single game you play, okay? Like, be more reasonable.
Friends come over and they're like, I want to play Kirby Air Riders. And I'm like, yeah, we can sit down and we can play that. I do really like how this game feels like Sakurai took Kirby Air Ride and was like, let's just finish this game. Not that it was unfinished originally, but it's obvious that game kind of had a bit of a tight development time. And when you look at that game, comparing like all the content it had back then, it definitely didn't have like a ton of stuff, but they definitely made the most out of that situation, and they made it kind of feel like as fully fledged as an experience as they really could have back then. And this feels like they're actually going to that concept and going like, all right, let's finish this game for the modern day. Let's fully flesh it out with far more racers, far more variety, just far more things to do. There's a lot more content in this game, though I wouldn't really say it feels like there's like this overwhelming amount of stuff in this game. It feels like a pretty tight experience. But with how tight of a package it feels, it honestly kind of like puzzles me why certain things got more focus, it seems, than other things. Even in the Kirby Air Riders Direct, Sakurai pretty much said right there that, like, hey, the focus of this game isn't necessarily the racing, and pretty much said that, like, City Trial.
He said that about the original as well. Like, this is pretty standard for Air Ride.
Is a bit of the main event for most people, which is why I just find it very odd how much this game focuses on the standard racing. Even Top Ride gets a big focus in this game. And City Trial only having like one map, while it is a massive map with a ton of secrets,
it's always had one map.
I feel like it would have really greatly benefited from like 2 more maps. They could be
The entire point of City Trial is that you go through the same area over and over again, learning everything about it, learning the spawns, learning the way the game works to utilize it to as effectively as possible. Like having more courses undermines what the game should be about. It's just no.
Smaller maps, I don't need them to be that big. You could even port it over the original City Trial map. I don't know. It just feels odd when the director of the
I
game
know,
is
right?
saying
Yeah,
that
it's so
City
double
Trial
standard.
is basically the main event. All the fans of the game are saying that City Trial is the main event. But then when you look at the actual content of the game, City Trial does not really feel like it's treated as the main event, which I wouldn't say the air ride or top ride modes are bad in this game. I honestly think they tweaked them quite a bit from the GameCube original, and I think it's all for the better. I think they're actually pretty decent modes. The problem is, I just don't really find them to be that appealing to keep coming back to them. I really love how unique the Kirby Air Ride formula is. I love that it's all right, you move automatically, and the only major button that you're using, stops you and kind of charges up your vehicle, and it's kind of like a drift, all of that all at once. It feels like one of the most unique ways to do a kind of mascot racing game. And I think it is really cool that it kind of continues Sakurai's original ethos of designing Kirby, where it's let's make this a platformer for beginners. Let's make this as simple as possible. So, by that logic, they made Kirby Air Ride's general flow and controls to be as simple as possible, though I would honestly say it's a lot more complicated and a bit harder to figure out for most people than a typical just Mario Kart game. With that is one of my major complaints about Kirby Air Riders, is the fact that they stick too close to that damn idea of I want to make everything only on one button, to the point that Sakurai made a joke in the direct where he said oh, regrettably we had to include a second button, which I thought was funny, and it shows that he is self-aware about that whole mindset. However, I honestly find that second button is pointless to put that on a second button, while they don't put other things on a second button. Like inhaling enemies on the track is on the exact same button as your brake, as your boost, as your drift. And I'm I feel like that would have made a lot more sense to put on the special button, because the special button doesn't even get used for the majority of the race. It only gets used when your special meter is full. So why not make the special button the inhale button, and then when your meter's full, then, well, yeah, you can't inhale. Who cares? You're already going to use your special attack. That's already going to be plenty powerful for you. Sure, just do that. I don't know. And the whole thing where you have to wiggle the stick back and forth to do a spin attack, I'm just again, why can't that just be just some other fucking button? I don't know. And then the major new mode in this game is Road Trip, which is basically just a single player campaign. And, it feels very Sakurai. It feels very much like what they've been doing with the Smash Brothers games for the past couple of entries, where, we're trying to find the best way to incorporate all the other elements of the game into a single player campaign in the most resourceful way possible. And I definitely commend that, but I find that Road Trip, for me, just gets a bit too repetitive. And even then, a lot of the challenges that I run into are just not very compelling. Most of them are incredibly easy. I feel like I'm just kind of doing the same thing over and over and over again. But when Road Trip is played in short bursts, I think it's a cool addition, and it has some incredibly high quality CGI cutscenes. And each of the stages that you go to look gorgeous. This game just pops. It looks really nice. I think the art direction is crazy, especially on a lot of the air ride courses. This game just goes berserk with a lot of its concepts, and I find that the amount of options kind of crammed into this game to be very compelling. It's just kind of fun to explore the menu system and just see all these different things you can do and unlock and all of that. Overall, it doesn't really feel like Smash Brothers, where there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trophies to unlock and all of this stuff. But rather, like I said, it just feels like a very tight experience with a lot packed into it. It doesn't feel overwhelming or that there's an infinite amount of content here. Not really at all, but I think they really did make the most of this is Kirby Air Ride in 2025. I think they nailed that. And while it isn't something that really got its hooks into me, I enjoyed what I played, shit, this video is so long. The hell out of this project. Kirby Air Riders felt like it was a creative and passion-fueled.
So to sum it up, in the most bitch way, the simplest possible way Like, this guy is just going into artistic detail about how, like, everything other than Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza, like, doesn't count as, like, real, like, Nintendo Switch 2 games. Like, obviously, this is just a giant cope. Especially because he's only talking about, like, a 4-month period, but, like, yeah,
decision
a 3-month period,
to
excuse me.
put that into production. While Nintendo and HAL Laboratory went to Sakurai to request that game get made, it felt like this was created out of a passion to kind of do right by the Kirby Air Ride fandom and bring Kirby Air Ride back better than ever for the modern day, and I think they succeeded with that. Yes, we're talking about the success of bringing a GameCube era project back for the modern day. On an unrelated note, yeah, this was a bit shocking to wake up to review scores for Metroid Prime 4. And,
Oh yeah,
see
the
a
review
lot
scores
of
that
kind
aren't
of
even that
mixed
bad. Like, yeah, a 78 on Metacritic is not that unimpressive. I'm very tired of people acting as if it's like some huge shocker. Like, honestly, like, I find Metroid Prime 4 to be a lot better than games like that are that get 80 and 90 scores, honestly. You know, I like it more than something like, say, Arkham City or Astrobot or Clair Obscur 33 or Baldur's Gate 3 or like Halo Infinite. Like, it's like it is remarkable to see how the industry has been like crying about Metroid Prime 4, which is, I think, in a lot of ways kind of a marvel and kind of showcases just how much better Nintendo is at this kind of thing than like their immediate competition. Like, for comparison's sake, compare this game to Half-Life 3, right? Like, this game actually came out. Oops.
responses about it. I remember seeing when previews went out for this game how a lot of people were getting all bent out of shape about the dialogue you would hear from the Galactic Federation.
Yeah,
specifically Miles
not an issue.
McKenzie. And when people
Nobody
say
cares.
they want to punch this guy in the face, I take that personally. So my personal take on all of that is I felt like that was a bit overblown. Yes, it is a little off-putting to hear
No,
kind of
it's not that bad.
very modern sounding character in a Metroid game, kind of using I wouldn't even say lingo or slang or anything. I would just say it definitely felt a little jarring to hear that kind of dialogue in Metroid, which isn't to say that Metroid hasn't had dialogue in the series before that has been stupid. Obviously, the huge example of that is Metroid Other M. Metroid Prime 3 also had a lot of dialogue from NPCs that isn't the most like, oh my god, I love this dialogue so much. I mean, you can
Prime 3
kind
was
of tell
awesome.
from that and the fact that we got Metroid Prime Federation Force in
Which was awesome.
2016. It's
Which
pretty
was also
obvious
awesome.
that they do want Metroid to kind of evolve in this way. They want Metroid to be more story focused. They want it to have more characters like this. They want to focus on the Galactic Federation much more, and Prime 4 is indicative of that. But I do feel like they're kind of like weary from the reception of Metroid Other M, but they also want to kind of move forward in that direction. So they kind of are like doing a little half and half. The fact that you do have extra characters in this game that are more talkative and are more like, regular human beings. And then you have Samus, who doesn't fucking talk at all. That was definitely a complaint.
Like, okay, so like, what is with this complaint? This is so stupid. Like, you always see these people like do this thing where they're like, oh man, the Nintendo character doesn't talk. It's so immersive breaking. Like, what are you talking about? It's a staple of the genre. And like, you never hear people do this for like, I don't know, like, the Dragon Quest hero or like, so many like other iconic like silent protagonists. Like, it's like, who cares? Like, really? Like, who fucking cares?
How Samus was characterized and Samus talking in that game. And Samus has talked numerous times before, but in Metroid Prime 4, she basically doesn't say jack shit. And see, that's kind of the core problem with Metroid Prime 4 from my perspective. I've played a couple of hours so far, and I'm definitely going to finish it.
A couple of hours? You didn't fucking finish it? You're a Nintendo YouTuber! I finished this in like a couple of days. What's he talking about? A couple of hours of it? Are you serious?
but I would say Metroid Prime 4 takes
like 10
some
hours
of the
long.
worst elements from GameCube era game design and also some of the worst elements from modern era game design, and it puts it together, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it creates a bad product. I don't think Metroid Prime 4 is bad by any means, but I think it takes annoying things from both old and new games, and it just puts it together in an experience that I think feels like it's trying too hard to appeal to both older and modern audiences, and because of that, it doesn't really 100% succeed at appealing to either or. First time I played this game, I got a rude awakening with this game's dog shit auto-save system. Now, it is Metroid, and in Metroid games, you need to go to a save room, and I forgot to do that for 40 minutes because it's been a while since I played a Metroid game. Last Metroid game I played was Metroid Dread.
He forgot to save the game? This is the guy you're listening to about Metroid Prime 4. This is the guy who's complaining about Metroid Prime 4. Like, this is the guy who's telling you that this game, like, was disappointing. Like, I didn't save for 40 minutes. Like, what are you talking about? Like, how do you forget to save a game? Like, it's like, what?
And I played a good couple of hours of Prime Remastered, so I forgot to save.
A couple of hours of Prime Remastered? What are you talking about?
Me. I died at a stupid easy part. I just was being careless, and then it reloaded me fucking 40 minutes prior. Now, of course, with this being a Metroid game, that 40 minutes was probably more so like 15 minutes, and 25 of those minutes were spent kind of exploring and figuring out what to do. So getting back to the point that I died was doable, but god damn was it annoying. That's an element that I think is a little outdated with Prime 4. And I also think that the overall combat in Prime 4, I think they need to do something to kind of spice it up. You look at what they did with 2D Metroid games, with Metroid Samus Returns and Metroid Dread. They gave Samus a counter move in that game. And I just kind of felt like that overall makes the combat in those games much more exhilarating and interesting to even like look at. When you look at Metroid Prime 4, even playing it, I mean, most of the time, I just feel like I'm just mashing the trigger button, shoot, lock on.
You have to aim in certain ways. Like, Metroid Prime 4 has, like, a lot of innovative combat scenarios. Like, to say it didn't innovate over the first three is, like, retarded. It's dumb. You know, like, the way you use the control beam sometimes, you know, like, the morph ball is better implemented into combat scenarios. Like, you know, they did raise the bar, like, for the combat in this. Like, don't be ridiculous.
To an enemy, shoot. Maybe strafe a little bit. I mean, like
the old games.
It works, but I think Prime's combat definitely needs something to kind of just like supercharge it a bit. I mean, you can even see it in trailers. I don't think Metroid Prime 4 necessarily had many amazing trailers. It was kind of like, here's Metroid Prime again. Like, that's what a lot of the trailers kind of said to me, and that was reassuring. But I don't think it was necessarily very exciting. There's not really a ton of Metroid Prime 4 trailers that I look back at and go, damn. Like, do you remember that? Because even the initial, like, full reveal of Metroid Prime 4's, like, gameplay back in June of 2024, like, it didn't really show anything other than just kind of like, yeah, it's Metroid Prime again. I think they just need to do something to just kind of make the combat more interesting to play and also watch in Metroid Prime, much like they did with the 2D Metroid games and the counter that they added to there. But I think they were trying to make Prime more exciting with the addition of Viola, your motorbike, in the game. And I'm not necessarily opposed to a motorcycle in Metroid. I mean, you have the Master Cycle in Breath of the Wild. Why not Metroid? This just doesn't really feel like it was fully thought out. There's not really a ton that the bike does, and you know, I'm only a couple hours in at this point, so maybe eventually the bike just turns into this fucking incredible thing, because as it stands, like, it's fine to control, like, it feels fine, but I wouldn't necessarily call it like, oh my god, this is the most fun controlling bike I've ever used. To be honest, at times it feels a bit corny, cheesy, and like, at that point, like, I'm kind of thinking, like, just lean entirely into that. Like, when you're initially training to use Viola, they put you on a fucking racetrack and they're playing this fucking rock music and shit. And I'm just kind of thinking, like, this is cheesy. This doesn't necessarily feel entirely like Metroid. It feels like they're trying to make this as cool as possible. And I'm not, like, opposed to that, but I'm just kind of thinking, like, go all the way with it. Like, make this bike as fun to control as, like, a kart in Mario Kart World feels to control. Like, give me fucking tricks to do on it. Have it so then I can drift on it and get fucking power slides with it and shit. Because as it is, all you can do is, like, a boost. And even then, this is also, like, another small element that I remember being kind of like, I think this is a little poorly designed. But when you're training in this game and it tells you, like, oh, to do like a little boost spin, after you're boosting, press and hold the B button again to do like a little fucking power slide thing. I don't know. The way it described it there, I was like trying to do it and I'm just like, this isn't really working. Instead, what you're supposed to do is basically just double tap the B button. Instead, it tells you after boosting, press and hold B. And I tried doing that and it wasn't working. And I looked it up on YouTube and people were saying the exact same thing. They were going like, yeah, I didn't know what the to do here. Like, I felt like they were not explaining it very well. And that's honestly how a good chunk of Metroid Prime 4 feels. Not bad, but it just, I think it needed to get tightened up a lot more. Specifically, you go into that open world Soul Valley portion with Viola. And I recently got to that part and I'm just going like, it can't be that bad. Like, I've seen so many people complain about this, and it is that bad. I don't know what they were thinking with
what
this
are you
thing.
talking
It is
about?
literally
No.
a completely
It's-
barren, open desert with nothing to fucking do in it at all. And reading interviews, you can see that they incorporated that as a way to kind of appease some fans that were asking for an open world Metroid game. And I saw a lot of people go, it's just like nobody wanted an open world Metroid game. And yeah, I mean, like, I agree. I didn't really see a bunch of people say they want an open world Metroid game. And I honestly think people probably were just saying that years ago just to say it. It's like one of those things where you see a lot of people say, I want this, I want that, I want this. Like a lot of the people that said they wanted Metroid Prime 4. Did you really want Metroid Prime 4? Or were you just saying that because a lot of people were asking for a new Metroid game? Following internet discussions a lot can do that to you. It's like people saying, I want Mother 4, I want Mother 4. I'm like, do you want Mother 4? Like, if Mother 4 gets announced, are you gonna play it? Are you gonna buy it? Or are you just following the fact that this is a beloved game series that a lot of people speak highly of, and you're just going like, man, Nintendo needs to do this, and then you're not gonna fucking buy it because all you fucking want to play is Mario. Well, regardless, they followed what they thought were people begging for an open world Metroid game, but this doesn't. This is literally just a giant open desert. That's all it is. It's like incorporating an open world without actually knowing what makes an open world so enjoyable. And then the fact that there's like no music there is ridiculous. The fact that if you want any music during the desert portion, you have to buy an amiibo. That's also ridiculous. And it's not even that, like, I think this open world was a bad idea from the start. Like, I think you could have made this a really engrossing open world, like, hub area of Prime 4. They just didn't do that. They just put a fucking desert there and went like, all right, just drive across this desert to go to your next area. That's all it is. It's kind of just there to pad out the length of the game, it feels. And yeah, it's pretty bad. But again, that doesn't make Prime 4 a bad game. I think at its best, Prime 4 is like the best Metroid has ever been. Like, this has a lot of great stuff in it. I think this shows that Retro Studios, while they've definitely had like kind of a tumultuous decade here because they really haven't made an original game since Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. And even then, I think a lot of key staff members have left. But overall, I think the quality aspects of the studio have remained as solid as ever. Retro has always been incredible at art direction, and Prime 4 is stunning. Retro's world design is in a league of its own. Like, I love, whether it's a Metroid Prime game or it's a Donkey Kong game, you can look at any world and just see that, like, this feels like a living, breathing world. Regardless of how sci-fi, cartoony, fantasy-like it is, whatever. This feels like a living, breathing painting, even though, like, Metroid Prime doesn't have like a painterly art style to it or anything. It feels like a realistic kind of sci-fi look to it. But any area in this game, I find myself kind of stopping and just looking in the distance and just seeing like how cool a lot of this looks. I wouldn't say technically it's like one of the best looking games I've ever seen. Definitely one of the best looking Nintendo games, but I mean, comparing it to like PS5 games, you know, like it still looks like it's a generation or two behind. But artistically, I think these worlds look amazing. And a lot of the new ideas that they have in Prime 4, I think are genuinely pretty solid additions to the Prime series, or the Metroid series in general. I think the psychic abilities that you have, there's honestly a couple of times where, you know, the way I'm using them, I kind of think like, wow, this is like a really cool way to use these things. Because it's like, again, Prime 4 has had just dog shit trailers where they're talking about the new psychic abilities in this game. And they're going, with these new psychic abilities, Samus can open doors. Like, I give a shit. But there are a lot of creative puzzles and applications for these psychic abilities, and they feel really natural as a part of Samus's moveset. Even to the point that the scanning ability from Prime is like just a psychic ability now, pretty much. Like, I think like the psychic charge shot you can do where you're controlling it around and stuff. There's some cool uses for that. Like, there's some genuinely clever puzzles that's used with that. It's not like game-changing or anything, and I think that's one of Prime 4's biggest problems, is it's not really like pushing the series tremendously forward. This isn't like a Breath of the Wild moment for Metroid. This is more so bringing Metroid Prime back. And I think one of Metroid Prime's biggest problems is that it never really reached the height of Metroid Prime 1, because Metroid Prime 1 was a genuine like huge revolution and evolution for the Metroid series, bringing Metroid not only into 3D, but also first person. Like, that just seems like, oh, this shouldn't work, and it worked incredibly well. And they tried it again with Metroid Prime 2 and then Prime 3, and none of the Prime games really made as much of a splash as that first one did. And Prime 4 definitely feels like,
yeah, because people were downplaying it by that point. You know, it's just, it has nothing to do with the games. You know, I'd say Prime 3 is better than Prime 1, but it's entirely because the industry was just like rallying to try to push the idea that these were stale, uninspired first-person games.
Hard, but again, it feels a little too rooted in the past. And it is pretty obvious with interviews that the development hell that this game was in for nearly a decade did definitely contribute to a lot of its shortcomings. And while I think it's fair to look at this game critically, I think you also have to look at it with a lot of respect, just knowing that, like, wow, this game went through the fucking ringer and it came out pretty good. It definitely has a lot of problems, and its problems I wouldn't say are unmanageable for the player. Like, it's more so like, this is annoying, or this could have been better, or this didn't land in the way that I think it should have landed. But I think you can see that years and years of development kind of got to a point that, like, I think Retro Studios knew some elements weren't the greatest, or they weren't working as well as they should have, but they literally couldn't do anything about it because the game was already the fucking 8 years in development. Like, what are you gonna do? Scrap something and rework it and then take another 5 years to put this game out? I think they were like, we gotta put this game out. It is good enough, and let's hopefully move on to Metroid Prime 5, and let's make that from the ground up and make it the game we want to make. So that's how I see this game. I see a good Metroid game with some annoying and not so great elements that overall makes it kind of like, you know, like it's 7 out of 10 kind of game. And I do think that is unfortunate because Metroid Prime 4 has been kind of just like this ghost looming over the entire Switch 1 generation, and we finally get it at the very end. And it's not this amazing game. It's just, it came out good enough, I think, which is unfortunate. But if you were following this game up to release, you would see that Nintendo put out some marketing materials for this, pretty much saying that Prime 4 is the start of a new era for the Prime series, and you don't need to play Prime 1 through 3. You know, it's clear to see this isn't going to be the last Metroid Prime game. I would say even if this game doesn't do that hot, I think Nintendo has shown that, like, they do care about this series. They want to make sure that it's nice and healthy, and I think they know that, like, Prime 4 had a lot of missteps in development, and I think we are probably going to see a Prime 5 sooner than later, and I think it's going to incorporate a lot of reused assets from Prime 4. I think they're going to just keep on trucking, and I think Retro Studios is going to be back to being the primary Metroid Prime studio from here on out, which I'm not complaining about. They're obviously very, very talented, and the game came out pretty good so far. I will say I did try using mouse controls with this game, and the mouse controls were definitely fun to use, and they definitely felt very fluid and very cool. I just played with them on my couch. Like, I was just like...
Yeah, I love how, like, a lot of people are trying to tell you that, like, Prime 4 is going to be the end of Metroid when, like, Nintendo's already releasing statements saying they're talking about sequels. So it's like, what are you talking about? Like, it's just...
the couch's cushion as a surface for the mouse. And that actually worked pretty well until I kept dying and dying and dying at a pretty easy part. And then I swapped over to the controller, and I immediately won. Like, I immediately just kept on proceeding. The mouse controls definitely didn't make my experience easier, I would say, but it definitely made it more fluid and fun feeling. But using the Joy-Con 2 as a mouse, I think definitely works better in kind of smaller, bite-sized increments. Something like the Mario Party Jamboree mouse mini games, I think work better with that setup. Because I think if Nintendo wants to push more mouse control games, I think they're going to have to release an official accessory that's like a grip for the Joy-Con 2 to more properly use it as a mouse. Because the way Prime 4 is designed around them, I get it, but I just found myself accidentally pressing the face buttons too much. Because there's not a ton to grip onto with the Joy-Con, I found myself accidentally, like, bumping my thumb into, like, the Y button. And, like, as I'm trying to, like, shoot something, I accidentally go into morph ball mode. And I did that a couple of times, and, I just think I need a damn grip for these mice, man. Like, it's fun to use, but... is that really worth early onset arthritis, folks? Well, it seems that the only major 2025 release that Nintendo put out this year that I have not played yet is Pokemon Legends ZA.
Oh, no.
Oops. I'll give this a try at some point, but if it's like every other Pokemon game, I will play for 3 hours and then remember why I don't think I will ever get into Pokemon games. But having a game like that available in the launch year of a Nintendo system is a big deal. Normally that doesn't happen for Nintendo systems. If you remember back to 2017 with the Switch 1's first year, people were speculating that an enhanced version of Sun and Moon was going to release only on the Nintendo Switch.
No. That wasn't being speculated. Some dipshit named Laura Kate Dale, some guy, tried to tell us that, like, he had, like, insider information, and, like, Tom Phillips, like... it was a story the industry was pushing. It wasn't speculation. Like, people were legit saying they had insider information that it existed, and then it turned out no, it didn't exist. So, like, yeah.
And they released on the 3DS, the year of the Switch, and yeah, that was that was lame. Same thing happened with the 3DS and DS. Black and White came out like the same month the 3DS launched, and then Black and White 2 released on the DS like a year and a half into the 3DS's life. Normally with Pokemon games, it does take them like an extra year or two to get accustomed to the new system. So the fact that they were able to put this out on Switch 2 and for it to run just perfectly fine, I think is tremendous. I think this hopefully shows a very bright future ahead for Pokemon games on Switch 2 where they run fine. Yeah, you don't have to worry about frame rate problems. You just have to worry about the game not looking that appealing. But yeah, other than this, I've already talked about the Switch 2 editions before, like, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Party, Kirby. I really hope Nintendo doesn't overly rely on Switch 2 editions moving forward. I've seen many people equate...
Okay. This is something I can't stand. Because you saw the same thing when, like, the Switch 1 came out, right? When you saw these people, like, freaking out over, like, Wii U ports, like, as if it takes away resources from making new games. It's like, it's completely retarded, and I don't want to hear it. Like, it's so stupid. Like, how dare they re-release games on like new hardware. It doesn't make any sense. Like I'm completely done with hearing about this. Like anybody who does this deserves to get bitch slapped. Like it's
releases
disgusting.
To the Wii U ports during the Switch 1 era, where the Wii U ports would kind of like fill in the gaps of traditional brand new releases, and the Switch 2
What
edition.
traditional brand new releases? He's really implying that like ports stop new games getting made, which is like obviously fucking retarded. Like it's appalling.
Sort of doing the same thing, except in my opinion, these are even fucking worse than the Wii U ports. During the Switch 1 generation, it was really easy to kind of dog on the fact that like some years had a bit too many Wii U ports. Specifically, I'm remembering 2018. I mean, you had Bayonetta 2, Donkey Kong, Hyrule Warriors, Captain Toad, hell, even games like Mario Tennis Aces and Smash Brothers Ultimate. While they were completely brand new games, they were obviously built off of some Wii U games, so it kind of felt like a big year of deja vu. But at this point, I think we gotta cut the Wii U port some slack, because you couldn't play those games initially on the Nintendo Switch. And, you know, oh, now we can play these games portably, and oftentimes they'd fix a lot of stuff about the games, or they'd run better and all of that. The Switch 2 editions here, yes, they are improving Switch 1 games in many ways dramatically. The Zelda games are almost like full-blown remakes of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The problem is, it still just isn't that exciting, because fundamentally, I can still play all of these games on Nintendo Switch 2. A Nintendo Switch 2 edition isn't making them, oh, finally, I can play these on my Switch 2. Like, no. I definitely really appreciate the upgrade to 4K 60 frames per second for the Zelda games and Kirby, but at the same time, this isn't like, oh my god, this incredible new experience. It's kind of hard for me to warrant replaying a lot of these games when fundamentally a lot of them are just kind of adding a resolution and frame rate bump, which I'm incredibly appreciative of. I think these games deserve to be running at a higher frame rate and higher resolution. The problem is, like, if you want me to get excited about this and almost treat these Switch 2 editions as brand new games, they just don't really fit that bill for me personally. So I don't mind the fact that they exist, but honestly, you know, like, yeah, it's really cool that we have Breath of the Wild at 60 frames per second. That's crazy. But am I really gonna go through that entire game all over again? Am I really going to play through Tears of the Kingdom all over again? I just beat that
You don't
game.
have to. Like, it just lets you pick up where you left off. Did you not even turn the game on? Like, your save data carries over. Like, you don't have to start over from the beginning. What is he talking about? What is he talking about?
Less than 2 years ago. Like, I don't want to just go through that entire thing all over again. And then Mario Party, like, the mini games they added are cute, but just the way that whole update was handled, like, I never want to see a Switch 2 edition like this ever again. Especially the fact that, like, yeah, it isn't really a Switch 2 edition. It's Switch 2 exclusive DLC, but that's all it is. The base game has not been updated to run better or look better on Switch 2. And I feel like that should be like a bare minimum what these Switch 2 editions do. They now run at 4K or upscaled 4K, and or they run at 60 frames per second. Other than that, yeah, Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, still great games. I was surprised by the lack of DLC for Mario Kart World in 2025, and I do think it does need it. Mario Kart World definitely got a lot of hate this year, and I think it definitely deserved a lot of criticism, but I think a lot of this was kind of overblown, because at the end of the day, I think the gameplay in Mario Kart World is some of the best in the entire Mario Kart series. I think the trick system and the overall feel of playing this game is top of the class kind of stuff. You just have a lot of little design elements that really kind of bog down the experience, and it just makes it not as fun as it really could be. But in my opinion, I think the developers have shown via numerous free updates that they are listening and they are kind of seeing a lot of issues, and piece by piece, they're kind of trying to make the whole experience a little bit better. Like, every couple of months, we see like a brand new free update drop out of nowhere where they randomly fix a small issue. Like, oh, all the P switches are now viewable on the map. Oh, a couple of the routes in the game have been updated to be much better. So I do feel like in a couple of years, things are going to be different for this game. I hope. And then Donkey Kong Bonanza is another game from the Mario Odyssey team. It's fantastic, but I don't think this game made as much of like an impact as something like Mario Odyssey did. And that could be for numerous reasons. I mean, for one, the Donkey Kong IP is not as strong as the Mario IP. Everybody kind of knew what they were getting into with a 3D Mario. People don't really know what they're getting into with a 3D Donkey Kong, really. So I feel like this game could have been even better than what it already was. I hear people say like, oh yeah, like Donkey Kong, the conversation has moved on from Donkey Kong. It's just not as there as it was with Mario Odyssey. And while I don't necessarily disagree with that, I don't 100% agree with it either. I think Donkey Kong Bonanza was a necessary release, and I don't really think Nintendo was anticipating it being literally like this massive tens of millions seller straight out the gate. I mean, like, you are fundamentally taking a risk doing a 3D Donkey Kong.
Okay. What a dipshit. Mario is the Donkey Kong IP. Mario started in Donkey Kong. Like, oh, it wouldn't do as well as a Mario game. Like, they're expanding the brand, Like, Donkey Kong is the first expansion to Nintendo World they ever developed. Like, Donkey Kong is absolutely a viable IP for them. Like, talk about delusional. Like, Mario is technically a spin-off of Donkey Kong. Fuck you.
Isn't a popular franchise, but, that franchise has just been kind of like all over the place over the years. And there's only been one 3D game before it, and it's DK64. And for it to have sold over 4 million units within just a couple of months on a system with a very small install base, all things considered, and for it to get nominated for Game of the Year and all of these extra things, getting such a high Metacritic score and players being pretty damn happy with it, I think this game was a success. And I think expecting any more out of it, I'm just kind of like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Am I the only one that sees people talk about not only games like this, but other games about how, oh, this game kind of came and went, and like people just don't talk about it anymore. And that game is like 3 months old, 4 months old at this point. And I'm just kind of like, that's kind of like every game at this point, man. There's so many games releasing. Like, were you really expecting everybody to be talking about Donkey Kong Bonanza for like a year straight? It's not that kind of game. It's like a game you play for 10 hours and it's just like you start, you finish, and then it's done. I think I remember seeing some people say that about Tears of the Kingdom as well, going like, oh man, it's just not the same compared to Breath of the Wild. Like, I'm just kind of like, guys, we're at a point where like the games back in like 2017, like Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild are some of the best games of that generation, but it's also like those were games that were very special, once in a generation kind of games. And with Breath of the Wild, that was a huge open world, and it was the first of its kind, just doing what it was doing. Mario Odyssey was a return to like the open sandbox style of 3D Mario that fans have been begging for decades, and it's also all within the launch year of a system, so everybody is super excited about all of that. Yeah, of course, people are gonna move on from Tears of the Kingdom pretty quickly because it's a sequel to Breath of the Wild. It's not as crazy, mind blows, oh my god, we have to keep talking about this game. People keep talking about Mario Odyssey because it's fucking Mario. Every generation of Nintendo is defined by the 3D Mario that releases that generation. For God's sake, I think more people have probably talked about New Super Mario Bros. 2 this year alone, just because it's Mario, than the amount of people that have talked about tons of other like amazing games that have released this year. Does that make those games like, oh man, they just don't have that same sauce as like all these other games I remember from years ago that I'm nostalgic for at this point? I don't know. My point is, I think Donkey Kong Bonanza did everything it needed to. I think it was a great game, and it was something that I just kind of rushed through that game because
Yeah. So, like, he's not wrong. Like, the whole talking about it thing is just a cope. Like, it's been a cope for years. I'm glad to see someone in the community calling it out, because I feel much the same way about it. Yeah.
I was so having a great time with it. Like, I was just like, I'm dropping everything I'm doing. I'm just sitting here for like 5 hours of sitting playing through this game, which is rough for me because like I really game in like 1 to 2 hour increments, and like if I'm sitting down for 5 hours playing a game, that means like I am entranced. And I was having a great time with DK Bonanza. I did all of that, and I probably burnt myself out on it just trying to get to the very end because I didn't go back to like 100% it. But I did try out the Emerald Rush DLC. This was another controversy of Nintendo's this year, and that was their DLC strategy with a couple of games, specifically Donkey Kong Bonanza and Pokemon Legends ZA. The Donkey Kong DLC is definitely a weird thing because in many ways it does feel like it was ripped out of the game at the very end. There is a strong comparison you can make with this compared to the Mushroom
absolutely
Kingdom at
not.
the end of Mario.
Like Emerald Rush feels like it's longer than the actual base game. It's a huge DLC.
Odyssey, just with it being like this end of game throwback level, you know, based on the old N64 days. And it's a very cool level, but there's nothing to do in it. But then you have the Emerald Rush mode that's attached to it that I think is not a bad addition to the game. My problem is
better than the base
I
game.
don't think it feels like paid DLC. Now, that's not to say Bonanza wasn't worth the $70 I paid for it. I think it was a high enough quality experience to warrant a $70 price tag. However, charging for Emerald Rush and DK Island, you know, I mean, Emerald Rush feels kind of like this game's version of Luigi's Balloon World in Mario Odyssey. So both elements of this DLC already feel like we're just retreading old ground from Mario Odyssey, but also they're charging for it now. Now, at the very least, Emerald Rush, I think, is quite a bit deeper than Luigi's Balloon World. But obviously, I think Luigi's Balloon World kind of resonated with players a lot more. And I think a good reason for that was because it was a free update. But yeah, in addition to the Donkey Kong DLC, Pokemon Legends ZA announced like a $30 DLC, like before that game even launched. And yeah, so it's not like Nintendo has never done anything like this before. I mean, they did this back during the Switch 1 generation. You can look at how Breath of the Wild announced a season pass like a month before it launched. And I wouldn't necessarily call Breath of the Wild's DLC to be like an insane value. A lot of Breath of the Wild's DLC honestly feels like you're buying fucking office supplies. Like, yeah, some of this is useful. Yeah, I'll get some use out of this, but it's also like, why am I paying for this? Why am I paying for a difficulty mode? Why am I paying for features on the map screen and whatnot? Like, that's the kind of stuff Breath of the Wild's DLC was. So again, it's kind of the point I'm trying to make here. Nintendo wasn't really doing a ton new this year. Like, a lot of this stuff, they've pulled this kind of nonsense before, but I think people are definitely pretty fed up with it this year. More so than I've usually seen. Which is why I think it was pretty surprising that Nintendo never raised the price of Nintendo Switch Online. Just the fact that they included GameCube in the expansion pass at no extra cost, that's pretty shocking. But I will definitely say the release method of GameCube games has been peculiar, and that's just the thing. Like, I think Nintendo's communication this year, not just with GameCube releases, but also just in general, their communication this year has been dog shit. I love that during the Switch 2 Direct, they show like, hey, all of these GameCube games will release on NSO at some point in the future, and then they like don't update it for like a couple of months, and then they're like, hey, you, here's Wario World. They never even teased Wario World before. What the hell are we doing here? But yeah, no, I think Nintendo has been very confusing with a lot of things. I mean, even I look at the September Direct from 2025. Even them just talking about, like, let's say, like, the Mario Galaxy 1+2 pack only focused on like, oh yeah, we added storybook pages to Mario Galaxy 1. They also could have mentioned that like that game runs at 4K on Switch 2. You also have mouse controls for player 2. You know, like they didn't mention any of that in the Direct. They don't mention prices in these Directs. They wait for afterwards to show us because they know these things are way too damn high. Hell, even the Nintendo Direct in March announced virtual game cards. Firstly, you. I don't fucking like virtual game cards. They're confusing. They're annoying to deal with. I don't know what the hell they mean half the time. I just think they overcomplicate things. I haven't used virtual game cards to any benefit ever. I'm not going to complain about, you know, the positive aspects of it, which makes kind of lending games a little easier. I guess. But you know, just for me personally, what I'm using my Switch for, I think they suck. They annoy the shit out of me. If you're getting use out of virtual game cards, 100%. I definitely understand. I'm not saying, oh yeah, remove this feature because some people are getting use out of them, whatever. Like, no, I'm just saying for my personal use of the virtual game cards, fuck you, Nintendo. I hate virtual game cards. Then in addition, their communication's been weird because they're trying to push the Nintendo Today app and they're failing miserably at it. That app is stupid. It's awful. That app has absolutely no point to it because Nintendo doesn't care to give it a point. They just want you to use it. They don't care.
Nintendo Today is great. You can learn all sorts of things about like the characters, see comics, like you get like, you know, you get to learn more about random games. It's like, it's fantastic. What are you talking about?
Care to give you a reason to. Every now and then they would add a little something to kind of get you to use it. Like within the first couple of days of that app existing, they announced the Zelda movie's release date on there. It's like, okay, well, you have that, but after that, they just kept on posting like random screenshots from Donkey Kong Bonanza that didn't reveal anything. They kept on posting news about Kirby Air Riders, again, which didn't reveal anything. And that's in addition to Nintendo Music, the Nintendo Store app, which they just put.
You do realize that didn't they like announce Raiders on Splatoon Raiders on Nintendo Today? I believe they did. Like they have made like announcements on Nintendo Today. He's being retarded. You know, typically what happens is that they announce it on Nintendo Today, and immediately people post about it on Twitter, which is why it doesn't feel like they're announcing anything on it, but they are.
And now they have the Nintendo Switch app, which rebranded from the Nintendo Online app. Nintendo has way too many goddamn apps that they keep just announcing and just putting out of nowhere, and I feel like they could consolidate most of these into like 1 or 2 apps. But all right, folks, let's talk about third-party support on the Switch 2. That's just kind of my stance on it. Like, it's fine. It's doing what it needs to do right now. But, yeah, there's not been a ton of super exciting stuff in 2025. I think the excitement reached a peak with Cyberpunk 2077 and Street Fighter 6. I think a problem.
What are you talking about? Cyberpunk? Are you fucking kidding me? Like Resident Evil 9 is probably going to outsell Cyberpunk without even trying. What are you talking about? You know, Pragmata is probably going to be bigger. Like, what are you talking about? You know, real talk. Like, Hogwarts Legacy has completely and utterly raped Cyberpunk. Harry Potter took his Phoenix Feather wand and just shoved it right up V's ass. Okay? Like, Harry Potter, like Hogwarts Legacy, just demolished Cyberpunk. You know, it's the better game, it's the better IP, you know, it's from a better developer, you know, like, why do these people sit there and try to tell you Cyberpunk was huge on Switch 2? Because it wasn't. Okay, I'm so tired of hearing this. It's such a gigantic cope, and like really deserves to be called out. What am I doing, Goose?
That I have with the third-party support in 2025 is that a lot of the stuff that we're seeing on Switch 2 is not really anything that's completely out of the ordinary from what we've already seen on Switch 1. A lot of the Switch 2 releases are just like, yeah, like we've had games like this on Switch, but they run without compromise a bit more now. You know, like it's cool that we have Persona 3 Reload on Switch 2, but you know, we had Persona 5 and 4 and 3 Portable on Switch 1, and 3 Reload is like a, you know, from the ground up remake of Persona 3. Yeah, sure, but you know, it's not like this crazy, oh my fucking god kind of thing. I think
Wait a minute. By that logic, wouldn't Persona 3 existing on like other consoles invalidate like Persona 3? That doesn't make any sense. Like, what is with this weird like thing these people do where they complain about games getting re-released on Nintendo consoles, and yet you never really see it happen when it comes to like Xbox, PlayStation, or PC? Who cares if the original Persona 3 is available on Nintendo Switch? Like, who gives a shit? And yet he's trying to make it out to be like, well, who would buy Persona 3 remake if the original's already on there? Like, people who play Persona 3 and want to buy it. Like, I don't get it. What's the complaint?
Regarding the third-party support on Switch 2 just kind of really sets in what the Switch 2 generation is. And I think that's why I see a lot of lukewarm reception on the Switch 2. Because you can't say it's bad, but I personally see a lot of people kind of at odds with the fact that they're not feeling that crazy excited about this thing. And they're comparing and contrasting, going like, well, the Switch 2 didn't have as good of a launch as the Switch 1 did. And I'm here to say, the Switch 1 had a pretty...
Yeah. So Scott is like the stereotypical, like, JRPG, like, hater Nintendo guy, all right? Like, whenever people are making fun of, like, Nintendo YouTubers not liking JRPGs, they're talking about him specifically. So, like, the fact that he claims to be a Persona fan is, like, hilarious to me. Like, what a fucking retard.
Bad launch. All you had was Breath of the Wild, and that wasn't even exclusive. Now, thank God you did have Breath of the Wild, and that made it a pretty cool damn launch day. But at the same time, I'm looking at the amount of games that came out on Switch 2, and you get a brand new Mario Kart in addition to that, on top of having backwards compatibility with pretty much the entire Switch 1 library. You get GameCube games on NSO that day. Like, there was so much more to do with the Switch 2 at launch. But the problem is, the Switch 2 is fundamentally like a phone upgrade. This isn't this exciting brand new venture for us. This is just a better Switch, which is what everybody asked for. But now that we have that...
Yeah. You dumbass. It's like a Game Boy Color, you know? Like, it's like the Game Boy Advance SP. Like, well, the SP wasn't more powerful, but you know what I mean, right? Like, so what if it's... It's been like, it was 8 years since the last one. Like, this isn't really a valid criticism.
Like, oh. And in my opinion, I just say embrace it. Like, this is what we wanted. And like saying that, oh man, this just isn't as fun. This isn't as interesting or exciting. I'm like, yeah, it's a Nintendo Switch 2. And my thing is, like, what else would you have wanted out of a Switch 2? I mean, like, I'm sure a lot of people would say some wacky, crazy idea, but I'm just saying, man, Nintendo already has wacky, crazy ideas, and I'd say 50% of the time they are misses. They put out Drag X Drive on the Switch 2, and that was a complete miss. That's a wacky, crazy idea.
No, it wasn't. No, Dragon Drive was awesome. Fuck you, Scott. You're a parasite. That game is awesome.
Are you sure you want to take that risk with the Switch 2? Oh, what if the Joy-Con 2 were more innovative and took more risks? And what if they came with a retractable knife? I'm not saying I would have been opposed to Nintendo putting more stuff in the Switch 2, but things are already pretty expensive. And, you know, I think they put more than enough into this for this to be like a full new console generation for them. And I think it makes more sense for Nintendo to put wacky, crazy, stupid shit in the games themselves rather than force them upon us in the console, because that's how you get stuff like the Wii U, or that's how you get stuff like the Virtual Boy. The point is, the Switch 2 isn't very interesting, and that's okay. But I think once you accept that, I think then you can look at this game library and go, this is a pretty good game lineup. It's just not going to be that exciting because, you know, look at the point where we are with gaming, and after like 8 years of the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, like, it's cool that we got Yakuza 0 on the Switch 2 at launch, but we already had Yakuza Kiwami on the Switch 1, and Yakuza 0
is
like a PS3 game. The fact that it's running on a handheld, it's cool, I guess, but it's not making me do a double take. Even getting like Madden on Switch 2. Like, yeah, it's been a good long while since we've had Madden on a Nintendo console, but it's still like, I'm not freaking the fuck out over seeing Madden on a handheld.
Who cares? Like, who cares? Like, who cares if you're, like, not excited about everything that comes out? Like, who gives a shit? Well, I'm not hyped for Madden. Like, yeah, because Madden's fucking bullshit.
Man.
And the NFL's for facts.
Decades. And even impressive ports like Star Wars Outlaws. It's Star Wars Outlaws. Like, yeah, that's a PS5 exclusive game, and it's running pretty damn well on the Switch 2. It's still Star Wars
these people
Outlaws,
trying to show
and
Outlaws?
I don't really give a shit. I'll probably give it a try at some point, but I'm not really chomping at the bit to try these out. Same with, like, Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Madden's actually
Then
doing
you
fairly
have
well on
kinda,
Switch
like,
2.
weird ports like Tomb Raider Definitive Edition, which I bought that immediately because that Shadow dropped on the Switch 2. And yeah, that kind of sucked. It didn't run poorly on Switch 2, but it was quite literally just the Switch 1 version of the game, which was pretty much a port of the 2013 Xbox.
There was no Switch 1 version. What are you talking about? There was no Switch 1 version of this fucking game. What is he talking about? There was no Switch 1 version. I would have owned it already.
60 version of the game, and it was just that, but it ran better. When like Tomb Raider Definitive Edition on PS4 and Xbox One had like a better updated model of Laura, and this.
Wait, did he say Laura?
Didn't use that. Like I don't know. It's just kind of weird. Laura and Xbox One had like a better updated model of Laura, and
oh, you fucking retard, Laura. It's Lara, you fucking dipshit. Like, do you not know anything? Like, you uncultured swine.
This just didn't use that. Like, I don't know.
How dare you mispronounce my wife's
But
name?
just looking at the rest of the third-party support on Switch 2 throughout 2025, there really wasn't a ton of heavy-hitting games. I think a lot of the games that were genuinely a lot more exciting that were announced for the Switch 2 ended up getting pushed to 2026, like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Elden Ring. So that's the thing. There was a lot of third-party support on the Switch 2, and I think we just need to accept the fact that, like, I think there's going to be very few games that get announced that's going to have that, like, wow factor on Switch 2. Especially with, you know, like, we're well accustomed to pretty good-looking games running on a handheld.
I just
with
blathers on and on.
PCs, even a lot of pretty good Switch 1 ports. But even considering that, while I think the third-party support on Switch 2 this year did the job, it wasn't very exciting, and I think it really lacked a lot of major titles after launch. And even if a third-party game released that I was interested in, oh boy, it was a game key card. Okay, everybody, I think I am coming to terms with the fact that I'm probably going to buy a game key card at some point. I mean, even looking at stuff like Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows, those games on PS5 and Xbox Series X are already kind of fundamentally game key cards. They already require an internet connection to install those games on those consoles. So at that point, like, I'm just going like, well, even if these games launched entirely on a Switch 2 cartridge, it wouldn't fucking matter. I'd have to connect to the internet anyways, because that's fundamentally a part of how these games operate. So yeah, like I'm kind of coming to those terms, and you know, I wouldn't say I'm like warming up to game key cards. I'm more so just accepting the reality of the situation here. A lot of developers have come forward and said that the Switch 2 game cartridge speeds to run their games isn't fast enough, which if that is true, that's fucking lame. I don't like that that's a thing, but I guess it is. The cartridge speeds are not fast enough for some games, and even then, I think a lot of games are just flat out too big to even fit on a cartridge. Final Fantasy VII Remake is 90 gigabytes on Switch 2, which at that point, like, yeah, even if they squeezed a chunk of this game onto a cartridge, a Switch 2 game cart, like, at its highest capacity can only hold 64 gigs, so you would have to download stuff regardless. So I think I'm just accepting the fact that, like, some games, like, this is just how they are. And I know I've said before, and I've seen a lot of other people say that, like, game key cards are the worst parts of physical and the worst parts of digital. And I'm kind of coming around on the fact that that's not entirely true, because we keep on avoiding the fact that, like, yeah, you can sell these games, like, after you use them. Like, you can trade them in, you can lend them to friends, all of that. And I think that's still, like, a pretty big aspect of the game key card that, you know, I think is actually, like, pretty good. So at that point, like, I would never call the game key cards anti-consumer. I would just call them lame as fuck. Especially when I saw Pokemon Pocopia is going to be a game key card. I don't even understand why the hell that's happening. I thought I would never see a Nintendo published game do that. Maybe the Pokemon Company had a say in that. Maybe the fact that the developer was Koei Tecmo, and maybe they designed the game around the faster read speeds of a digital game. I don't know. Either way, that sucks to see, like, a Nintendo published game on a game key card. And not only that, but a game key card at $70, man. And this is like a from the ground up Switch 2 release. It's just not cool, man. I don't like that. But like I said, I'm definitely considering picking up like the physical version of Star Wars and Assassin's Creed, just because, again, those are practically game key cards on the other systems already. So it's like, well, I'll definitely consider for Final Fantasy VII Remake, just because that's only $40. And I'm just like, I don't know. That's a very good price. Hell, that's the same damn price as Bravely Default, the fucking HD remaster of that. What is up with that? And I'm definitely considering like the Resident Evil, kind of like the trilogy with 7, 8, and Requiem. Even though those are all game key cards, like it's all at a very good price. I really like these games at good prices.
Yeah, Pokapia is going to be fantastic. I don't know why so many people are spurring me out about that.
You know, like I'm just kind of accepting the fact that like I don't think game key cards are necessarily Nintendo trying to push us to digital. I think they're just trying to make the best out of a bad situation. But you know, if we're going to be talking about Nintendo in 2025, they did release Switch 1 games this year. Barely any. I think it's honestly kind of crazy how few Switch 1 games they released this year.
What are you talking about, you fucking retard? Like, there have been games coming out all year, you know? Like, you had, like, plenty of Switch 1 and Switch 2 games. Pokemon Legends ZA, Metroid Prime 4. You know, we got Donkey Kong Country Returns. We got, like, the Switch 1 version of Rhino. Well, I mean, that wasn't a Nintendo game, but, like, you know, we've gotten plenty of games. Like, what's he talking about? That's just objectively wrong, and I don't really care to hear it, so I think we're gonna move on. Boy, that was boring. You know, I can't stand Scott. Like, I really can't. He's so milquetoast and boring. He's like the Monday Matt of like fucking Nintendo YouTube. Like, can't stand him, never have. Okay. But this guy's the worst. Every day he comes out with these videos.
Pokemon fans more than the Pokemon company themselves, and as of today, that has never been more abundantly clear. You see, Pokemon just released their most embarrassing cash grab ever. Yes, that's right. Pokemon somehow found a way to get even more greedy.
I hate how hyperbolic this dipshit is. Like, oh yeah, every day they get worse and worse. They're the greediest company alive. It's just, what? Oops.
But this latest product release is more than just a toy for kids or collectors. It is quite literally an IQ test, and if you bought it, you failed. It's just that simple. And if I'm being honest, I didn't even want to make this video because I am so sick of dealing with the Pokemon community, but then I realized
Wow, he's so sick of dealing with Pokemon fans calling him out on his bullshit. Unbelievable.
To make this video. You know, the other day I got a comment from somebody asking me, am I pro Nintendo or anti Nintendo? And the truth is, I am pro consumer. So
okay, yeah, pro consumer is just a buzzword that Total Biscuit made up to shit on Nintendo. So no, you are anti Nintendo, you fucking tool.
Fortunately for me, I have no choice but to crash out on Pokemon yet again because the Pokemon consumers are getting so insanely scammed that it actually blows my mind. Luckily for us though, Palworld might actually be showing up out of nowhere to
How is Palworld gonna stop Pokemon from existing? What a fucking retard. That's a good one.
Save the day, but we'll talk about that later in the video. Folks, let's dive in and figure out what is Pokemon up to now. But first, what's going on, guys? Cheers. Now, real quick, guys, like I said, I genuinely did not want to make this video because I am so sick of dealing with the Pokemon community. Every time I criticize Pokemon's objectively greedy business practices, which, by the way, is in the best interest of the Pokemon fans, I am bombarded with hate, not just on YouTube, but my Twitter mentions are
because you're a
all
retard.
That to say, if you guys end up liking this video, please drop a thumbs up and help me fight off these people because I swear they can't even get past the thumbnails without having an absolute breakdown. All right, let's jump right in here. Pokemon just released their official collaboration with Lego.
Oh, yeah, their collaboration with Lego, which is overpriced. Yeah. Gee, I wonder why that's so expensive. Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with the brand they partnered with. Yeah, just blame Pokemon for it. Okay, yeah. It's not like every other Lego set is overpriced. Yeah. But anyway, okay. Yeah, retarded. Okay.
They're on my desk and they're
I'm
on
still in
either
his
side
background? What? I'm still his background. Unfucking
of
believable.
my man breasts.
What a fucking.
It's leg day, Rich.
Leg day, Rich. Where you at?
Wanted some sauce on those zingers.
Leg day, Rich. Where you at?
Alright, everybody, welcome to the Bird Show. I'm Rich, Review Tech USA, and you should sub to this channel because I upload videos on pretty much a daily basis, and I'm gonna be streaming.
Hey. You can sub to my channel instead. You can give me money instead. If you want to see me roast Rich, you know, like the chicken he is, like the bird that he is, yeah, give me money.
Starting in 48 hours on almost a daily basis as well. Things have calmed down for me behind the scenes, so make sure you sub to Review Tech USA, leave a comment, leave a like, it helps out in the algorithm. Also check out my ASMR channel, which I have plenty of content planned for this year called Tech 25 ASMR, and
don't
there's
check that
already
out.
a bunch of content up
Don't
on
watch
there
that.
now, like me talking about Philip Paul Brunel, DSP Gaming, known as the May 1st Man.
Humping Steven Crowder.
I'll have links to everything I mentioned below in the description and top pin comment. What was that hand gesture? Just top pin comment, description, go sub, check it out. I'm awesome. I'm amazing. You know, it's funny, and I get it. A lot of people say YouTubers are guilty of talking about nothing but negative news. And
yeah,
I hear you. Yes, negativity garners attention. But I would say 90%, if not more, of the news in the gaming industry is negative, especially right now. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's a story I'm actually going to be probably covering tomorrow about a guy who delisted a game he used AI to make because his girlfriend made him realize that AI is terrible. And I agree with his girlfriend, and he's like, yeah, she's right. So he delisted the game. That's positive news. Well, positive news regarding a very negative subject, but nonetheless, you get my point. But that story is an exception, not the rule. Anyway, maybe I'll make a video on that one day about the negativity in gaming news or negativity on YouTube in general. But
okay.
Another day, another negative story.
So this is one of the things I really wanted to talk about, you know, as a Nintendo investor myself. You know, notice how they always emphasize that, like, the stock peaked 6 months ago. Like, all you're seeing is the Switch 2 hype is over and people are like selling their shares, essentially. Like, it doesn't mean that the Switch 2 is failing. It doesn't mean Nintendo's like missing their goals. It doesn't mean there's like any real concerns. Like, Nintendo Switch 2 stock is dropping from its all-time high like 6 months ago. Like, it's very similar to how they, like, you know, Animal Crossing New Horizons was like the best-selling Switch game ever. And then, like, after that, like, sales started to go down, and like the same kind of people made the same kind of copency. Like, they're doing very, very well. That is like the reality of it. You know, I'm very happy as an investor. You know, actually, now's the time to buy. I would say in my experience, I'm actually planning on buying more Nintendo stock. So, in short, like, Rich is a retard, and you shouldn't take anything he says seriously.
About Nintendo, and it's not me just searching for negativity. It's yeah, Nintendo's kind of going through it right now with their stock price. Now, if you remember back in December, it was a pretty big news story that Nintendo's market value dropped by $14 billion because
oh yeah.
Exactly.
What about their competitors, Rich? How far did they drop?
Exactly. Because investors were worried about tariffs, they were worried about component prices. They, you know,
did they ever say that? Did they ever say that, Rich?
Because of the AI memory data crisis that we're going through, because all of the AI tech oligarchs just want to have data centers. Just they want the United States of data centers. You think I'm like half kidding? Not even. So to make these data centers work, they need unfathomable amounts of RAM. I forgot the YouTuber that actually brought up this story. They're like OpenAI and other AI companies are so desperate for RAM, they're actually they're going into retail stores.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's a locale.
And buying RAM because the companies can't manufacture it enough. So, what the hell do you think is going to happen to us?
What does this have?
What do you think is going to happen to us? We're going to get raked over the coals. I'm not going to show the same thing I bring up every day. Like RAM prices, if you wanted to buy a kit back in September or August, I guarantee you that kit of RAM is at least double the price by now. And that's me being generous. It's probably more than that. So those components, it's not just nerdy PC gamers that need RAM. If you have a phone, I know, Rich, you review the same script that you use every day, but it's true. You have a phone, you have this is a smart television. Hi, Harman. This is a smart television.
Yeah, hi, Rich.
What do you think is in there? It has a CPU, it needs RAM, it needs storage, blah, 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 blah. You get it. So even if you never touch a
okay, Rich. Most people don't buy new technology like incessantly like you do. Like what people are gonna do is that they're gonna like buy less tech, pay not pay anything, wait for the prices to go down, or only buy what they need. I'm gonna be hanging on to my phone. I'm hanging on to my tablet. I actually made the decision not to buy a new tablet. Actually, I'm gonna be hanging on to my TV. Like I bought a new like exercise bike that has a screen on it, but like that has like computer parts. Like I am that I would rather pay more for a product that'll last me like 5, 10, 15, 20 years than like get some cheap shit. Like that's kind of my mentality. And that's one of the things I've noticed is that this iPhone has lasted a lot longer than like my last several. And hopefully this is like the reality of what we see going forward is just more people just, hanging on to their stuff longer, not being consumerist retards. That's kind of my mindset. But that's really all you have to do.
Video game or a gaming PC, and you just like buy tech like a phone, you're going to feel it. We're all going to feel it. The birds are going to feel it. Now, I talked about this story yesterday. I actually covered this exact article where Nintendo President Shintaro Furukawa was vague, and he doesn't want to speculate what may happen with costs of the Nintendo Switch. They're wait and see, and apparently Nintendo has a couple quarters worth of stock that they have already that they already paid for, so Nintendo should be okay for the next couple quarters in terms of a price increase. But that's a couple quarters. What happens after those couple quarters have come and gone? That's what investors are worried about. And this is why in December, like I said, Nintendo's valuation got hit real hard. And it's happening again. No, Serkan Toto is an industry consultant. He is also CEO at Kantan Games. I remember citing him, like back, I believe, in 2015, 2016. So this guy's a veteran. And
like you, Rich, a completely unreliable source of information.
As far as I've known, anyway. The times I've cited him have always been accurate. But anyway, this is what he just posted today. Nintendo stock in Japan is sliding. I guess you would technically call it a slide. Maybe free fall is exaggerating. All-time high of 14,795 yen in August 2025 and closed at 9,950 yen today. So minus 33% for their stock in 5 months. Investors are spooked by possible price hikes, lack of first-party hits. I agree with that one. They have you can only upscale so many original Switch games and make them run at 1440p to 4K and 60 FPS for so long before people are like, hey, those are the games that I played on my Switch back in like 2017. Wow, they're in 1440p and running at 60 FPS. I could have done that with an emulator years ago.
Oh, wait, what? What?
Like, hey, those are the games that I played on my Switch back in the original party hits. I agree with that one. They have, you can only upscale so many original Switch games and make them run at 1440p to 4K and 60 FPS for so long before people are like, hey, those are the games that I played on my Switch back in like 2017. Wow, they're in 1440p and running at 60 FPS. I could have done that with an emulator years ago.
No, Rich. Emulators are getting taken out. They're illegal. The Switch 2 emulation doesn't even exist yet. So, like, what are you talking about? Like, again, emulation is not some, like, death blow to, like, old Nintendo consoles. It's a retarded cope, and I'm glad to see it die, but But Rich is like definitely one of those people who like push the narrative.
On integrated graphics too. But anyway, my point is I agree. Lack of first-party hits and US EU hardware discounts during the holidays. And listen, just like someone wrote down here, you got to look at the bigger picture. And Nintendo has had a pretty goddamn good 2025. Jason, I believe, also wrote this. Also, see the bigger picture. Stocks don't go endlessly higher forever. They have pullbacks when overbought or with concerns of higher prices, lower profits. That's exactly what's happening.
Yep.
Here.
So it's not a
None
big
of
deal.
This matters in the
it's not a
to
big
gamers.
deal.
It's completely irrelevant. Yeah, but is it really though? Is it really?
Yes, it is.
The component prices. If we're seeing that investors are
consumers don't give a shit about the stock prices. Like, it's only an issue for the investors and the company. Like, it's not something that anybody's ever going to think about unless you're actively involved.
Scared of component prices going up and the console getting more expensive, which means that people who may be
okay, like they keep talking about the console getting more expensive. When is that going to happen? Like, it hasn't fucking happened. Like, they keep saying it's going to happen. Like, it's not going to happen, Rich. Like, it just isn't going to happen.
Switch 2 right now may go, man, I mean, I was cool with like the 450, but now they want me to spend 600 on the Switch 2 or 550 or even 500. People
Things that happen.
You know, they may shift and may not buy the system, and you can't say that this because of the investors being fearful.
Like, it's way too late to start complaining about a hypothetical price hike. Like, it's not going to. First of all, it's not going to happen. But second of all, like the console's already sold. Like, it already has a lot of momentum. Like, it's not going to severely impact them that much if they raised it like $50 or $100. You know, like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Component prices going up. Yeah, this is a reflection of things that might be to come, and that when it comes, that is going to affect the gamers, that is going to affect the fans, that is going to affect the consumers. So to brush this story off, as much as I agree with a lot of what he's saying, the bottom statement, it doesn't matter to gamers. It does, because it could affect their wallets in the end. So I think that would really be something they would be concerned about. Yeah, this is a great time to buy Nintendo stocks. He's not wrong about that. I'm going to make a prediction, and if I'm wrong, I am sure many of you in the comments are going to roast the crap out of me, and that's fine. I will hold the L, take the bird in my hole, pick the hole. There will be a Nintendo Switch 2 price hike in 2026. I think if they're going to drop it, it would be towards like at latest midsummer, because they would want to have the bitter pill be out there that people have swallowed for a while before the holiday season. I don't think it would be a bright idea for them to increase the price in even like late September or October, or God, November would be a disaster. I just don't. I mean, Nintendo says they're good for a couple quarters, but that, like I said, that's a couple quarters. And after that supply dries up, they're going to have to buy more expensive components. They're going to want to keep a certain profit margin with each Switch 2 sold. And if those components are more expensive and the only way they could reach the profit margins they want / need to is by increasing the cost of the console, then they're going to do it. So I hate to say it again. If you are on the fence about a Switch 2 or you think, oh, I'm going to buy it for Duskbloods or something coming down the line.
Nobody cares about Duskbloods.
Buy it now. I usually tell people to wait. But right now, with how everything is going up, I would say if you have the money and you can afford it, buy the tech that you want to get now, not just the Switch 2. Because the tech you can afford now, you may not be able to in even 6 months. This is Rich of Review Tech USA, signing out.
Yeah, okay. Sure, Rich. Let's see. All right. How many of these videos is he pumping out? It feels like
on January.
I feel like this fucker has been like throwing out like all these insane videos for the past couple of days. I guess his views are down or something, and he's trying to grift.
Hello. I am the real-life fake wizard. On January 12th, 2026, LEGO and the Pokemon Company announced their first official collaboration. 3 sets. Eevee for $60, Pikachu for $200, and Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise together.
Oh, that looks awesome.
$650.
So wait. So you're telling me that the larger, more expensive sets cost more money, and like you have the budget options? So wait. People were complaining about like a fucking Eevee being $60. That is very, very affordable by Lego standards. And I would say the Pikachu is as well. Like, this is overpriced. You know, I think this is way too much more than I would ever pay personally, but like, clearly this is made for like hardcore, like Lego enthusiasts. So it's like, okay, fine, but I'm not going to buy it. But like, that's all you have to do though, is just be like, yeah, I'm not going to buy it. Like, you don't have to buy it. Like, that's the reality of these situations, is that like, who cares?
$650. $650 for plastic bricks shaped like creatures from a video game that costs $70 and is rated E for everyone. Now, I know in my heart I shouldn't need to do a video explaining how this is a bad thing. Like, most of you who see this are probably going to agree with me. This is absurd, but we need to cover it here because this thing is going to sell out. All of this stuff is going to sell out.
Yeah.
We know people will jack up their grandma's credit cards to get this. And the commercial? Oh, the commercial is beautiful. It shows a millennial at a desk surrounded by bills, taxes, the crushing weight of adult responsibility, and then the escapism of building Lego Pokemon. Nostalgia washes over him. He's a kid again. He's happy. The unspoken message? Hey, remember when you were happy? Remember when life was simple? Well, you can buy that feeling back.
Wow, you mean like in every other game ever? Like in every other thing ever? Like, oh man, like like you like like that's not an unusual.
$50. Forget about paying your bills. Buy plastic pocket monsters instead. This is a terrible kickstart to the Pokemon's 30th anniversary. This is Lego, Nintendo, and the Pokemon Company essentially saying, bend over. And the worst part is that hopefully not some of you, but many people are looking back over their shoulders and saying, am I leaning far enough? Let's break down what they're offering. And I mean, really look at this. Eevee is 587 pieces at $60. This is the affordable option. Like, that's the entry point. $60 for one Pokemon that's 7 inches tall. And then there's Pikachu and the Pokeball. 2,050 pieces. It is $200 for Pikachu, the mascot, the one on every piece of merchandise since 1996. $200. Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise, 6,838 pieces. $650. The Kanto starters, the ones you chose in 1996 when you were 8 years old, the ones that defined your childhood. $650. The total to own all three.
That does look sick though. Like, my thing with that is like I could probably just 3D print that honestly at like a much more affordable price and have it look better too. Like that's my thing looking at this. I don't know. Is Lego gonna go out of business because of me? Holy shit, bro.
$9.
I will 3D print that.
Not including
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make it look better.
But wait, if you buy the $650 set, you get a free Kanto badge collection. That's 312 pieces, 8 gym badges. What a steal. And if you're a Lego Insider member, meaning you've already given Lego enough money to earn 2,500 loyalty points, you can redeem a mini Pokemon Center, which is 233 pieces. This is how they're celebrating 30 years of Pokemon. This is the thank you that the fans who made this franchise get. Eat it up, slurp it down, and be grateful. Put $650 in perspective here because I need you to feel this. For $650, the cost of one Lego set with 3 Pokemon in it, you could instead buy a Nintendo Switch OLED and 3 full games, an entire console, multiple complete gaming experience.
Yeah, I love how he said a Switch OLED instead of a Switch 2. Like pushing his agenda there, buddy. But yeah, I don't disagree with him, honestly. I don't understand why you would buy a Lego set as opposed to buying a console, but I suppose like the people who are buying this are already huge fans and have the console already. Again, I'm not a Lego enthusiast. I've never bought Lego. I've never enjoyed it. Even as a kid, I didn't enjoy it. So I do think they're overpriced for what they are. To me, I feel like this is more of a problem with Lego than Pokemon, though, because you can look at like all these other Lego sets, and it's not unusual for them to be super pricey. You know, like that Zelda one they did a while back was like 300. You know, it's like I don't know. Like Lego really does need to think about like lowering the prices. I think I have no intention of ever buying a child Lego ever. Like it just for me, like I would rather give like video games or books, you know, something you'll get like more mileage out of. You know what I mean? Like Lego, I just don't see the point. Like get the Minecraft. You know, just buy Minecraft for $20 and then like they'll have an experience better than any Lego set. Like I don't understand why Lego even exists and like why it's so expensive. Like I just don't get it.
And hundreds of hours of entertainment. Or you can get a Steam Deck, a portable gaming
Oh,
PC, access to your entire Steam library anywhere you
shit,
go. Or every mainline Pokemon game released in the last 5 years, plus all their DLC. Scarlet, Violet, Legends Arceus, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Sword, Shield.
Like I don't disagree with this. But for me it's more of an issue with Lego than with like the Pokemon company or Nintendo because like you know if you look at why is it zoomed in so much? If you look at like you know, Pokemon Amiibo or like their general merchandise, it's a lot more affordable than Amiibo, right? You know, so like I just don't understand a lot more affordable than Lego. I just don't understand like why you would blame Nintendo for this because I think it's more of a problem with Lego's business model. Like I don't know. Like I honestly like I would just throw Lego to the curb and just make your own figures because I don't see any actual child like buying this or playing with it. Like it's entirely just a figurine, right? So like just have it be the figurine. I don't understand why like they have to make it a Lego set. But yeah, that's just me though. Like that's how I look at it. Like I think plenty of people like appreciate it for what it is. But I'm just not the target demographic. And that's fine, but it's just like that's how I feel about it. Is that like I don't see myself ever buying one. It's just like I thought about it in the past, but like I'm just like, nope. I'm saving my money. I'm investing. So yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a waste of money to me. Like it really truly does. Let's see here. I don't know, man. Should we call it quits or yep. Let's see. James Cameron says his kids prefer Avatar: The Last Airbender over Avatar. Holy fucking shit, based. Holy fucking shit. Based Cameron kids. What the fuck? We're gonna have to make a video of that one. Like, I mean, that's about what I would expect, but like, wow. Yeah, will James Cameron ever admit that like The Last Airbender is better than Avatar? Like, will he ever kneel? Why, man? Yeah, I was wondering what he thought of it because, like, I know he knows it exists. Yeah, everyone's saying like buy Nintendo stock now. You know, everyone knows this is like a temporary slide. So like, yeah, I'm buying like $1,000 worth personally. This is exactly what I was waiting for. So, yep, gonna buy me some Nintendo stock. Okay, I don't know. Nintendo Switch seemed unstoppable. What? Hang on, has Codfish TV done anything? Uh, have they still not? Okay. Yeah, I want to keep streaming, but like, I don't know. I don't want to do gameplay streams. I feel like these general streams are a lot more successful, considering I'm not like playing a ton of games right now. Like, I don't know. I feel like maybe we should just keep doing these. Okay, let's see here. Anything on Kiwi Farms? Scott Adams dead. Yeah, I didn't know anything about Scott Adams. Arcada, let's see. Dax, Kiwi Tubers, Spoonie, Nostalgia Chick, Boogie, Lewis. Man, ever since they redesigned like Kiwi Farms, I've never been able to figure out like where anything is. Raging Golden Eagle. Oh, based. Uh, yeah, okay. Raging Golden Eagle was doxxed. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. We have Raging Golden Eagle's face. We know what this guy looks like? Holy fucking shit. Yeah, supposedly, according to Kiwi Farms, this is Raging Golden Eagle. He looks like about as this is the face of an incel, right? He looks about as much about what I expected. Like he looks like a homosexual. Like he's balding. Like he has that like vacant eye stare. You just know he's thinking about like raping little anime girls. Like this is okay. This is him supposedly. Um. Okay. I don't know. The fact that he finally got doxxed is interesting. I'm curious if there's going to be any real repercussions for like what he says and does because like this guy's really interesting to me because like for me this is kind of like um okay, like growing up you know in the anime community, like there was this very big push to kind of normalize lolicon and normalize like sexualizing minors, right? And it was like this kind of person who was behind it really. Like these kind of people would try and tell you that it was like okay, it was acceptable, it was just drawings, bro. And like you know, watching RGE, like you slowly begin to realize that's not true at all. And like these guys really are depraved and like insane. And like it does need to get called out more because like it's just kind of a cope to justify pedophilia, honestly. And it's disgusting, and I don't respect it at all. Oops. I don't care what he does, but he's danger to himself and others. Someone said tip RGE. off of these posts. He's going through and deleting my comments now. Okay. Well, I'm going to see what I can do about putting him on a watch list. From his latest few webcasts, it sounds like he's either had some screws knocked loose or he thinks he's on the cusp of being able to run through a preschool of children and have sex with them. He is advocating for pedophilia being legalized at the beginning of this video. He usually shadow bans comments like this, so you might be able to see it when you go there. He hints back at his idea of fining parents if they report a website or app showing their kids child pornography so their parents keep their mouth shut. A Jew or pedo that's close to Jews. Okay, wow, okay. So do we have actual... Okay, okay. Hang on, let's verify this to make sure it's...
The real reason you're stiff after sitting.
Wait, what? Huh?
You can live a very long time.
Oh, it's an ad.
without
Okay.
Getting old. My wife just turned 74. I'll turn 74 in 2 months. None of us have an artificial hip, a joint, things that we associate with getting older. My wife and I were over in Europe.
Oh, fuck. Skip ad.
Each day.
Watch what nuts do to our body. A walnut is
People bitch about YouTube ads, but it's like, man, Rumble ads are like the worst.
really good for you. It's loaded with them.
Okay. Yeah, I've been saying Raging Golden Eagle is a pedophile for years, so if there's actually like...
That's the proof that it's the AI version that's doing.
Yeah, he didn't timestamp it properly, the fucking retard. RGE said child pornography, by extension, pedophilia, is okay if people are paying money for it. This somehow bypasses law and social norms because his religion of worshiping shekels is wasted. I don't see any evidence for it. I mean, like, I believe it's true because I've watched enough of this retard, but like, okay. Let's see, what has he done recently? Let's see.
Yeah, just get a 360. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think Nintendo took notes from that because now Nintendo is the one saying that. Well, if you can't afford a Switch 2, just get an OG Switch. And to be fair, I haven't seen any reason to get a Switch 2.
Yeah, don't be a retard.
It literally, to me, just seems... It's a Switch Pro as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, how is that a problem?
It plays the same fucking games.
Yeah, of course it does. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a fucking Switch Pro.
How is that a knock against it, really? Especially from someone who like brags about PC and how like everything's available on it. Like, yeah, how the Switch 2 having Switch 1 games.
Anyway,
who cares?
Where the hell was I?
Yeah, it's a code. Okay. Okay, I can't find anything that seems to. Okay. We'll see if that guy ever follows up on that. But
stupid and silly I am, guys. So if I get something wrong, don't hold me accountable. Like, God, I can't stand that shit. It's so annoying. It's so... I'm just a heckin' goofball, dude. I'm so silly.
Gaming.
It's gonna get in, which would be pretty cool. Rank 1, 2, 3 with the 2. What's this? Alright, let me see. Okay, I think it's... No, wait, do your own research. Oh, hell yeah.
Really?
How is that spinning it to be more positive for Nintendo? The two biggest holiday games that Nintendo...
Okay. What's up, everybody? If you're somebody that's been following discussions on the internet about...
He really does sound like Arlo. You know, people were like saying it's like we're saying that like this is Arlo. Like I thought it was a meme, but like the more I listen to Nintendo, like he sounds like Arlo. He really
how
does.
well the Nintendo Switch 2 has been performing. You may have noticed how well Nintendo is performing or failing in Spain come up quite a bit. And on the surface, that might seem a bit odd. After all, normally when you're looking at the video game market...
Does Europe hate the Switch? Like Nintendo? Yeah, they've never liked Nintendo in general. They've always preferred PlayStation. Like that's not like an astute observation. Like, okay. Oh, this is interesting. Ranking all 199 Harry Potter chapters. Ooh. Yeah, just reacting to random videos that pop up. I don't know. Let's see here. Uh,
I think
like, is
there
this
are
gonna be
very
good
few
or?
people out there that have read the Harry Potter books and all of the chapters more than I have. That's why I wanted
What?
to sit down and
Bro,
go through.
okay. That's like, that is just straight up delusional. Like, calm the fuck on. Do you know how much the average person reads Harry Potter? Like, for a lot of people, it's all they read.
Through all 199 chapters, and I thought it would be fun to rank them from the best to the worst using a tier list. Welcome to Movie Flame, I'm Morgan Ross, and if you enjoy this video, please consider liking and sharing. It will greatly help to grow and sustain the channel. And if you like what you see, hit that subscribe button, and you can also follow me on all of my other social media pages, all of which are linked down below, and all of which house similar content that I make here on this channel. Let's look at the different tiers. So the top tier is the best, and obviously this is the best.
That's even a good tier chart. What are you talking about?
Then we have really good, which don't quite reach the very top, but they are really up there. Then we have memorable, which are chapters that really stick with us and ones that really stand out. After that, we have good, which are chapters that are...
Why do you have to explain,
then
like...
I have two different average tiers, average 1 and average 2. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but average 1 is on the higher end of average, and average 2 is on the lower end of average. Then we have
Why not
best
just say
compare, which are
average?
chapters that are below average. Then not the best, which are chapters that don't really compare to everything above it. And then finally, we have the bottom tier, which I'm calling forgettable. I'm not going to call the worst.
Like,
Honestly,
this is why, like, the Japanese ranking system of, like, going S to, like, D makes the most sense. It's like, bro, it's easy to understand. It's comprehensive. It's, like, universal. Like, this weird, like, autistic attempt at, like, well, we'll have two different averages, and we'll have an okay, and then we'll have forgettable. It's like, what are you talking about? You're embarrassing yourself. Like, oh, okay, shit. What is this bullshit?
These chapters are bad, and none of them deserve the title of the worst. To me, they all have a special place in my heart. I kind of want to make it clear that this isn't about the writing itself, it's just how much I enjoy the chapters. Like, it's fine if you guys disagree. I'm sure that many of you will with many of these takes, but that's your take, this is my take, and this video focuses on my take. So now that we've gone through that, let's actually start ranking. So first up, we have the chapter The Boy Who Lived, and this one's going in really good because it's the chapter that started everything, and it's the chapter that got both me and all Harry Potter fans hooked on this amazing book series. Then we have The Vanishing Glass, which I'm going to put in average 1.
He's not even going to explain what happens in each chapter. He's just gonna, like, place, like... fucking shit. Like, you have to like give a thorough review of what happens. You have to like explain why you're ranking it. Like, you're just throwing things on a list. Like, what is he doing?
It's an average chapter, but I think it's on the higher end of average because it is the first time that we see Harry use magic. Then The Letters from No One, another average chapter, and I'm going to put it on the lower end of average and average 2. Then The Keeper of Keys, the introduction to Hagrid. I'm going to put that one in average 1. Again, another average chapter. Then we have Diagon Alley. And
Keeper of the Keys, the one where Hagrid shows up and explains the premise and the concept and what Hogwarts is, and like the background of like, you got average? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay.
And I'm going to put this one in really good. This was our first step into the actual magical world. This is the first time that both Harry and we, the audience, see this incredible world that J.K. Rowling created. We see all of the different wizard shops, all of the magical items that you can get. We see racing brooms for the first time, which is our first little introduction to Quidditch. We see Harry get his robes and actually meet Draco Malfoy for the first time, which for movie watchers, yes, he did not meet Draco at Hogwarts. In fact, he met him in Madame Malkin's robe shop in Diagon Alley, and then again on the Hogwarts Express before they got to Hogwarts. But yeah, just another thing that makes it go up to the really good tier is the fact that we went to Ollivander.
Okay, nothing that happens in Diagon Alley is that interesting. You don't meet a lot of the iconic characters. You don't really know anything about like what Harry's gonna be like at school. It's like I don't think it's that great. Personally.
And Harry actually got his magical wand.
Definitely not better than
It was a
Keeper
really
of the
amazing
Keys.
chapter, and for me, it just barely misses being at the very top, but I think it deserves to be in the second tier. Then The Journey from Platform 9 3/4. I'm gonna put this one in good. We meet Ron, Hermione, and Neville for the first time, so yeah, I think it's above average. Then we have The Sorting Hat, and I'm gonna put this one in memorable. It's a chapter that's always stuck with me, as Harry is put in Gryffindor House, which sets up his entire journey at Hogwarts. Then we have The Potions Master, and I'm gonna put this one in just okay. I personally hate Snape, and this chapter just pissed me off so much, to the point where I don't really like to read it. And don't get me wrong, I know that hating Snape means that it's good writing, but these are just my personal opinions on these chapters and how much I like to read them. And for me, I have so much hate for Snape that I just don't enjoy reading it as much as a lot of other people might. So yeah, I think it belongs in the just okay tier for me. Then we have The Midnight Duel, and I'm going to put this one in average 2.
That's not great.
It's one that I'm actually glad they cut from the movies.
The Midnight Duel is really like yeah, not a whole lot happens outside of them like running into Fluffy. They get set up by Malfoy and they go out. It's like, I don't know, like you honestly kind of forget that like Neville was with them. It's weird. Like honestly how it's set up.
I actually almost put it one tier down and below average. But the
Yeah,
only
not a
reason
fan of that
it's
one.
leveled up is because this is when Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville meet Fluffy for the first time, which was a thrilling moment. And also, yes, for movie fans, Neville was there as well. It wasn't just a trio like in the film. Next, we have Halloween, and I'm going to put this one in good. The trio
Yeah,
fighting
that's
a
an
freaking
iconic one.
troll, that's insane.
You just know that Hermione
Then we
fell in
have
love with Ron after that.
Quidditch, and I'm going to put this one in memorable. It's another one of those chapters that will always stick in my head. It's Harry's first time playing Quidditch, and the way that the game ends with
that's
Harry
a good one.
swallowing the snitch, it's certainly something to remember. Then we have The Mirror of Erised, and I'm going to put this one in memorable. This is the first time that Harry sees his parents, and it's a very
I probably should bring it up on screen if we're gonna watch all of it. Okay.
very emotional moment that
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
always
10 out of
remember.
10 chapter. Mirror ever said. Wait. When did he put?
And it's a very emotional moment that I'll. Then we have The Mirror of Erised. And I'm gonna put
Memorable?
this one in memorable.
I would say the Mirror of Erised is like one of the most iconic moments in the series. Like I would say that's the very best, personally. I would say it's the best chapter in the book, personally.
This is the first time that Harry sees his parents, and it's a very emotional moment that I'll always
Yeah,
remember.
it's Kino.
Then we have Nicholas Flamel, and I'm gonna put this one in average 1. I'm putting
Yeah, I hate that one because in the book, Harry does this weird thing where he like flies after Snape and like he drops down onto a tree like a ninja, and it's like I don't know. I just don't see anybody doing that. It just feels kind of forced.
it on the higher end of average because of how it was written. This is one of the few chapters that weren't actually from Harry's point of view, as it actually covers Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Hagrid in the stands. And here, Neville stands up to Crabbe and Goyle, gets his ass beaten, and Ron attacks Malfoy. So yeah, it's on the higher end of average for me. After that, we have Norbert, which I'm going to put in average 2. It's where Hagrid gets his dragon, it hatches, and Harry and Hermione eventually hand the dragon off to Charlie Weasley's friends so that they can take it back to Romania. After that is the
Forbidden friends Forest. That never reappear, by the way. Like, how the fuck did they even get past the barriers? Like, this is one of those things that just really ifs me on, like, rereads, is that, like, who are these people? How'd they get past the border? Like, it's like, it just feels the wards, they shouldn't have been able to do this. Like, you're not, and, like, the characters never reappear again. You never even learn their names. Like, it just feels like, I don't know. I mean, Hogwarts isn't nearly as secure as, like, the series likes to claim. Like Sirius Black he's always coming in and out. So, like, I guess it's doable to break in, but it's like I don't know. It just feels kind of contrived to me, especially because you never actually see these people again. It's just, yeah, not one of my favorite chapters. There's a lot of stuff in book 1 that. There's a lot of stuff in book 1 like that just feels like they hadn't fleshed out like the concept yet. Or she didn't flesh out the concept yet.
After that is the Forbidden Forest, and this is another chapter that really sticks with me, so I'm gonna put it in memorable.
Yeah, that's Kino.
This is
the
first time that Harry actually comes face to face. Well, I guess Voldemort's face was on the back of his head, so not really face to face, but the first time where he actually faces Voldemort since the night his parents died.
Yeah, so was
Then
Quirrell.
The second to last chapter in the first book, we have the trapdoor, and I'm gonna put this one in really good. We see the trio go through all of the teacher's obstacles, and we see each one of them shine, each person getting through one of the obstacles themselves. And finally,
the potion thing is weird. Usually in these movies, they strip away like Ron's moments, but like in the book, like they actually leave him for a bit, and like Harry and Hermione go on together, and like she solves this like potion puzzle, and it's really contrived because like Hermione just like figures it out, and like you don't really she doesn't do a good job like explaining how she did it. Really, you're just supposed to believe that she's just that smart. I don't believe it's possible to figure out from the context clues like which one is which. I don't know. It's
the last chapter, the man with two faces.
I wish Hermione had gotten more like situations like that, honestly, because like it's like a Professor Layton game, Like, I don't know. Weirdly enough, like for the smart one, like Hermione doesn't like a lot of times Hermione being smart comes off as like contrived, like she just knows everything. But anyway.
And finally, the last chapter, the man with two faces.
Yeah, the reveal is Kino. Yep.
All the way at the top in the best tier. Not only does it have the thrilling climax, but it also finishes out the first book in the series. The book that got everyone hooked on Harry Potter. Moving on to the Chamber of Secrets book, we're starting with the worst birthday. And I'm going to put this one in the bottom tier at forgettable. Not much really happens here. So yeah, for me, it goes in the bottom tier. After that, we have Dobby's warning.
Let's see what happens in the worst birthday. Yeah, it sets up Dobby appearing and like the the opening with the Dursleys. I don't know. A lot of people like feel like the Dursleys get kind of formulaic after a while. I don't necessarily agree with that because it feels like the dynamic slowly changes over time. It's I personally really like them, and I don't know.
And I'm gonna put this
I
one in
I never get
average
tired of
two.
their
For
shit.
me, it's on the lower end of the average chapters. After that, we have the Burrow, and I'm gonna put this one in really good. And I'm letting
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know right now, there is going to be a pattern. If there is time spent at the Burrow, it's probably going to be pretty high on my tier list because that's one of my favorite parts of the series. Next, we have Flourish and Blots, which for me is going in average 1. Then we have the Whomping Willow, and I'm going to put this one in good. It's a good chapter when Harry and Ron hijack a flying car, drive it to Hogwarts, and then get smashed by a giant tree. And also a tree that will have so much meaning later on. Then we have Lockhart, and I'm going to put this one in just okay. I think the highlight is Mrs. Weasley's howler to Ron, but other than that, it's just Lockhart embarrassing Harry. Then Mudbloods and Murmurs. I'm going to put
Chamber of
this one in
Secrets is my
average
least favorite
2.
book,
It's
by the
where
way.
Draco
So.
calls Hermione a mudblood, and it's where Harry hears the basilisk voice for the first time. To me, that's just a basic chapter. Then we have the Death Day Party, and this one is going in the bottom tier for me.
Oh fuck you! That shit was awesome.
The Death Day Party is one thing that I am so glad the films cut out. After that, we have the Writing on the Wall, which to me is just an average chapter. I'm gonna put it in average.
Bro, okay. You can argue nothing happens the Death Day party, and it's kind of ridiculous, and it doesn't really like evolve the character of Nick, nearly headless Nick at all. But like, let's be real, it's so morbidly hilarious that like I just get a kick out of it whenever I read it. It's just fantastic. Like early Harry Potter had a bit of an edge to it that I feel like later books don't really have because it's a lot more grounded. After like book 3, like the first two especially just have this weird like kind of comic book like children's like cartoon vibe. Like everything's so exaggerated. It's just like you like the Death Day Party is just a really good example of that. I get a kick out of it. Like, and you meet Myrtle for the first time.
I think the highlight is Binns telling them about the Chamber of Secrets, which in the movie was McGonagall, but in the book it was Binns. And also they come up with the Polyjuice plan. Next we have the Rogue Bludger, which I'm going to put in the good tier. This was a good Quidditch match, and we also got a shocking ending as Colin Creevey comes in petrified in the hospital wing. This was the start of the Chamber of Secrets being opened, the thing that the book is named after. Then we have the Dueling Club, and I'm going to put this one in average 1. And this might surprise some movie fans, but the movie made this scene much more exciting than the book did. I might have put it in average 2, but I think Justin Finch Fletchley getting petrified at the end makes it go up to average 1. Then we have Polyjuice Potion, which I'm going to put in good. Not only do I love the Polyjuice Potion sequence, but it also starts with Harry in Dumbledore's office for the first time, where they have a very interesting talk. After that, we have the Very Secret Diary, and I'm going to put this one in memorable. Just to let you know, like the Burrow scenes that are going to be at the top, that's going to be the same for all of the Voldemort and Tom Riddle scenes. He is my favorite character in the series, and everything about his backstory and his arc is one of the most fascinating parts of the series. Then we have Cornelius Fudge. I'm going to put this one in average 2. Honestly, the scene with Fudge was pretty boring, and the only reason why I put it in average is because we get the shock of Hermione being petrified. Then we have the chapter Aragog, and I'm going to put this one in good. That was an amazing and thrilling sequence that we saw with Harry and Ron in the forest. After that is the Chamber of Secrets, and I'm going to put this one in really good. Then after that, we have the Heir of Slytherin, which of course has to do with Voldemort, so I'm going to put it all the way up at the best. And Tom Riddle and Voldemort being in it isn't the only reason why it's at the top tier. It's also because Harry defeated a freaking basilisk at the age of 12. That makes for a pretty good read. Then for the last chapter in the Chamber of Secrets, we have Dobby's Reward, which I'm going to put in memorable. It wraps the second book up, Harry frees Dobby, and it has a happy ending. Moving on to The Prisoner of Azkaban. For the first chapter, Owlpost, I'm going to put this one in forgettable. I think another pattern that you're going to see is the early chapters are going to be lower. And I know that they have to set everything up, but in doing that, they just don't stack up with the rest of.
No, I don't agree with that at all. The Owl Post like sets up everything that like happens. Like the beginning of book 3 is like the strongest, I would say, out of the early chapters. Honestly, like usually they take a while to get going. I feel like book 3 like really does a good job kind of formula breaking. Harry runs away from the Dursleys. He ends up on the night bus. He goes on like, Sirius. Like again, it sets everything up. Like saying this chapter is bad, I think is just no. I'm not. I don't like the idea at all.
The chapters in the series. Then we have Aunt Marge's big mistake, and this one is memorable. And after covering her infuriating week there, it was pretty satisfying to see her blow up like a balloon. Then we have the night bus, which to me is going in average 1, just an average chapter that I think is on the higher end of average. Then we have the leaky cauldron, and I'm going to put this one in memorable. I've always enjoyed this one because Harry had free reign to just go into Diagon Alley, do whatever he wanted. He went to see Florian Fortescue, the ice cream shop owner who helped him with his homework. It's just the small details that really expand the world in a way that the movie...
It's weird how close they were over that summer, and then like Florian dies in like book 7 or book 6, and like Harry just has to like just thinks back to that. It's just, and when does that happen? I believe it is book 6.
Really couldn't. And to me, I'm always going to remember those chapters. Then we have the Dementor, which I'm going to put in good. It was a good scene, plain and simple. That's it. Then we have Talons and Tea Leaves, and I'm going to put this one in good as well. One thing interesting for movie watchers is that when Harry rode Buckbeak, he actually hated the experience, unlike in the movie where he loved it. But yeah, I think I'm also going to put it in good because this is the first time that we find out about the Grimm and Harry seeing that in his tea leaves. Which the first time I read it, it was really haunting. Then the Boggart in the Wardrobe. This one is another one that's going in memorable. It's the first time that we really see Remus Lupin as he truly is. And we see that he's a great guy, a great professor, and just a really kind man with the way that he treated Neville when Snape just straight up bullied him. Like, that was wild. Snape was just like, hey, watch out for Longbottom because he's a terrible wizard. What a wild thing for a teacher to say, especially to another teacher. Then, Flight of the Fat Lady, I'm going to put this one in average 1. It's a basic chapter, but I think it's on the higher end of...
That has an iconic ending! Like they go back and they see... oh, come on.
Average,
come on.
This is when
Don't give me that
Lupin
shit.
had that wonderful talk. Also, the ending of the chapter where the fat lady tells us that Sirius Black was in the castle is pretty frightening. Then Grim Defeat. I'm gonna put this one in good. I don't know why, there's just one tiny little detail that I always remember for this chapter, which is the fact that when it was raining, Hermione comes down and puts a spell on Harry's glasses to repel the water. It's such a small detail, I don't know why that stuck with me. And honestly, I wish we had that in real life. I can't really see without my glasses, and whenever I play softball or soccer in the leagues that I play in, if it's raining, I'm kinda screwed. The only thing I can really do is like put a hat on to maybe make the rain not hit the glasses as much. But adding to why it's a good chapter, this is also where Harry sees the Grimm in the stands, which is actually Sirius Black, and where he actually loses the first Quidditch match that he played in. The Marauders map is next, and I'm going to put this one in good. Just the introduction to the Marauders map in general was really great. And this is also the first time that we see Hogsmeade as we're from the point of view of Harry. And most of all, the reason why it's in the good tier is because this is where Harry overhears the professors, which I believe was Hagrid, McGonagall, Flitwick, and also Fudge, where they talk about the past with Harry's father, Sirius,
and Madame Rosera.
Peter Pettigrew.
You forgot Madame Rosera.
Finds out that Sirius is his godfather.
Yeah, that's a
Then we have
huge
the chapter,
scene. Yeah.
The Firebolt, and this one is just okay for me. There's the Christmas dinner, which I would argue is one of the worst Christmases in the 7 books. And then the thing that really makes me dislike this chapter is the fact that Harry gets the Firebolt, and then Hermione snitches on him, leading to McGonagall taking his broom. That just always pissed me off. The Patronus. I'm going to put this chapter in good. We see Harry's first lessons with Lupin, which is always a great read. Plus, Harry gets his Firebolt back. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. I'm going to put this one in memorable. I think it was one of the better Quidditch matches that we saw over the course of the 7 books, and it's also where Harry faces Cho as Seeker. And then the ending of the chapter was crazy, as we find out that Sirius Black was in the Gryffindor dormitory, standing over Ron with a knife. When I first read that, I was like, there's no way that that actually happened, until Sir Cadogan was like, oh yeah, actually I did let him in. And I remember being like, what? That really happened? So yeah, definitely a memorable chapter for me. Snape's Grudge. I'm gonna put this one in average 2. This is the chapter where Harry goes to Hogsmeade under the invisibility cloak and then throws mud at Malfoy, and then his cloak slips down, Malfoy sees his head, then he has to rush back to Hogwarts through the secret tunnel before Malfoy gets there, and then Snape is a straight up jerk to him until Lupin comes in and saves him.
Where did this
Honestly,
artwork
if you
come
look
from?
at the
Is it
film for all
official
this,
art?
It is so different. Like Harry throws snow instead of mud, but much earlier while Hermione was there. And then in that scene in the movie, Harry actually sees Peter Pettigrew on the map, which never happened in the book. Then the Quidditch final. I'm gonna put this one in really good. This is where the Gryffindor team finally puts it all together, and they finally win the Quidditch Cup. It was 3 years in the making, and it was such an amazing moment to finally see them get it done. I also love at the end of the match when all of them come together and hug. It was just such a wholesome moment. Then Trelawney's prediction. I'm gonna put this one in average 1. Most of this chapter was just them taking exams, and I put it in the higher average because I did enjoy Harry taking Remus Lupin's test, and also just hearing Trelawney's prophecy was something of note. Then Cat, Rat, and Dog. I'm gonna put this one in really good. This has one of, if not the biggest plot twists in the entire series, as we find out that Ron's rat Scabbers, who we've known for an entire 3 books, is not really a rat, but a grown man who just so happened to be friends with Harry's parents and was the reason why they died. Like, imagine reading the first book or that scene on the train and then being told all of this. That would blow your freaking mind. Then the next chapter, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. I'm putting this one all the way at the top at the best. This is where we learn the backstory of the Marauders, which is one of the most fascinating and well-written parts of the series. I personally love the Marauders story, so yeah, I'm gonna put it at the top. Then the Servant of Lord Voldemort. I'm gonna put this one in really good. Again, I'm a Snape hater, so seeing him being knocked out by all 3 of the trio, it was pretty satisfying. In the movie, it was just Harry that shot him back, but in the book, it was all 3 of them. Plus, this is also where Harry spares Wormtail, which of course plays a very major role in the final book. For the Dementor's Kiss, I'm gonna put this one in memorable. This is where Lupin turns into a werewolf, and where Sirius almost gets the Dementor's Kiss. And then we have that mysterious person.
And where does
who
art come
saves
from?
them
It's
with
gorgeous.
This massive Patronus. And as for Hermione's secret, I'm gonna put this one in the best. It's one of the most creative ways I've ever seen a story use time travel. It's done in a way where you can't change the past, because whatever happens always happens. Something that the cursed child clearly did not understand, because it literally...
Like, in general, like, I can't stand it when people, like, complain about time turners, like they, like, them existing creates plot holes. Like, no, you can't go back in time and change things. That is a very, very, very bad idea.
revolves around going to the past and changing the future, which if you read the 3rd book, you find out is not possible. It wouldn't be a Movie Flame video without me throwing shade at the cursed child at least once, so there it is. We'll see if there's any more. And as for the last chapter in The Prisoner of Azkaban, I'll post again. I'm gonna put this one in just okay. I think it's better than the first chapter I'll post, but it's nothing special. I think it's one of the worst ending chapters in the entire series. Alright, moving on to the Goblet of Fire. The first chapter, the Riddle House. I'm gonna put this one in really good.
That's
It's a
iconic.
Voldemort backstory, so of course, for me, it's going toward the top of the tier list. I also really like the format of this chapter because it's not actually from Harry's point of view, and we actually start from the point of view of Muggles decades before the series takes place. It was a really original chapter, so yeah, it's going toward the top for me. For the Scar, I'm gonna say that this one is forgettable. It's another one of those chapters about writing letters, as Harry writes a letter to Sirius about his dream that he had, which was about what happened in the first chapter. Then for the invitation, I'm gonna say just okay. It was funny when Vernon got the letter with all of the stamps on it, but other than that, yeah, there's nothing really to call home about. Then back to the Burrow, I'm gonna put this one in average 1. And I know you might be thinking, but Morgan, you said that all of the Burrow chapters are going to be at the top. And yeah, that's true, but this one does not take place at the Burrow at all. It's not until the next chapter that Harry gets there. But I am putting this one in the higher average tier because we see Arthur Weasley blow up the Dursleys' living room. Pretty crazy sequence. After that is Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and as I said, this takes place at the Burrow, so it's going toward the top in the really good tier. It's such a fun chapter as they just hang out at the Burrow, and it's the first time that we meet Charlie and Bill. Then the Portkey, I'm gonna put this one in not the best. Not much happens, it's just the morning before they go to the Quidditch World Cup. Then Bagman and Crouch, I'm gonna put this one in memorable. We see the trio just hang out before the match, they see all sorts of friends like Seamus, and I think they also see Cho as well. And then we get our first glimpse of the Wizarding World in other countries besides just where Harry is located. And on top of that, this might surprise some people, but I really like the introduction of Barty Crouch as well as Ludo Bagman. I think it was an interesting look into the Ministry, and our first time being like, oh, the Ministry might be kind of corrupt and a little bit sketchy. For the Quidditch World Cup, I'm going to say that this one is really good, and I think I don't really need an explanation for that. It was probably the best Quidditch match that we ever saw. The Dark Mark, I'm going to put this one in really good as well. The whole sequence in the woods with Winky getting blamed and all of the Ministry workers being there, I remember being so locked in when reading that for the first time. And also, this is the first time that we got an introduction to Death Eaters, and what they did in that chapter was absolutely insane. Then we have Mayhem at the Ministry, and I'm going to put this one in the bottom tier at forgettable. It's just the aftermath of the Dark Mark, and Percy and Arthur are going back and forth from the Burrow to the Ministry. That's pretty much it. Aboard the Hogwarts Express, I'm going to say that this one goes in not the best. I think the best part of it was that Bill and Charlie hint to the Triwizard Tournament before they get on the train, and for the train ride, there was nothing really to call home about. Then we have the Triwizard Tournament, and I'm going to put this one in average 2. We just see the sorting, Moody arrives, and for movie watchers, you might be saying, whoa, but what about when Durmstrang and Bobaton show up? Well, that doesn't actually happen in this chapter. That happens a lot later in the school year. So without that, I think it's just average. Then we have Mad-Eye Moody, and I'm going to put this one in average 1.
Yeah, let's go ahead and switch to gameplay. We have not played anything tonight, so let's see. Okay. What isn't on NSL but should be? Yeah, I can't think of anything. Oh wait, did they add something? Oh, it's a system update. Okay. We only had one. Yeah, that is weird. We have actually we don't have 2 either. Yeah, we have 3 and 4, but not 1 and 2. And like 1 makes sense because it's not that popular, but 2 is like pretty good. I mean, it's the one most similar to 3s. Yeah, I don't know why I started watching that Harry Potter video. I'm sorry for like boring you, but I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, this might be fun content. Then I kind of realize it's not. I'm just kind of like, I don't know. It's been so long since I've read Harry Potter obsessively that I don't have opinions on like specific chapters anymore. Like with Chamber of Secrets, they kind of blended together. Like you don't remember where one begins and one ends. And like honestly, I don't think it really matters like the chapter because like this came up when we were talking about Owl Post, right? Is that like, well, Owl Post is boring, but like yeah, but what happens immediately after that? Like it's like. Like I don't know. I feel like ranking individual chapters in Harry Potter is just kind of pointless. Like I'm fine with ranking books, but like I don't know, that's different. Like doing chapters is like way too autistic. Okay. Yeah, that's my opinion. What's my next game gonna be? And what is my next game gonna be? What are we gonna play next? I wonder. Yeah, I think I kind of want to go through Age of Calamity. I think I am gonna try to beat it this time. I don't know. I wanted to go through Dragon Quest Builders too, but like I'm just kind of looking at it and I'm just like, I don't know. I just don't feel that fired up about it. Like honestly, like I'm just not that into like any of the games I'm playing right now. I think I kind of want to like scale back in gaming a bit, like maybe do a couple of hours a day and like focus more on books and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm working on like a project now, and I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out. Like right now, I fucking hate it, but like because I just kind of made it up on the fly. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. It just feels like whenever I try that, it just kind of comes off as forced. But I've been doing it a lot lately. I haven't planned out a novel in years. For American Evil, like it came kind of naturally, and I kind of knew where everything was going. But like, I don't know. For the Cow Have Fangs, like I really wish I had an outline, and I just did not have time to make one. I don't know. I feel like the novel wouldn't have a. I don't know. I feel like there's such a thing as like over planning as well. And I think that was the problem I was having with like Lauren Frey, where I just have like all this shit outlined and like a lot of it never really got into the text really. So it's like it's so weird looking at my like original outline for Lauren Frey and seeing what it eventually became because like a lot of things change in development. Specifically, I think like initially I don't know how much I can talk about like Lauren Frey without spoiling it. Yeah, because Lauren Frey's not finished yet. Like I think I am gonna do this year, where like I go back and I finish Lauren Frey after I finish the Cattle Have Fangs. I think that's what I'm gonna be. What I do is that I finish the Cattle Have Fangs. I get the cover design. I get it posted. I set up the pre-order, and I'm just like, okay, time for the next project. And I think I'm gonna use that time to work on like Lauren Frey and try to get some of these old projects out, like American Ninja and so forth. Are better than Nintendo. Yeah, I'm very curious. Like, yeah, if the GTA 6 getting delayed again doesn't top his like biggest like controversies list, like that's I don't know. You know he's a shill. I don't know, man. How bad do you have to be to not play the games on your like top 10 games of the year list? Like I don't. I'm very curious to see if he tries to go after like Metroid Prime 4 or something. Like I wouldn't put it past him, but like it's also not like him to single out like Nintendo games as being bad. So like I don't know if he's ever actually complained about like any major Switch games. He tends to just ignore them. Yeah, Pal World's like entire marketing strategy was just like antagonizing Pokemon fans, and that came back to bite them eventually. So, like, I don't know. I'm very interested in seeing like how badly the trading card game fails because I don't know a lot about that industry, but like it just feels like once you get started, it's kind of hard to like lose momentum. I don't know. Like I can see a lot of people like protest buying them to support Power World against Nintendo, but yeah, I'm gonna be buying Nintendo stock actually. Yep, I already fit it in my budget. $1,000 going into Nintendo. Really excited about it. Yeah, hopefully like the stock stays low long enough for me to like stockpile more, buy more shares. But 'cause, yeah, if I could get to like, yeah, imagine if I could get to like 100,000 before like the stocks price goes up again. I just feel like now's the time to buy, and I just like I'm so upset I lost my job. I'm so upset. Like if I had just been on board with it, I don't know. I don't. I'm in a financially stable position. You know, everything's working out for me. I had the channel. You know, I'm getting more viewers all the time. You know, subs are going up. Basically, I just need to find my niche. Um, and honestly, I might have just found it with the whole like talking about like daily Nintendo coverage thing, like reacting to all like the bullshit around the company and all that. We'll see. What was that? What was that? It's crazy. Our world would never get Lego sets. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how dominant Pokemon cards are in their niche. Like, it's way bigger than Magic now, but we're in this, like... Wait a minute. You're telling me I didn't pause it? You're telling me I didn't pause... I didn't pause it. I swear I pressed the button. Ah, whatever. We could probably just do... Fuck. Yeah, so I've been looking up what's going on with the roll, and apparently that, like, the stuff I'm using isn't compatible with my thing. And the material is fine, but, like, the roll is, like, slightly different. And so, like, it ends up screwing up if you try to use it. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to try to... I don't know if I need to avoid the brand. Like, I think I had to work around it, but, like, I need a part for it, but it's just, like... It's so autistic. Like, if you're gonna make a filament roll, like, it should be compatible with the machine. Like, I would pay for a roll that was compatible with my specific machine. Like, I don't know, it drives me nuts. Yeah, I think for a while I'll be, I need to produce more tools again, because lately I've just been, like, doing Pokemon. Like, I did that Lugia, which was great, the Umbreon, and I'm doing this elective. I think I'm gonna take a break and, like, do some, like, tool stuff. Like, I want, like, another trash can, and I want the part that will help me, Rich was still in there? Yeah, he is. I didn't want to do it. I'm just like... Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Oh, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, like, it's really weird how, like, the official narrative is that, like, Magic is still, like, the most popular trading card in the world. But, like, it's more like it's popular with boomers and, like, Americans who just kind of don't want to admit that, like, Pokemon's way bigger and has been for a long time. Like, honestly, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is way bigger than Magic. Like, I don't know. Nobody's happy with Magic right now, and it's just... it's only continuing out of, like, this its sense of, like, nostalgia and its, like, legacy or whatever. Kind of like D&D in that sense. Like, I'm curious how long it's going to take for Pokemon to fall off, because, you know, like, my thing is that, like, the same people who created it have been working on it for, like, years. So, like, I don't know. I'm kind of worried that there's going to be, like, some massive decline in quality as, like, you know, Japan becomes more diversified and shit like that. I don't know. I mean, we've had, like, 30 good years of content, so, like, I'm thankful for that, but it's, like, I don't know. It's kind of sad to think that, like, you know, there's going to be some kind of decline at some point. I don't know. I think the problem is that, like, people have spent so much time complaining about Pokemon that, like, when they do inevitably go downhill, that, like, there's going to be this real, like, you know, kind of like with Disney, where it's like, oh, it's shit now, but, like, you know, people have been saying that forever. Like, it's always been like this. Yeah, I'm like pretty far into, like, Mystery Incorporated now. I'm like on episode 13 or 12 or something. Really, really, really enjoying it. Like, I wish the mysteries themselves were more interesting. Like, they seem to be going for that, like, goofy vibe. It's really weird because, like, they want you to take, like, the characters super seriously, but then they have, like, goofy character moments with, like, I don't know, like, the motivations for the villains mostly. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I feel like if they wanted to have, like, an overarching storyline, like, they really needed to, like, build it up better throughout, because it's just some vague thing, like, happening, like, off screen. I don't know. It's like, they keep hyping up some like great mystery in Crystal Cove, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm very like I'm not sure if like how interesting it's gonna be. There we go. I actually have no idea what it is. Yeah, it's weird because I remember very specific things about Mystery Incorporated. Like I know like I think Fred's dad is like evil or something, and like he's adopted. But I don't know. I don't really remember what happens after that. I mean, nobody's talking about Power World today. They just announced their CCG and nobody gives a shit. Like, oh, we're launching in July, and like, you get like everybody like saying that like Nintendo's gonna be freaking out about it, but like, I don't think they give a shit. Like, especially for Pokemon cards, it's like Pokemon cards are at like their peak right now, and they're like huge deals culturally. Like, you'll get like some boomers complaining about them, but like, boy, this is the actual color. So, yeah, I'll do it. He says, yeah, I'm not working. Well, there are no jobs, first of all. There are no jobs. Yeah, I'm not doing anything unless I get money back. Yeah, I don't like it. Like, like, I honestly don't believe that like Power World cards are even gonna make it to market. Because like, are they gonna be able to like, are you gonna be able to get them worldwide, or are they just gonna be like some limited edition thing that you can buy online? Like, I don't see them like ever being sold retail. You know, like they did this trick with like the merchandise too, because like Clownfish TV did this thing like, oh, they're producing merchandise now. And it's like it's just some like shitty like Amazon like storefront like that they have. It's just like I don't know who the fuck do you know who cares about Power World merch, you know? And people keep talking about that Sony deal they signed, but like I feel like it's not going to go anywhere, honestly. Yeah, didn't they sign it with like Sony Music for like an anime deal? What sense does that make? I don't know. It feels like they just signed as many deals as possible to try and tie up as many companies as they could into their brand. Like I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know, man. It's gonna be really interesting, like kind of seeing the retrospective on this. I'll probably have to make the video on it myself because I'm like the only person who's like calling them out on it. Like I don't know anybody else who's like been as anti Power World like from the onset. Like it reminds me a lot of the Ricada thing, where like I was the only person like speaking out against it for a long time. Like I don't know. This might be a big deal, honestly, when like everything like collapses. Like so much of like the coping around Power World revolves around like misrepresenting things. Like how many times have we heard that like Nintendo will like sue anybody these days? and it's just like, no, they will sue people who infringe on their patents. It's like, where is the GTA merchandise? Yeah, there is none. Yeah. Yeah, imagine you walk around with a shirt like with Grand Theft Auto on it. Like people would assume you spend your time like stealing real cars. Like, I mean, what line of dialogue is like iconic out of GTA 5? You know, like who are the characters even? Like, GTA action figures. I don't know. I don't know. I really want like to 3D print that Lego set. Like, I really want like a recreation of it. I think I am gonna do it. I don't have a Pikachu yet, actually. I probably could get one, but I don't know. Yeah, Pikachu first. Actually, I was gonna make a Charizard on its own, but yeah, are we good enough? Are we a bad enough dude to rescue Marion from my brother? So the plot of this game is that like Jimmy Lee was behind everything. I don't get the implications of this, especially because like the sequel is like just straight up ignoring it. I guess it's not canon. I guess Willie was behind it. Like, I don't know. I guess, or maybe like Jimmy is just with you the entire time, and you just can't like you just fight him at the end. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like I love this kind of thing out of classic games because it really like gets your imagination going. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a novelization, not a novelization, but like a tribute to this on my fanfiction account. Yeah, I was really proud of my Soul Calibur one, so yeah, I've been kind of itching to go back to it. I did one for Metroid Prime 4, which hasn't got a ton of attention, but like those who have read it like really like it. Yeah, I haven't had a huge hit since like I don't even know. Like, a Spy on Privet Drive was huge, and I to this day I have no idea why it blew up the way it did. Like for a while there, it was like the biggest Spy Family fanfic ever. I don't know if it still is. I don't think so, because I think a lot of people like just kept updating theirs while like I ended mine after it became popular. I don't know, man. That shit is like weird because like people have like reposted it on other websites. It's definitely like it's like probably the most popular thing I've ever done, honestly. And my Spy Family stuff is really popular in general. Like Tornadus, I'm always getting requests to bring Tornadus back, and I'd love to. It's just I just haven't gotten around to it. And I don't know. I got a request to do Control a while back, and I'd love to do that too. But it's just like I just stopped caring about Chainsaw Man, so it's just shitty got me. Nobody actually plays GTA. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't see like once the Power World thing collapses, I think it's gonna be really difficult to like continue with this farce of like the Pokemon criticism community. Like, I'm just so tired of seeing people like Clownfish or like Scott the Waz or Smash JT like do this thing like, oh, I don't care about Pokemon, guys. Like, yeah, so you're a fucking retard. Is that it? Like, I have no respect for it, honestly. Like, I consider Pokemon to be like the best like ongoing like RPG series there is. So it's just the fact that like so many people are like so dismissive of it is like embarrassing. Yeah, I don't know how much longer like people can keep up the Pokemon hate, because it's like I feel like we're at the point now where like we're gonna enter like this weird like renaissance where it's gonna be really difficult to like keep complaining about Pokemon. Like, especially if you're like Demish or whatever and don't play the new games. Like, if you just refuse to play them, like you're not gonna have any ground to stand on when it comes to talking about them. And it's just, I don't know. It already feels like it's purely an online thing, because offline, like Pokemon's more popular than ever. I think I heard someone talking about it today. Did I? I think I did. Yeah. Like so many of these YouTubes, like they brag about not playing ZA, and it's just like you don't realize what you're doing. Like if you don't actually play these Pokemon games, you're not going to be effectively down. You're not going to be able to effectively downplay them when like people start calling them classics. It's just that's a mistake these guys always make, is that like they just can't keep like the narrative straight. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't screw up again, but Chibi Robo is better than Pokemon. Yeah, he can go fuck himself for that. Now that I've actually played Chibi Robo, like it is a hipster's video game. You know, it's not remarkable in any way, shape, or form. It's just that thing that like GameCube babies latched onto to try and pretend their console had like really special, unique games. It'd be like if I latched on to like Little King Story to say like the Wii was the best console ever. And I love Little King Story. You know, I love like Pandora's Tower. I love The Last Story. But like, it's just like those games are very niche for a reason, and there's like a reason I don't really like talk about them as like the console's best, because it's just like they're obviously budget and they obviously have like issues, and it's just like, why would I like, I don't know. I just don't feel as if like putting games like that on a pedestal really do them any favors, really, because what ends up happening is that like casuals end up playing these games. You know, like it's the experience like I had with Chibi Robo, right? Where like, you know, Chibi Robo has been hyped up to me for 20 years. You know, even when like, you know, I was reading Nintendo Power, that was true. You know, I had like sky high expectations for it, and then like I go into it and like I'm kind of disappointed by it. Like it's kind of like with Earthbound, actually. Like I would say Chibi Robo is kind of the modern Earthbound, actually, because it had a similar like arc of like being this like obscure game that got a following online like decades later, and like it's the same problem. Like when you overhype a game that much, it can't live up to like anybody's expectations, and that's the problem with Chibi Robo, is that like it's too hyper like. Yeah, I agree. Like Chibi Robo is not that impressive. Like I don't know if I'll even ever play it again. I mean, maybe, but it's just I don't really see it happening. I didn't care for it too much, should be told. Yeah, it's nice that we're finally getting through Double Dragon. Once we can beat Willie consistently and we can beat Jimmy Lee. Like, I don't know. This is the thing with this game, is that like I can do it. I can beat Willie. I can beat Jimmy. But like, why do I have to do like a 15-minute like gauntlet to get there? And that's basically all this is. Is that like I'm playing through this entire game so I can get a crack at like seeing the end credit screen. Like I don't know. I'm not even sure I'll be able to like play Double Dragon 2 after this, because I think I'm gonna need a break from my Double Dragoning. I mean, I might play it a little bit. We'll see. We'll see how far I can get in it. Yeah, 3 isn't even on NSO yet, I believe. Like, I think we have Battletoads versus Double Dragon, but I don't think anyone gives a shit about that. That is not one of the games people talk about. Earthbound is better than. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I've started liking Earthbound more and more. Like over time, once you get over that initial like issue with it, because like Earthbound's like, you know, I know someone who tried to play Earthbound and got filtered by it. Like, it's very grindy early on. Like when you only have like Ness, it's like it's really frustrating. Like I don't know of any other RPG that takes that much time to get your like full party together. Like I think it's like the game's half over by the time you get Pooh, right? And then he's like behind everyone else in levels. It's like the game is like really structured kind of oddly, where like Ness is like way better than everyone else. Like a lot of Pooh has like all these abilities that I still to this day have no idea how to use. Like who the fuck? What does transform do exactly? Like I've never been able to figure out what that does exactly. Like I love like I love Earthbound, but it's like you can definitely see why it didn't take off. You know, it came out like after Final Fantasy VI, it came out after Chrono Trigger. It's like it's not that impressive like compared to those games in a lot of ways. Is he like Joker? I don't know. I think Ness is a way more interesting character, truth be told. Ness is a really likable JRPG protagonist, I think. But yeah, that's just me. It's been a while since we played Earthbound. I mean, that's on the list, but like, you know, we were playing so many other RPGs, I had to put it on the back burner. So, like, I was gonna do it like right after it got ported to Nintendo Classics, but we still haven't done it, and that was like a couple years ago now. I started playing it, but like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how far we get. I think it was before we got Jeff. I think we got Paula, but not Jeff. Yeah, Jeff is like the MVP of that game. Like, so much of that shit is like possible because of him. Like, Paula's just kind of there, but like, and Pooh like just shows up when it's already over. But Jeff's like the man. Like, I don't get why Apple Kid and Orange Kid like are a thing when like Jeff exists. Like, is Apple Kid better than like Jeff? I'm just kind of confused. Why isn't he going out and doing it? Yeah, Shigesato Itoy is probably like, I would say he's probably like the most woke person like involved with Nintendo, because I don't know anybody else who's like who tried to shove a gay character in a game. I don't know. It's is he a member of the Communist Party? I would not be surprised. I think Kojima is. Yeah, Toby Fox. Yeah, yeah. If it wasn't for a toy like enabling Undertale the way he did, that would there would never have been an illusion of like Undertale being popular in Japan, and of course it isn't. Like, not even Earthbound is popular in Japan. Actually, it's pretty exclusively an American phenomenon. Actually, but like, yeah, like Toby Fox just like for some reason like a toy like just supported him, and it's just I don't know. It was very disappointing to see. I was trying to do the elbow, but we don't have the elbow yet. I don't. Yeah, like Mother 3 is like the most commie video game ever. Like, again, it's like a major reason why I fucking can't stand it, and like why it's just pure garbage. It's like pure commie propaganda, and it's like not even really subtle about it. Like, never trust anyone who says Mother 3 is their favorite game. Yeah, Mother 3 is bad. There's just no redeeming it. Nash is better than Sans. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Pretendo's hype up Mother 3, but don't play it. Yeah, people used to play Mother 3. It used to be like one of the most imported Nintendo games, but like yeah, that hasn't been true in a long time. It was like an early like Nintendo YouTuber thing. Like I think like everybody, I know Nintendo Capri Sun played it. I don't know how many of these guys are still around, but like I mean like we're long past the days of that being some like huge cultural thing. I don't know. Like if that game were to come out, it'd be like really underwhelming. I think Nintendo's in the right to not want to release it. Yeah, Richie claims it wasn't like they didn't. It wasn't because of the content that led them to not releasing it here. But I don't believe that at all. Like when you look at like what's actually in that game, it just feels like it's just like unbelievably woke and would not fly here. Like you know when you have like trannies like molesting kids in hot tubs, it's like yeah that shit wouldn't fly in America. Hot springs, not hot tubs. What I'm talking about. Yeah. Nintendo will use their own localization when they do bring it over, if they ever do. Yeah, it's very possible it never actually happens, but I don't know. It just feels like a product. It feels like a very millennial thing. It's like giving a shit about Mother 3. Like these days, I don't think anybody really cares. Like there's so many like good Nintendo games. I feel like most people haven't even like played a lot of the classics, you know. So like something like that just doesn't have the pull it used to. Because like back in the day, I think hardcore fans like back in the 2000s, it was like reasonable to assume that like people were fans of the entire company's history or like were familiar with all the games and consoles. These days, I think younger people especially like aren't necessarily familiar with like older franchises and series. RGE will complain about it, but there's no lollies in a Mother 3. What would he complain about? I don't know. I haven't seen anyone complain about censorship in Nintendo games forever. Like they tried to make like Dispatch, like the cover art for that, like a thing, but I don't know. Yeah, third-party game, sure. Like there's some weird narrative that like Nintendo's censoring third-party games, and I'm just like, where's the evidence for that? Well, the box art is different. Like okay. And I can't believe we're at the point. Like, remember how much I struggled with this for like months and months, weeks and weeks, and like, I don't know how long we've been playing this. How long have we been playing this? I was gonna check, like, because it feels like it's taken like a long time to like master this. Back in the 90s, people complained about Nintendo. Here we go. People thought Pretendos were actual fans. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, like that was before they kind of established the stereotype. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot more like established Nintendo stereotypes now. Like we talk about like the Nintendo hater, or like the Nintendo JRPG hater, and like you know, Fujos and shit like that. Like there's a lot more like stereotypical like fans of things. And I think that's like led to people like kind of clowning on them and not taking them seriously when it comes to certain things. You know, the Smash Bros community is a joke, honestly, because of how they behave and conduct themselves. Like, you know, the shower thing is a meme, for good reason. Yeah, I've never actually been around Smash fans, but like, I can't imagine it would be fun. I don't know. Like, Street Fighter fans seem normal, so I don't know why like the Smash community seems rampant with like pedophilia and like degenerates. Like the Street Fighter community seems relatively normal. Like someone like DSP sticks out, but like I don't know. Like low tier God, like I don't know. He's not a pedophile, right? I don't think. So like he's like what, the worst of the FGC? I don't know. It sucks that I'll never be able to go to these events and like do things. I don't know. Like even if I could afford to go, it's like, well, I mean, I guess I could afford to go, but it's like even if I could go without like wasting a ton of money, like I'm not sure I could handle it with my disorder because I really don't like being in crowds. So, like, I just don't know if it would be fun. I bet I could get used to it like over time, but it's like I don't know. Like, I just don't think I have that much time to like get used to something like that. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of at the point where like in my life where I feel very incapable of going out of my comfort zone. Like, I'm at the point now where I'm just kind of thinking that I'm not going to get a new job, and it's the entire motivation behind that is just because of my disorder. Like, there's no other real reason. Because I would love to work and make more money. You know, I don't have anything against it. It's just, like, I just physically can't do it. Like, it's not possible for me. Did it actually connect? I have no idea if that knife connected or not. It felt like it did, but... Yeah, I hate that stupid, like, ducking thing they do. Sex and drugs. Street Fighter 7 might not happen, really. Like, there's no reason to, honestly. Like, just keep adding shit to Street Fighter 6 is kind of my mindset. Like, just keep getting in, like, younger players, keep updating it. You don't have to, like, release new versions of the same game, honestly. Like, I felt that way for a long time, is that, like, just keep bringing new players into the old game. That's what they need to do, honestly. Like, I think a new Street Fighter game should be, like, a once in a, like, maybe a decade thing. Even that might be too much. So, like, yeah, I'm kicking ass and taking names, but, like, I cannot get past the fact that, like, the final boss has a fucking machine gun. I thought gun control was supposed to stop this in Japan. Like, what's happened? RE9 is failing. Well, they had to port it to Nintendo Switch 2, when I'm sure, like, originally they had no intention of doing that. You know that they're scared when, like, they're immediately announcing, like, Switch 2 ports instead of, like, pussyfooting around the idea. Remember when we were supposed to get, like, a Switch port of Final Fantasy 14 in, like, 2018? Like, it's just, like... I don't know. The fact, like, the fact that Square, like... The Final Fantasy 14 is dying now, and they're only just now talking about a Nintendo port. Like, I think that just goes to show you their mindset. And just... Yeah, the chicks aren't hard at all. I know there are these assholes, but, like... Yeah, the first two waves are pretty hard. Won't be bigger than GTA 6, yeah, probably. So yeah, you move in like a Z pattern, and like for some reason that like completely fucks him up. Like he can't handle it. No, he's moving diagonally. Ugh. So like this is what I've been trying to do all this time, but like, so yeah, you had to do like big sweeping Z's. You have to do it in a very specific way. Oh, we got it. We got it. Okay. Okay, we got to Jimmy, and we have another life out of this too. Okay, so this might be a practice run. What? How do you whip that out? Like, Okay. How the fuck did he do that? Ah. Okay. Oh, sweet. Okay. Okay, so if you have an extra life, okay, you can start right at Billy. Okay. It's a checkpoint. Okay. Okay, we got it. I think we got it. I think we can beat him. Yeah, Billy's a bitch. I mean, Jimmy's a bitch. Jimmy's about to die. I think we can beat Double Dragon. I think we got it. I want to be with Marion. That's why I set up this elaborate scheme to kidnap her. So is Marion a hoe or not? Because I think Jimmy has to be a massive bitch to, like, organize a giant crime syndicate to, like... I was not expecting a checkpoint. I thought I was going to have to beat Willie again, but, like, I've never had an extra life after Willie. Yeah, so I have the game licked. I 100% have it licked. We did it. Holy shit, we did it. We beat it. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, we did it. Oh, man, classic. We cucked Jimmy. Holy fucking shit. Oh, man, we did it. We beat Double Dragon. We did it. We have the skills. I have the power. Yes. Man, how long did that take? Let's see. Not including, like, all the other versions of this game I own. And honestly, I've only really been playing this version for the past several years. Now, I also have it on the Kunio-kun collection. 24 hours. It took me an entire day of my life to beat that fucking game. Holy shit. Yeah, great game. All-time classic. Yeah, we'll probably, like, play it again in the coming weeks just to make sure I have it down. I can do it consistently. I'm tempted to do it now, but, like, I feel like my... I'm tempted to do it now, but I feel like I have the skills, so... Yeah, so we beat Double Dragon. Okay. Can Review Tech USA beat Double Dragon? I don't think so. Okay, where's Double Dragon 2? Yeah, no Double Dragon 3. I mean, to be fair, like, everyone fucking hates Double Dragon 3, but... Yeah, we beat Double Dragon. Acclaim presents... Oh, this was published by Acclaim. Yeah, a lot of great Japanese games were published by Acclaim or whatever. Man, I just like N64 era Acclaim because they were doing some crazy shit. Yeah, we beat Double Dragon. That is, you know. So yeah, I'll probably be doing a retrospective on Double Dragon in the near future. I never understood that, like, license message at whatever. Okay, Warrior. What? Nuclear War. Wait, what? While their names were Billy and Jimmy Lee. I love it's on 19XX. People call them the Double Dragons. Wait, but didn't I just beat the shit out of Jimmy because he tried, like, kidnapping my girlfriend? Double Dragon really should be, like, an iconic video game IP. It's kind of a shame that it's not. Billy's girlfriend, Marion. Wait, I thought she was both our girlfriend. I hear you. So yeah, Marion's fucking dead in this. Holy shit. Really? Okay, so the kick works differently in this. Yeah, I barely remember this game. I'm pretty sure I've beaten it, but like if I didn't remember the plot point of Marion being killed. But she's in River City Girls too. How is she dead? I mean, I'm sure they brought her back. I don't know. Okay, I remember really liking this game when I finished it, but like I remember something about a tank and like deciding I really liked it, but I don't know. Yeah, so it's like based on your direction. So depending on where you're facing, it's like I don't know, the controls are kind of weird. Yeah, it's weird how little I remember about this. I mean, the same thing was true for like Ninja Gaiden, where like I couldn't beat it consistently, so I'm just like, yeah, I'll just play the original over and over again. Yeah, like I can't remember which version of the game I played because I feel like I played the arcade version, but I can't think of like what I played that on. Like, because I looked and it's not on the collection. Like I feel like I played it on Wii U or something, but maybe it was like a Game Boy Advance port or something. Because I feel like it looked better than this. I don't remember it looking or feeling like this. I thought it was a lot more detailed. Like honestly, I think the original Double Dragon looks better. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, these are like iconic like NES games, I think. It sucks that like they're not. I feel like younger players have never heard of them, but like I don't know. I would rather have Billy and Ginny Lee in Smash than fucking Terry Bogard. Okay, like I feel like they're way more iconic characters. Like honestly, like even today, like they're in River City Girls, and like like I feel like they're still fairly recognizable. Like honestly, like the only reason they're not remembered is that like they just don't have like good modern entries. I feel like modern Double Dragon games are just ridiculous. Like the last one that was well received was like what? Like Neon? Like all the shitty like low effort ones. I mean they did like Double Dragon the Revival. Honestly, we should probably pick that up and see if that's any good, but like I believe that's a remake of the first, but like I don't know anybody who's played it or talk about it all. I guess we could pick it up, but like and try it. I don't know. I've had nothing but bad experiences with all the Double Dragon games I've been. Oh, no, the Double Dragon 4 was good. I really love Double Dragon 4. What the hell was that? Wait, do you not level up your skill set in this game like you do in the original? Like I don't see the stars. Oh, I vaguely remember that. Okay. Hey, who does this guy think he is? Krang? Doesn't Krang do that in TMNT too? He does look like Krang, doesn't he? Yeah, I remember that guy. Okay. I do vaguely remember this game, but like it's been so long. It's just crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's probably been like over a decade since I played this. Because in 2015, I wasn't playing a ton of games. I was trying to get out of poverty, trying to get out of my evil parents' house. No, 10 years ago, it's 2016. Yeah. Yeah, I remember like going to like Starbucks like after work and like desperately hoping I would like find somebody there who would like help me. Like, here we go. Here we go. Oops. Like desperately hoping I would find somebody to talk to. Yeah, definitely glad those days are over. What the hell is this? What? Yeah, I really hope I never have a time as bleak as that ever again. It's just never should happen to anybody, in my opinion. I don't. It's really frustrating because like everybody like if you don't go to college, like everybody you're around is like a drug addicted retard. Because like everyone normal goes, right? So if you're like my position where like you have like you're developing a skill that like nobody else has and like school can't help you with, it's like you're completely isolated, and it's just like for a long time it was like that. It was just I don't know. Retro games just don't feel like they have much of a following in this day and age. Like I used to love this shit and like obsess over it constantly, but I feel like brands like AVGN they don't cultivate like enthusiasm about this stuff. It's all just like this idea of like, oh yeah, it's way better than the shit we get today, and like if you like modern games, it's just off-putting especially because it's not really true. I don't know. I mean, that's one of my goals. Like once I establish the book series a little bit, like I do kind of want to bring like retro games back and kind of like make them popular again and make them mainstream and like kind of sell people on their value and stuff like that. But it's like I just I don't know. It might not be possible. Like I mean, I feel like I am gonna like spend the rest of my life like advocating for that, but ABJ used to say like modern games are better than retro games. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, it's something that like anybody honest will tell you. Yeah, anybody who's honest will tell you that like plenty of good games have come out since like Mario 3, but for a good for a good chunk of like gamers at the time, like that's seen as like sacrilegious. So for like a long time, you were not allowed to say that like modern games were better than Mario 3 or whatever. Like that's why you have such a weird like divide between people who like love Mario World and like people who like hate it. It's just like because they just feel like they have to protect like the image of Mario 3 as like the all-time GOAT without like any real regard for like if it really deserves that reputation or not. And like we kind of saw that with Mario Wonder specifically, where like so many people like came out and tried to do this thing where they were just like, well, like Mario Wonder isn't as good as Mario 3, and that's why you can't play it. And I'm just like, oh, that was the practice level. Okay. Okay, so depending on the difficulty level, okay, you get further along in the game. Okay. That is interesting. So I technically beat the practice stage. Okay. The warrior level. Okay, so we beat the first difficulty level. Okay. Like there are plenty of bad games today, but if you're playing Nintendo games, like the games you're getting in general are way better than the ones you used to get. Kid Icarus, like Metroid, like Ice Climbers, like that shit hasn't aged well at all. Yeah, you can point to like Mario 3 all you want and how much you love like the giant enemies and stuff like that, but it's like it's not as good as what you're getting, like what people are getting now, and it's just it's a cope that really needs to die. I think it's downright like disrespectful to the creators and like just kind of putting old games on a pedestal while like downplaying new ones. It just doesn't feel nuanced enough. It's not respectable. Like if you could say like you can call it the best game at NES. Okay, fine. Like that's an opinion. But like saying that like it surpasses like modern games is just like downright insane and makes no sense. Like it's not even really better than Mario World. Like, it's just. Expedition. I haven't seen Sean Malmstrom hype up Expedition, honestly. Which kind of surprised me because it kind of seemed like he's the kind of person who would like worship it. Yeah, Sean Malmstrom, he's like one of those weird like American centric gamers who think that like Americans are somehow better at like developing games than Japanese people, even though Americans haven't done shit. Like he's always going on about how Ultima is like some industry defining thing and like nobody really gives a shit about it. Yeah, I don't feel like I like this one as much as the original. I don't know. Maybe it gets better later on, but like I don't know. There's no leveling system. Like the environments aren't as interesting. The fighting isn't as fun. I would say it doesn't even look as good. Like the original has this really distinctive look. So I really died from that, huh? What? How did I die from that? If I was gonna go down there anyway. Okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, I think the original's way better than this. Maybe the arcade one is better. I don't know. I've never. Man, I can't remember. What did I play? I'm gonna have to look at my my Wii U games. I'm pretty sure I did play through this, but once, but I don't know. There's a bunch of weird games I played through on Wii U on save states that I barely remember now, and I think this is one of them. Yeah, there's no way. No, Metroid on NES is not better than Prime 4. No fucking way. Neither is Metroid 2, by the way. Like, they're too outdated. Like, they're not that good. Like, I don't know. I really don't like it when people put, like, Metroid 1 and 2 on pedestals. It just reeks of fanboyism to me. Especially when they, like, do that extreme shit and try to say that, like, it's better than Super. It just... Like, who are you trying to fool? Like, Super fans? No. Hello, hello. Yep, we're playing games now. Yeah, we beat Double Dragon. Did you miss it? I should have beat Double Dragon and almost cried. Like, you missed it. Like, are you kidding me? That's, like, probably the best moment of the year so far in the Harman Smith show, and you didn't watch it. I can beat Double Dragon without a save station. And maybe we should do Mike Tyson. Honestly, I can get through like all of my Punch Out pretty easily, but like I can't beat Mike Tyson consistently. I've done it like once, I think, maybe twice. Man, how many times have I done it? I honestly don't remember. I think it has only been once. Huh. We've definitely made attempts since then, but like I definitely have done it before, but it's like I don't know if there's any video proof. Was that before I was streaming regularly? I think it might have been. Wait, these guys look like Strider. Go back to the Lord of the Rings, you punk. Oh, here we go. Eric Gordon will never take the throne. Oh, here we go. Right. Okay. Okay. So practice mode, it ends after the helicopter stage. Of TGE, the worst Zelda clone ever? Dark Cloud? Like, what's worse than that? Blossom Tales? Okami? I can't think of anything. What could possibly be worse than Okami? It's so weird being an adult and like playing through Okami again and just kind of being like, yeah, this game was always fucking bullshit. It's really weird because I remember really liking it because of like the culture and the vibes and stuff like that. Like I love the idea of it, but the actual game of it is just kind of lame. I like the idea. It's just Is a Bobo in this? We haven't seen him yet. Fuck! The worst Zelda clone is Dark Souls. I'm not sure I'd call Dark Souls the worst. I put way too much time into Dark Souls to call it the worst of anything. I don't know. Like, Dark Souls is definitely better than Elden Ring, is my honest. Yeah. They're way better. Yeah, they're way better. The worst Breath of the Wild. It is like, it's so shocking how like Elden Ring learned nothing from like Breath of the Wild structure or anything. It's just like, yeah, you just go around and kill bosses. It's a lot like Silk Song in that respect, where you just kind of like go around and like level up so you can like go to places. It's just like, I don't know. It's embarrassing. And I don't remember a thing about this game. Like, not a thing. Yeah, so when we beat this, we're gonna have to play Double Dragon 3 as well. Yeah, Double Dragon 4. Yeah, I'm definitely anxious to playing that. I want to say Double Dragon 4 is better than this, honestly. And what's with like these random like throwback like 2D beat 'em ups? Yeah, I'd say Double Dragon 4 was the best. It was like 10 stages of absolute Kino, as I recall. And when did that come out? 2018? It's been a while. Yeah, I am anxious to go back to Double Dragon 4. Yeah, this is the most I've been into gaming in a while. It's just kind of playing retro NES stuff. I don't know. Maybe we should skip Double Dragon 4 for now and just like try to get through NES games in general, because like we never did beat Battletoads. And like that's because I fucking hate Battletoads, but like I don't know. I should be able to at least beat it, right? Just so I can say I can do it. Like I just can't stand Battletoads. So I can beat Double Dragon. I can beat Mike Tyson's Punch Out. I can beat Ninja Gaiden. But I can't beat fucking Battletoads? Is Battletoads like harder on NES? The hardest game on NES? I don't think it is. I think people who actually, play this shit like obsessively will tell you it's not. I mean, if you ask me, I say Zelda 2 because I can't fucking beat it. But I'm an idiot and don't know what I'm doing. Like Zelda 2 probably becomes easier when you like start studying like the programming for it. Oh shit, that's it. Okay, game over. Okay. There's no continues or anything. Okay, yeah. So we gotta make sure to select the warrior difficulty. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Are we gonna go through Double Dragon 2, do you think? Gradius? Yeah, I'd say Gradius is probably up there. Yeah. Like I don't think I'll ever beat Gradius. That shit is like fucking yeah. So Battletoads is so I have it on Rare Replay as well, but yeah, it is on NSO, so we can play it. Yeah, that Ninja Gaiden 2, yeah, brutal games. I don't know. Do we want to do Ninja Gaiden? Do we want to do Double Dragon 2 or something else? Let's see, River City Ransom. That's another one we need to get through. Shit, I've never beaten River City Ransom, and it's like it's a lot of people's favorite NES game, but I've never understood why. Solomon's Key, Twitty B, Ninja Gaiden. Lolo, Blaster Master, Zelda 2. Honestly, we probably should get through Zelda 2, honestly. Star Tropics, Kirby's Adventure. Star Tropics! That is a game I've hardly played at all. That is definitely something I should. I don't understand why this has never gotten any kind of re-release or anything. I don't even think I got like a Game Boy tour. I mean, Star Tropics is interesting because the sequel is actually the last game ever released on NES. So this game has like quite a lot of like historical value to it. It's just yeah. So this is like yeah. People always go on about like Takamura's Castle, or they did, but like this is actually another like Zelda clone. Hang on. Oops. And it's like going by what I've played, it's really, really good. So, and I have played it before, but like I've never actually. One day in summer, you land at Sea Island where Dr. Jones has his laboratory. Zelda 2 is hyped by Sean, but nobody else. Yeah. Like, again, the thing with Zelda 2, you love it if you're like obsessed with like NES games being brutally difficult, but like otherwise it's just not that impressive. Like when you actually think about what you do in the game, it's not that fun. It's not that well designed. It's like kind of tedious and ridiculous. Like it's not as good as the original, basically. But like Sean Marshall will tell you, no, it's just as good as the original. Like it's hard, but Ransom is better than Persona 2. Well, yeah, of course. I didn't even know Persona 2 existed. I thought the first one was I thought the third game was the first one. So this kind of takes more RPG elements from it. It's kind of a mix of Zelda 1 and 2, isn't it? Coral Cola. Yeah, so it's kind of more like an RPG. Zelda, of course, is not an RPG. I miss Coral 1990. Do you think I'm pretty? Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is like an NES game that like nobody remembers. So it might be really interesting coming back to it. It's pretty good sprite work too. Coca-Cola. Yeah, Star Tropics is pretty similar to Earthbound in tone, and it predated it. An ace pitcher. So the interesting thing about this game, it was very specifically designed to appeal to Americans. So that's why there's so much baseball and like stuff like that and cola. I really wonder what changed at Nintendo where they stopped trying to produce stuff like this. Because I do think that's like the main criticism you can have of the company is that they don't have any. I'm actually going to bring this up when I get invited to the shareholders meetings. Why don't they put more effort into like making stuff that would appeal to Americans? Like, I get that they don't trust Americans and they shouldn't, like considering what our culture is like, but it's just like, I don't. Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing how Devin Pitchford handles NOA. Like everyone says she's gonna be worse than Bowser, but like I don't know, she might be based. I don't know. Like as long as she does what she's told, like she's, I don't know. Like the way it looks to me is that like the Japanese guy that's like working with her is gonna like oversee what she does. I don't know, just. It's mid as fuck, yeah. Southern Cross. Are these descended from like Shin from Fist of the North Star? Southern Cross. And I have not watched Fist of the North Star in a while. I need to get back on it. I would okay. So it's like it's weird. It's like a weird mix of like Zelda 1 and 2 is the way I describe it. It's a star, but it looks like a yo-yo. Yeah, so like it's top down like Zelda 1, but like you jump like it's Zelda 2. It's really odd. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't re-released Persona 1 or 2 yet. Like, they did 3 first, and that just kind of confuses me. Like, I don't know. Maybe they're building up to 1 or 2, but, like... I mean, nobody gives a shit about 1 or 2 anyway, but it's just... Yeah, the game looks great, but it feels kind of... It does feel kind of stiff. Yeah, I've last played this like a decade ago. I own it on Wii U, and I just never got around to finishing it. And I played enough of it to think it was pretty good, but I don't know. One of the best games on the console, maybe? Yeah, old school Nintendo. Yeah, 1990. Like, I don't know if there's like any like more obscure like Nintendo franchise than this, because like, this was in-house, wasn't it? Yeah, people talk about like how it took like Metroid Prime like 18 years to get a sequel. Hey man, it's been 31 since Star Tropics 2. So, yeah, I remember a while back it was like, the rumor was that like Retro would make a new Star Tropics, and I just, that never did happen. But the hell, Atlas might go under, but they're owned by Sega. Why would they go under? I don't know. Atlas is like, it's a sinking ship for sure. It has been for a long time, but Splatoon. Yeah, the Splatoon hate is that needs to stop for sure. I don't know. Maybe I should make something like this. Something about a kid who goes to a foreign, I don't know. Some weird like island. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm really struggling to find anything that like resonates with readers right now. I'm kind of thinking about that when I'm finishing up now that I'm finishing up the Cattle Have Fangs. It's like, I don't know. I've been like writing stuff that I like and I enjoy, but like I feel like that's not really what like people want to read from me. Like I don't know. I just feel like maybe I need to think more about the audience, what the audience wants, and I've kind of been struggling with that because I don't know. I'm kind of worried that's gonna screw with my like integrity as a creator. I'm not sure what I want right now. Fire Emblem was also obscure. Yeah. I mean, Fire Emblem was obscure for a long time, like before it, Awakening came out. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I'm very tired of hearing people complain about Fire Emblem, though, for sure. So Mike can't swim. See, it feels stiffer than Zelda, honestly. Yeah, I remember this game looking better than it actually does. Witcher 3 is probably getting a final DLC. I mean, they're trying to revitalize interest in the Witcher brand because they know that like nobody's interested in like a Witcher 4. So they're gonna try and like hype it up with the DLC to like a game that everyone already owns. Like that's very interesting because I don't remember them. I've never heard of them ever doing anything like that before. I mean, they're in a bad position, and like what's weirder is that like people don't want to admit they're in a bad position because that would mean that like acknowledging that Cyberpunk is a failure and like the company that they've been hyping up all this time like ended up dying within a console generation basically. Like it's kind of unprecedented for like the big AAA RPG developer to like have their downfall like that quickly. Like, BioWare, like it took like what, like about 20 years before like, well, let's see. Oops. Arkham got a DLC for the Superman movie? Wait, really? How? Like, wasn't Kevin Conroy dead? There's no way they're not using AI for like voice clips. They keep pretending that they keep finding like old clips of him, and it's just like, bro, they just didn't want Suicide Squad to be his final role. I don't know, that's fucking crazy. Suicide Squad was so bad that it killed Kevin Conroy. That's fucking insane to think about. Witcher IP is in a bad position? Yeah. Because there's like nowhere for it to go, really. Like they had like all these projects announced because Cyberpunk completely flopped. They have all these Witcher projects announced. They're gonna make Witcher 4. They're gonna do a Witcher 1 remake. They're gonna do like a Witcher 3 DLC. They're doing all this stuff to try and like win back fans, but like it's just not gonna work. It's not gonna be as well received as Witcher 3 was, and like that's gonna be a real problem for them going forward. Witcher is obscure. I mean, Witcher is obscure in general. It's only hyped the way it is because how desperate the community is to keep up the farce that like major third-party devs, PlayStation and Xbox have something to play. Like, yeah, I hated Witcher 3, so yeah, I'm very excited to see like the end of it. And the books are bad. I hate it. I hate everything about the brand really, and it was just so frustrating how for a couple for 5 years people like hyped it up as like the best, People only love it because of the Witcher 3 video game, basically. Like nothing else it's ever done has ever been relevant. Yeah, I bought Witcher 1 on like no, I think I was playing on a Game Pass. It was something, right? Like I play it and it's just like it's like some weird mouse controlled bullshit. No, I think I have it on Steam, yeah. It's some dumb like mouse based bullshit and I was just completely taken aback by it that like this is how the game actually plays. Like Witcher 1 and 2 are not relevant at all. Like 3 is relevant because it's structured like a generic AAA game, but like 1 and 2 are like point clicks basically. What am I supposed to do? Well, that only happened because there was like nothing to play for normies to play on PS4, which is why they worshipped it so much. What am I supposed to do? No. Yeah, we'll come back to this later. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. Yeah, I think that's enough NES today. Yeah, I don't know. Should we go through? I don't know. Double Dragon and Star Tropic. I don't know. I don't know if we want to go through either of them. I kind of wanted to play some more Age of Calamity. The biggest game on PS4. Well, I don't remember anything Destiny said because I don't watch Cucks. Okay, like I don't care what Cucks say about anything. Like Destiny can just he can talk to his wife Cole about No Man's Sky. Like I don't care what he says about anything. Okay, let's see if we can actually get through Age of Calamity this time because like every time we try, I end up rage quitting it because it's so bad. But okay, what has The Witcher done since The Witcher 3 came out to like stay relevant? Like what have they done? Like what new installment has been well received? Like what books have been written? What have they done with the brand? Like nothing, you know? Like The Witcher 3 is only relevant because of the video game. That was like well received by retards who don't play a lot of video games. Like it's irrelevant. I'm almost out of yellow filament. I just don't want to work. Oh, I very real this. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. The Witcher. Okay, so The Witcher 3 has like it has some hardcore fans who are obsessed with the brand because they think it's like it's gonna somehow save video games or something. It's not going to have long-term viability, is what I'm saying. Is that like the brand has shown like no real growth or expansion. Like everything like relevant about Witcher 3 basically hinges on like the image of like Witcher 3 being like a high quality franchise. That's it. Like outside of that, it's just never garnered any real attention. Okay. Oh, is this the dumb? Even just looking at this screen, it pisses me off. Ooh! We don't have Unova back yet? Wait, you had to use Zelda?
Working together, they successfully recaptured the Citadel. Shortly thereafter, they found Robbie, who had barely escaped from the laboratory after the Yiga clan infiltrated its walls.
I really can't play this bullshit. I hate it
The
so
party
much.
soon learned from Robbie that Pura had also escaped the laboratory, making her way to Fort Hateno in Cluda.
You know, couldn't they show us this
stronghold,
happening
however,
instead of just being
besieged
like
by enemies.
exposition? I just
Link and the others departed promptly for Fort Hateno. But who would quell the ceaseless onslaught of Guardians pouring onto Hyrule Field during this time?
Like a nightmare.
I love how this came out before Riju is playable in Tears of the Kingdom, and it seems really bizarre in hindsight.
how?
Because
Look
she
how
doesn't
many
actually
there
fight
are.
with a sand seal like she does in this game. And the game really makes like Riju look
I
retarded.
would likely have died if it wasn't for your courage, but I'm still here, and Nabora still has its pilot. I'd wager nothing can stop us.
We will try.
Exactly. Well then, let's begin. Will you take my hand?
Yes.
Look at this. How the fuck can it not walk over the... Cannot find enough people to... Yeah, there aren't enough enemies to kill here. Like, I need to get 30,000. I know, right? And you're not hearing a lot of people say that, you know? Like, everyone's doing this thing like, oh, Expedition 33 is this huge hit. Meanwhile, you would like, Dragon Quest 11's done more. Baldur's Gate 3 did more. Allegedly, like, there's just so many, like, RPGs that have done better than that. Pokemon did more. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Mario Kart World like pretty quickly outperformed it, and it's just kind of remarkable how like the narrative right now is that like Mario Kart World bombed. Damn me. Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah. Like, I don't know how much longer they can keep doing that, because like too many people call them out on it, and like they can't keep downplaying like every like RPG that comes out, especially when they're glazing like Expedition 33 and like Baldur's Gate so hard. It's just like I don't think any of the people who like glaze those games are going to go on to play like real RPGs. Oh, it looks like we might be able to do it this time. I want to have. Got it. We did it this time, finally.
This easy.
Lady Urbosa, we've come so far. We must persevere until the battle is done.
Buy after my own heart. You never give in, huh?
Aw.
It's about time. What took them so long?
Urbosa and Riju took control of Varnaboris, working to stem the never-ending flow of Guardians.
Okay, we got it.
Taking advantage of the opening Urbosa had provided, Link's party began their assault on the enemies surrounding the periphery of Fort Hateno.
Okay. And I just hate this game. I really genuinely do. what are we playing after this? Yeah, let's look at physical games. Yeah, I'm sure I'll beat this one of these days, because, like, you know, every time I play it, I at least get through one chapter, but it's like, man, it's every time I do, it's physically painful. Yeah, this makes the this really is like one of my most hated Nintendo games of all time. I just there's nothing good about it at all. Like, maybe you get to see some of the characters interacting, but it's just like other than that. Yeah, what are we gonna play after this? Scott said it was bad. No, I was I wanted to play through Age of Imprisonment, right? Like, I want to go and like play Age of Imprisonment, but like I can't really like until I finish this. It just doesn't feel right. I don't know. Like, I keep trying back to it to try and beat it, and I just can't do it. It's like, it's genuinely shit. Genuinely shit. Okay. Yeah, the Warriors team has to be like Nintendo's worst projects right now. Well, Three Hopes was pretty good. It's actually the best Warrior game I ever played. I was wondering if I should pick up like Dynasty Warriors Origins, but like, I don't know. I think I'm done with Warrior shit unless I'm like really fired up about the IP. I mean, I don't even like Pirate Warriors 4, honestly. Like, I just don't like the. I wonder how long it's going to take to get really good One Piece games. It feels like Odyssey is the closest we've gotten, but it's still not great. I thought they were making a Witcher 1 remake. Which one? Oh, there you go. Which PlayStation fanboy? There you go. And for some reason, like, the game implies that Link was way stronger in the past. Oh, here we go. And what's our next game going to be? Yeah, we beat Double Dragon, which was our priority, so I'm honestly not sure what we're going to do next. Like, I'm not really fired up about Double Dragon 2 or Star Tropics. Or Zelda 2 or anything. I guess we can just focus on Fire Emblem, which we have not played tonight, actually. Ding! Badass. Yeah, it's crazy it took so long to bring Lionel's back, because they were kind of iconic enemies in the first and third Zelda. Hey. I don't know. I would never have said they were like some major endgame enemies, but like, I don't know. It's weird how they use them these days. It's weird that they never made the jump into 3D. Breath of the Wild was the first time we've seen them in years. I'm so surprised we haven't seen a proper Zelda RPG. Like, I would love it if they, like, I don't know, teamed up with Final Fantasy or something. Like, have Square make something better. Like, I'm surprised we got Mario RPG before Zelda, because I feel like a Zelda RPG makes a lot more sense. Like, maybe if Square hadn't dropped the ball, it would have happened. But yeah, I'd love to see it one day. But Why are they flying around? Played me, but where the hell is she? How do you get up there? Like, this game also brought back magic rods, which we haven't seen in a while. I wish magic was more fleshed out in Zelda. It always felt like kind of limited to me. I mean, I get that like magic's supposed to be Zelda's thing, but like, I don't know, the fact that we still don't have like a well-rounded like magic system for it. I mean, I'm sure that like yeah, the absolute last time, yeah. Yeah, they never recovered from that. They went bankrupt because of that decision.
Your thread will be cut here, Your Highness.
Who does he think he is? The Fates? Well, not mind a Zelda game that takes more influence from Greek mythology. I feel like they want to take like they tend to like take influences from more obscure like. Huh. There could be only one. I love how these games imply that there are like crazy like weapons and enemies that we didn't fucking see in the actual base game. So you're telling me Link canonically takes on like 4 bosses at once? Yeah, fucking Calamity Link is hardcore. Aww. It's playing in the sad music. That's the theme. Link! Aww. It's her love for him that unlocks the power. Okay. Power Rangers roar. There's a light in the distance. You see it coming closer with the force of ages. Centuries gone by. Protectors of light. Defenders born to fight. So she actually learns how to do it. So does she actually become competent? Does her like moveset change now? So she actually does learn how to use it. She fucking does. Wow. I love how their entire plan hinged on Zelda not being able to do this. I thought she didn't learn how to do this until after Link died, but maybe I don't know. I'm just kind of. So apparently Zelda's fucking hardcore. And she's finally learned how to do it. Oh, and she's wearing that stupid dress. I hate that fucking dress. Zelda's actually competent now. Like, holy fucking shit. And the way she plays early on is dumb, so, like, it's... And did you really have to play as Zelda in this, like, early on? Like, they should have done, like, a Path of Radiance where, like, you don't get her until later.
Okay.
And she plays so differently than she does in Imprisonment. It's really weird. Okay. I want to play some the Avatar games. Yeah, speaking of fucking Avatar, James Cameron confirmed that his kids like the Last Airbender more than like his Avatar films. Holy fucking shit. Like that is like positively BTFO. Like I don't know. Does he acknowledge that like the Last Airbender is better than what he does? Like I'm like shocked that isn't like more of a meme that like because like I kind of said that too is that like yeah the Last Airbender has 100% more like it's 100% bigger than that bullshit. And I don't like the Last Airbender either, right? But like it just like it handles the exact same themes but does so like in a way more mature way. You know what I mean? It's just like yeah. Do you ever actually see like James Cameron Avatar merchandise like ever? Like, does it exist? Like, I was always surprised that they tried to make it into a theme park because it's just like, who the fuck cares? It's just. The boner condoner. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't like the idea of like pressuring my kids to like my stuff. Where the hell am I? Did I just fight that guy for no reason? Where the hell am I?
I'll take company.
Hang on. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow. Is that the light arrow? What device? A big Avatar toy? Yeah. Like, nobody watches those movies and think they're, like, good. Yeah, there's so many of them. I feel kind of under-leveled, honestly. How is she swimming through the air? I'm so confused. Wait, no. Wait, am I playing as Mifa or Sidon? No, I am Sidon. Okay, wow, shit. Okay, I'm just like, okay, how is he swimming through the air? Okay. I forgot I had Sidon. Okay. Oh, is that Sidon or Mifa? No, it is Mifa. Okay. Why can't I tell them apart? Like, he's gigantic. Okay.
Be still. You won't.
Avatar. Okay. Oh, fuck. Where the hell is she? Oh fuck! What the hell? Yeah, Link, got it. Action figures? No, I don't actually. Okay, send the link down this way. And I believe Zelda's already there. Yeah, maybe we can level up Zelda now that she's like not useless. I mean, if Zelda's unlocked, yeah, I don't think we're too far from the end actually. So. There are no other movies to watch. I kind of agree, honestly. Like, I mean, that was true even when the first one came out. It's crazy how like nobody gives a shit about the past 20 years of movies. Like, I feel like in the 90s, like, you know, they were huge cultural milestones, and now like nobody gives a fuck. You know, like people can try to meme at you like, oh yeah, well, Superbad was good, but like no, Superbad was shit. You know, 21 Jump Street was shit. Like, grow up. Like, it's just like, God, I hated Superbad. I don't know. We might be like very close to the end, actually. I mean, we're fighting all. If Zelda's unlocking her powers, we're fighting all 4 Elemental Guardians. My favorite comedies? I don't really watch comedies. I don't know what my favorite comedy would be. I guess The Princess Bride is kind of classified as a comedy, but I don't really consider it one. I don't know what my favorite movies are in general. Like, The Goonies, probably. I really need to go back and like watch like, just make an entire like list of shit that like I need to watch. Like, I'm not interested in anything made before like 99, but after 99. But... Yeah, I wish he was in more stuff. Like, he was in Black Christmas 2019, the movie that inspired Lauren Craig, and it's like, it's such a shitty movie, and I'm just kind of like, I didn't realize it was him until it was over, and I saw the credits, and I'm just kind of like, that's what he's doing now, huh? Like, I don't know, that movie was the worst. It's like, I don't know what I would call that other than like just absolute like bottom of the barrel, just slop.
I'll take over, Link. Fight for Hyrule!
Who's this guy? Where'd this asshole come from? Why are there two of them? Okay. It's crazy how people bitched about how bad movies were in 2007, yet they would still go to see them. Okay. Yeah, I wonder how close we are to the end. No Country for Old Men. Yeah, I never have seen that. American Pie. Yeah, I've never actually seen it. Yeah, everybody like always hypes that one up, but I never did see it. Like, I know the meme about the mom, but like, you know, that's the film that invented the term MILF, right? Or at least popularized it. I don't know. It feels like everything that like everyone was watching was just really dumb. Honestly, in hindsight, it's like I'm very grateful I was playing Nintendo games instead. But the fucking zebra. Like, why am I fighting a zebra? Wait, am I in? Am I in Fortitino? Oh no, shit! Here it is. Like, I can't seem to beat this guy fast enough. Hello, John. John on my. What? But I just beat the. What are you talking about? What? talking about? Like, yeah, it just been. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, that was before Obama. Yeah, it certainly doesn't feel like it, but yeah. Yeah, 2007 is when everything went to shit, huh? I don't. I mean, hopefully we're on like the upswing now. It does kind of feel that way, but I don't know. It's gonna take a long while before like, things get better. They're never gonna go back to how they used to be. And honestly, that should be our goal. Is that like, no, I don't want to go back to how things used to be. I want things to be better. And that's like that should be our mindset going forward. Yeah, what was the last one I went to go see? I want to say it was like Spy Family Code White. Actually, no, it was the Goon. No, might have been 7. Yeah, I'm going to see Princess Mononoke in theaters. Yeah, I'm talking about like all these old fucking movies.
All right.
I want to see my life. The new Mario movie? I doubt it because
Ooh,
like
look at you.
the film industry doesn't want to be saved by like Japanese entertainment. They're probably gonna hate that more than like than the video game industry did. So I want to eat something. What are we gonna eat? What am I gonna eat? I don't know. Old shit just has more like artistic value to it. You know, I was watching Star Trek today, and I'm just kind of like, it was on TV, and I'm watching it. I'm just kind of like, I'd rather watch this than anything made after like '99. I don't know. Like when I got around to watching 7, I really hated that. I thought that was woke, honestly, because that whole bit where like they're going off about like, oh, you should consider aborting your kid. Like that was fucking retarded, and like obviously pure propaganda. And I'm sure like a lot of like popular movies from that period are like that, or even as early as the 70s. Was that the battle like defending the wall? Each step like thunder. Is the and she has a bow now. Why would I ever? Like, ugh. Yeah, this was the wall battle, wasn't it? It's a good thing Trump built this wall to stop the invasion.
Everyone, hear me now. With Calamity Ganon now awakened, here we stand at the threshold.
Zelda, I don't think your voice
the
actress is equipped
unimaginable.
to give speeches.
Despite that, we must not give in to defeat. We must not despair. We must stand and fight. Hyrule wields the divine beasts and their champions. We are armed with the knight whose sword will seal the darkness. And we shall strike with you.
That Tarantino movie? Yeah.
You brave soldiers. Everyone, you are mine to lead now. Calamity Ganon will be sealed away forever.
Wait, does she have the entire Triforce?
Power I possess.
Does she have the entire Triforce?
Together, standing in strength, we begin our march. Hyrule's fight to rescue all within it is now.
Whoa, this never actually happened. So is Link gonna bang Mipha in this continuity? Is Zelda cucking herself out of winning the Link Bowl?
Well then,
is this just me or
what
she's
did you
not
want to
as
tell me?
fat in this one? What? Really? It's fucking Yiga. Oh.
What are you?
Yiga. Why did she go out there with a random soldier? Really? And why did he jump up like that?
Huh?
Oh, come on. Does Koga would never kneel. Like, how old is Koga? You're really supposed to believe he was around 100 years ago? What? What? Koga would. The Yiga's entire gimmick is that they worship Ganon. Why the fuck would he flip? Yeah, by the looks of it, yeah, we're nowhere near done. Shit.
Be stopped.
I can't be stopped.
It seems I've grown stronger.
Yeah, I just can't keep playing this. Like, every time I try, it's like...
Am I even allowed to be this strong?
It seems I've grown stronger.
Even death bows his head to me.
I've done it.
Even death bows his head to me.
For once, you've done well.
Hey! Wow! Good job! How many missions do we have? Great Plateau. Is that the final fight? I mean, if we're going to the Great Plateau, surely. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, surely this is the final area. Surely.
I wonder how it will taste. Delicious.
Yeah, we might be able to beat it tonight, actually, if this really is the final level. Ew. Why does everybody take off like this? I just hate it. It's so dumb.
At long last, Zelda's true power
Yeah, she's
had
referring
awakened.
to herself in the third person. What a dork.
Even the Yiga clan, who had vehemently opposed the heroes, now joined them in strength. Finally, the people of Hyrule stood united. Just as hope had begun to shine, Zelda received an urgent message. Remaining Hyrulean forces were locked in a fierce battle on the Great Plateau. Heeding their call, the princess rushed immediately to their aid.
Okay,
All right, our fight isn't over. We must hurry.
I'm sorry, Your Highness. But it's too far. Even if we left right away. Blah, blah, blah. I just so happen to have good news to share. Go ahead and behold!
The tower!
See that terminal over there? I used it to fiddle with the control unit. The one that's in the castle. And of course, I was successful. I managed to reactivate all of the towers. Impressive, right?
Yeah!
Check it. Let's all hurry to the Sheikah Tower. Huh? Why there? I also upgraded the teleportation functionality. Just like that? Now that's a feat. Well, to be fair, not all me. Thank the ancient tech built into our friend. Anyway, now we should be able to travel to any tower in Hyrule in a flash. Or to anywhere, really.
Let us go.
Age of Imprisonment is definitely way better than this. I never got the DLC for this. I don't know if I will. I don't think they did anything interesting with it. I wonder if Age of Imprisonment's getting DLC though. Of anti-Nintendo propaganda. Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Because it's not something that actually happens. And he keeps insisting that it does. That, like, Nintendo comes after you if you use footage for their games, and it's just, what are you talking about, retard? Like, there are dozens of other, like, people who use Nintendo footage with no problem. Like, he tries to tell you that they come after you for using sound effects, and that's just like, bro, like, have you not listened to any, like, rap song for the last decade? They use, like random Nintendo sound effects like all the fucking time. Ooh. Yeah, what am I gonna play next? Let's see. I have Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity. And is this the final level? Why doesn't Zelda just use a bow to begin with? I'm very confused about why she has to, like... Zelda doesn't become competent until endgame. So, like, the entire plot, like, hinges on the fact that, like, Zelda can't do shit. Holy fucking shit. Like, why do people even come back from the future? I'm just... Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Ooh. What are we gonna play first, huh? do you get up there? Again, this is why I hate to get this game, because like you always it does this dumb thing where like you cannot figure out how to get to places. Oh. Oh. I can't believe Yiga are with us now, and they just really why? Oh. Damn. I used. Yeah, I'm trying to decide what I want to play after I beat this. Yeah, I haven't decided. I'll have to look at my physical games. Yeah, East 9 I don't want to play. That game's fucking bullshit. Oh, I don't love anybody. Kindergarten Deliverance 2? No. I want to play the original. I actually own it on Switch. They haven't up-res it on Switch 2 yet. Ooh. You'll poke your eye out, kid. A silver Lionel, really? These bastards. Okay. Ooh. I already played some Scooby-Doo. Okay. I want to play Dragon Quest. I guess we can play Subnautica. I mean, I bought it the other day and I still haven't played it. The Legend of Zelda. He does the No More Heroes thing where he puts the sword like right over his crotch. Like, does that mean anything, Link? Like, do you want to? Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, that's not out yet, so I'm not in a rush to beat the demo. Truth be told. Yeah, I'm taking a break from RPGs right now. So. Well, this is an RPG too. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to get Dragon Quest set, like play it right away. Like I'm just not like feeling that remake at all. It just feels kind of pointless. Like I'd rather just play the 3DS version again, truth be told. I don't know. Got him. The Shrine of Resurrection. But what are we gonna do with it? We don't need it. Like Link didn't die in this. What do we need the Shrine of Resurrection for? Okay. Wait, you start on top of the tower? Wow. Right where it all began. Wow. I don't know. Like, I bet kids growing up with this will like have this kind of autistic fixation on like this game and its locations. I mean, I feel like I was too old for this, like for Tears when it came out. Honestly, I mean, I loved it, but it's just like for me, it kind of felt like the last game of my childhood. Oh, you can block the laser move. I was like, can you? I guess you can. We're not doing it much damage. Do we need like better weapons or what? I mean, I guess we're kicking ass and taking names, but like, I don't know. I'm trying to decide what I want to play. I'll have to look at my collection. Honestly, I was kind of thinking that I want to go through Xenoblade Chronicles 2 again. Because I barely paid attention to it. Like, I'm pretty sure I played through like 20 hours of that game while I was like super sick and I had like no idea what was going on at all. So I wasn't able to like lust after Marag or anything. Marag is best girl ever. Yeah, Marag is like my favorite girl in Xenoblade by far. I don't know if like anybody else feels that way, but yeah, it really pisses me off that like so many hardcore Xenoblade fans like disrespect 3 because 3 is like the best one for sure. Like I don't understand like the appeal of 2 outside of like the waifu shit. And like I don't even think they're like the characters in are particularly good waifus. You know what I mean? It's just like I just don't understand it. I never have. This isn't Temple of Time. A lot of heroic music here. RGE is a Pyra fan. I don't know if he ever actually played Xenoblade 2. Because he did that thing where he like pretended to be a fan when like 3 came out, but I don't know if he's ever like talked about 2, really. Like he always insists that like Nintendo censored like Xenoblade after 2, and it's just like, what are you talking about? Sorry. Like he's like the only person I know of who like still pushes that narrative. Like I don't know. It feels like such a fringe, like weirdo online thing that it just doesn't feel like it's real, really. I don't know, like. I don't know. I hate RGE with a passion, so I'll be. I don't know. I'm very curious, like how it all ends personally, because like the way it looks to me is that like he'll just keep screaming into the void about how like Lolicon is like perfectly normal forever. Is kind of the way I look at it. Like it's just gonna be like more and more socially unacceptable, especially as like people get more and more into Japanese media. Like it's just gonna be more like obvious that like anybody who like is obsessed with Lolicon are just weirdos. I don't know. It feels like they scream about tourists a lot, but like it feels like the tourists are like watching more anime than they are. What is next? What are we gonna get after this? Yeah, what's our next game? Let's see. Yeah, what is our next game gonna be? I cannot decide. You said NASCAR? Yeah, that probably. I don't know. Like, yeah, I really wonder what the deal with that is. Like, what the reality of that situation is. Because they make it sound like Visa and MasterCard's cracking down on like perfectly legal material, but like I don't think so necessarily. I don't know. I just. Oh wow. Watch. He's not doing any damage. I don't know if I haven't been using him or if he just has a shit weapon or what.
I cannot go.
What was that? She didn't even do the.
I see.
Eat them? Yeah, I forgot this game had they thems. That's it. This one. Dad was here the entire time? Is it actually him? There's no way. Is this douchebag actually gonna make up? No, Zelda, it's a ruse.
Father.
You're a they them. Holy fucking shit! His nose is gigantic.
But
What an awfully.
you're all right.
What? He survived?
It is all thanks to this.
Is that the same actor as the? I don't think
This
so.
little thing saved me.
Oh no, he's gonna actually die.
Withdraw!
Yes, sire.
Your heart, your boundless compassion. With those precious gifts, you have saved my life. While I accused you of evading your duty, in truth, perhaps I was guilty of the same.
Really?
Forgive
This is how
me.
they resolve it? Oh, cheesy.
It's not.
Like I hate how this game, like, it's like some weird fan fiction alternate reality where nothing goes wrong.
Father, you've always loved me. Everything you've done has always been for me.
You know what the DLC should have been is that like the actual fucking ending where like everyone dies.
Burden.
Like I
Heavy
don't
load
understand
you've
why
shouldered
that
all
was
this
so
time.
difficult to do.
Now, please let me help.
What's with the audio syncing? Why is the music louder than the voice? The A word.
Zelda, you are my pride, and indeed, the pride of all Hyrule. With your power, I believe you will seal
you got
away
Krogan.
Calamity Ganon.
Ah, Koga's crying.
Now, let us rally our forces for a final push. Troops from all regions shall gather at Hyrule Field. Alongside our princess, we will retake Hyrule Castle.
Yeah, it seems like we have one final fight. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll beat it tomorrow. I don't know. I think I'm kind of worn out today. I'm not really in the mood for like the final battle or whatever. where freedom burns. I'm gonna marry. Okay, what's gonna be my next game, huh?
Wait until you see my newest move.
Yeah, I think we're
Now
gonna try
I'm
to beat this
even more
tomorrow,
charming.
honestly. Yeah, I think I'm just a little bit too tired of it tonight.
Impressive.
But yeah, we'll finish it tomorrow, and then we'll pick up something else. Worst game in the world. The worst game in the world. Look into my eyes, and it's easy to see what I want to say. It's a passion, quests. How do you save? Does it? It auto saves, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 17 hours. Barely put like 18 hours into this. We're at the end screen. Like, I don't know. Fucking like a single playthrough of Three Hopes is like 60 hours, and that has like 3 fucking campaigns. Three Hopes is way better. I don't know. When we get through these Warriors games, I think we're gonna go back to Three Hopes, but like so much better than this. Honestly, I kind of want to play Three Houses in general, but okay. Okay. World of Assassination, Subnautica, Aerospace. Oh, we haven't played our GameCube yet today. Not enough free space to hang on. Shit. Uh. GTA in the ocean. Can't create save data. Well, I can't decide what I want to archive. Yeah, I guess we'll just play Metroid Prime 4 for a bit. Oh man, it's been 7 hours. I don't know, man. Like I think doing a couple of hours to do like the recap stream and then segueing into gameplay. I think that's working out for me, honestly. I think that's working out for me. My views are pretty high too. Wonderful 101. Yeah, I am. Eventually. Uh, I mean, I did beat it. But like, I don't know. My thing with the Wonderful 101, I honestly, I think I would rather play the Wii U version again. Why the hell am I in Vote Forge? Yeah, my opinion is that like I would rather play like the Wii U version because that's the one I like. I came close to 100%ing. Did I ever beat it on the highest difficulty? I don't know. Well, like yeah, I think the Wii U version is still the definitive version of the game. So actually, no, I know that's true. So I don't know. I'm kind of iffy on this yet. What the hell was I doing down here? Yeah, everybody keeps like riffing on this game, but like every time I play it, I have like a blast with it. Yeah. Wonderful 101 was always way better than GTA. Mobile housing unit. Mobile housing. What does that mean? Like, I've been down here several times. Like, it seems like that's implying that you could do something with it, but like, I don't know. Yeah, every time I play this game, I'm really surprised how good it is because it's like so many people have been ragging on it that like it's way more fun to actually play than like Prime 2, honestly. That's kind of my impression of it is that like it's like when you're just dicking around, like it's actually quite a lot better than like Metro Prime 1 or 2. Yeah, it's been so long since I played 3, I can't even remember, but like yeah, 3's my favorite, and it's the one I've played the least of in recent years. Go figure. I mean, like the reason I haven't played 3 is because like I very specifically promised myself I wouldn't do it again until I beat 2, and like that just hasn't happened. So like, I think I am gonna get the Wii U out, and we're gonna like get boot up Metroid Prime Trilogy and go through 2 and 3. Honestly, like it's been way too long since I played both, but yeah, I don't know when we're gonna get around to it. I mean, what we might do it this year. Who knows? I mean, it's not like I have like a ton of games I'm looking forward to anyway. Are better? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. 100% they're better. Yeah, so like the implication is that you're supposed to get the AI bunk back on somehow, and yet wait, what? Huh? Did I really not get that open? So what's the mobile? I'm so confused about what that is. Like I kept expecting it to be important. Like that's how I thought we were. Yeah, yeah. Everyone was like burned out by 3. Like the illusion had been shattered by that point. You know, people were kind of fed up by Halo 2 even. Like, remember when the ending was like a major controversy? I'm gonna finish this fight later. Just like it's like that shit was way more cringe than anything in this game. And the bike isn't good. I don't understand why they felt the need to like throw the bike in there. You know, I don't think there's anything more here. It's the way out. This way? So the thing about this game is, and this bugs a lot of people. You're supposed to scan like everything, like literally everything. It's how you like get the true ending and everything. What the hell is up here? What the hell is this? Like, I guess we already got that already. I don't know. I beat the game, but it's like I probably should have just started again from the start, but I feel like I've done everything in it. Like, I think I'm gonna get the Silex amiibo and see the true ending that way. I still haven't seen it actually. If you, gotta love rolling around the desert. Can you go back to the mine? It feels like a really linear area. Hang on, what the hell is this? Yeah, when I'm ready. I love my life. Okay, what's next? Yeah, I'm curious what they're gonna be able to accomplish when they start production on the next one. I'm an Israeli. I am an Israeli. All right. You. Yeah, like there's nothing really all that unusual about this open world. Like it's not as good as Breath of the Wild, obviously, but like most games aren't. Like I don't know. It doesn't really seem all that different from Grand Theft Auto to me. Actually, I would say there's actually a lot more to do in this game than in GTA. But here we go. Yeah, I think Federation Force is better than this actually. I'll have to like make a video about that in the future. You know, people are talking about like Triforce Heroes getting re-released. Hopefully, it's alongside like Federation Force as well, because that'll. I don't. Now's probably not the time to release Federation Force. People are going to be really upset if that happens. I mean, I don't know. The hell is that? Federation Force is a normie filter. Yeah, it is. Like nothing about this game's direction would have surprised you if you had played Federation Force. Is like my mindset on it at this. Oh wow, shit! There was the save point. Okay, I was like, where was it exactly? It's around here somewhere. Okay, it's still right. I walked right by it. Yeah, I don't know. The hell is this? Yeah, why'd they hire Nail to voice Samus? Not that I'm complaining, but like, really weird pick. Okay, speaking of Nail, yeah, well, I don't know. It might be cool to like go back to Xenoblade Chronicles X, honestly. Let's see. Yeah, we'll pick up the Silex amiibo and then like use that to get the real ending. I just don't really. I'm sure I'll go back and do a hard mode playthrough eventually, but I don't know. I don't really feel motivated to do it now. Like I'm happy with my time with the game. I mean, to be fair, like I never went back to play Metroid Prime 2 either, and like I kind of feel the same way about that I did this, where it's just okay. Should we try Subnautica? Yeah, so I've heard a lot of hype about this. Uh, I doubt it's gonna live up to any of it, but yeah, I heard the sequel really blows, but I'm just kind of like, I mean, that tends to be the trend with these like smaller indie games. Okay. Okay, so you're on an alien planet with an ocean, okay, and you survive. I'm pretty sure I've tried to play this before on Game Pass, actually. I don't know why. Why did I buy this?
Launch in 3, 2, 1.
It's like the beginning of 999.
You have suffered minor head trauma. This is considered an optimal outcome. This PDA has now rebooted in emergency mode with one directive: to keep you alive on an alien world. Please refer to the databank for detailed survival advice. Good luck.
Yeah, I think I'm too tired.
Alien life forms may have unexpected applications. Utilizing alien resources is a proven survival strategy.
Okay. You know, we'll have to try to get back to this tomorrow. I feel too worn out to play it today. And it looks like we won't be able to play any like GameCube tonight. Shit. I mean, whatever. Yeah, nothing else for us to do. I mean, we beat Double Dragon. You know, I didn't boot up the stream tonight thinking we would do it, but yeah, we beat Jimmy Lee, and we proved ourselves to be the absolute Chad, who's like gonna pork Marion for the rest of the time until she dies in the sequel. Like, I don't know. We really should do like Double Dragon lore. I don't know, but anyway. Oh yeah, thank you all for your support. Yeah, be sure to buy my books. Sorry, it's because I'm tired. It's not because of the game.